Alright, hello everyone, and it's time for some Red Bull. Uncle Vinny, hype, hello, hello, as I'm starting the stream. I have no idea what order the games are being played today. I just put Viper and Lewis on the scoreboard. Maybe it'll be Barles Lewis or Barles Viper to start with. I don't know. I was doing some programming this morning, but now I got something to cast. I got my coffee with me, and we're gonna co-cast with Ornlu at some point. We'll see. Let's bring in Ornlu. Want to call. Let's message the wolf. So Empire Wars, I haven't casted Empire Wars in a while. Hello, Bebo994. First on Twitch. Uncle Vinny beat you to it on YouTube though. You're the first on the overlay, so that's what counts. I do need to redesign overlays a bit more, because what I had seen is that Twitch doesn't like when you combine the chats, but they're okay if you put two chats next to each other, like one from YouTube and one from Twitch, as long as they're not combined. So I have to see if I can set that up in an overlay somehow. Maybe that'll just be super confusing if I have two chats. But, I don't know. Alright, the messenger, hello, because I want YouTube to be included. I want everyone to know YouTube is around. I guess I need to resub to the map pack. Londinium map pack, subscribe. I'll restart the game. See if Ornlu wakes up in time. Alright, Viper versus Barls is first. Alright, Viper versus Barls. We have drafts. Let's be Barls over here. Can we do yellow versus purple as colors? Barls likes to pick purple. I don't know what colors they picked. Let me get the Rex going. Guess I didn't need to sub to the mod if they're Rex. Hello, Miss Luna Rain. Lewis returns to playing. Yes, YouTube is people too. YouTube is people. It's a nice cardigan. Thank you. Alright, so can I get the Rex in my folder? It's a play all 5, so we get 15 games today to cast. Hopefully Ornlu gets here because we're supposed to co-cast. Delete some of these other Rex I got. Cluttering up my folder. Okay, auto load faster now. Or I'll just go the extra mile, get all the Rex out of the folder. Why is file management so hard on Windows? Windows, what are you doing? There. Now I just need to find where Ornlu is. I can show you guys the drafts, but I don't really have a overlay for the drafts right now. Let me just show you the drafts. Up there is Ornlu. Yes, 14. Okay, Ornlu's here. We're ready for Ornlu.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Ornlu. Do you have the Rex? Are you ready?
Oh, I didn't know we were... This is way too advanced for me.
No, there's Rex right now. We got Viper and yellow, Barls and purple. I'm paused at 0 seconds on game 1. We got drafts and Rex. I mean, it's in the Red Bull channel.
I thought these were live.
No. Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Red Bull.
Click the link. You got it, Ornlu.
Oh, thank you. Am I not live on YouTube? I am live on YouTube.
Yeah, we gotta combine the chats too.
I think I'm live on YouTube. So I'm live on YouTube. Yes, can you send me an invite for that while I'm getting this all set up?
Yep, just a minute. Let me get the rec go into 0 seconds. And where is Ornlu? Twitch.tv. You're gonna bring in Ornlu chat. Get ready to say hi to Ornlu's chat.
I apologize for my lack of preparedness.
Alright. Well, I mean, they didn't even post settings anywhere. Shows you just answered a question.
I don't even have the who's up first, so I guess it's Viper versus
Viper,
Barls, but I went to
Viper
set it
Barls.
up last night, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay, how do I knock? I don't have a knock button. Why do I not have a knock button? Oh, it's over there. Alright, I'm knocking.
Knock, knock, knock. All right, so I am in the first game. Let me set things up real quick.
Right. I knocked and I'm sharing the chat. Are you there?
Yeah, someone typed something. I accepted it.
Someone typed something and you accepted it.
Or no, I am commanding chat to type someone, and I accepted your chat sharing thing.
I don't see you there.
Huh?
Oh, let me do it again. I don't know why this is so hard for Twitch to do this properly. Close out of it, Orlando. Close out of it.
Okay. Closed
Right.
out.
I'm knocking again.
Right. Hit the accept button.
There you are.
Okay, I don't know why we had to do this twice, but whatever.
Alright, hold on. It's playing your audio twice. Alright, now we start sharing the chat. Now we're combined. Now everyone's here. Okay, everyone type someone for Ornlu. Type someone. Alright, so I'm paused at 0 seconds. Are you ready to go, Ornlu?
I am indeed.
Just give me 1 second. Get the name of the map set up. This is Glacis. Yes, I remember that one. Are you ready to go? I'm ready to go.
All right, I'll do a countdown then. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and welcome everyone. We're here with Ornlu, and we are casting the replacement qualifier for Red Bull Wololo, because Vinchester was not able to get a visa in time, so they need to replace him. And we're going to have 3 play all 5 sets: Viper Barls, Viper Lewis, and Lewis Barls.
Yeah, so it's going to be a play all 3 for each, so it's like a full-on round robin, then whoever has the best differential at the end of it is the winner.
That's what we're assuming.
Time are you at?
Oh, I'm at 1 minute right now.
Okay, I had to change the audio, and that automatically pauses the rec.
Okay, I'm paused at 112.
Okay, so so let me get to 112. Sorry about that.
Ornlu needing to change the capture age. All right, you ready?
Yep. 3, 2, 1, go.
Play all 3 or 5. It is 5. Play all 5. It's Empire Wars. So it'll be very, very quick, no matter what.
I thought it was play all 3, but that's okay. I will adjust it after this game because I don't want to pause the game again. So,
sorry.
Byzantines for Barls, Armenians for Viper. Byzantines, I'm sure, are going to make you happy, T-West, and this is already going to be the great skirm off.
It's going to be skirms and the cataphracts, I'm sure, for Barls. Skirms to stop the skirms that Viper will make, and then cataphracts because they'll stop the infantry that Viper will make. And then maybe Composite Bowmen pop out, but then cataphracts should be fine because unlike other cav that have lots of pierce armor, cataphracts don't, so they'll just be normal against Bowmen.
Yeah. And the composite bowmen in turn then just don't have the fire rates that is quite necessary. I think it's with composite bowmen, once that the target has 2 base pierce armor and then full upgrades, then the composite bowman starts to be better. But if they have less than 2 base pierce armor, generic arms are better.
Ooh, and cataphracts have only 1 base pierce armor.
Exactly.
So based on that Ornlu math, cataphracts are going to be good.
But what is important to consider is that when the ladder qualifier happened, we were on the old water. Now we have the new water, so it's Hulkin time.
It is Hulkin time, and it's not going to be Byzantine fire time because they will be destroyed by Hulks. And on this water, I'm about to say there's no point to make a fire and you're only going to make Hulks, but Viper has made a fire.
Well, fires deal more damage in general, it feels like. Like, their damage is pretty good, especially versus buildings. That said, it doesn't really help you all that much due to the Fire Galley's short range.
More than a Hulk.
And now
More than a Hulk, though.
it's just kind of wasted.
You know what you can do with the fire? You can cook the hares.
Ooh.
Yeah, what you can do, you don't want to waste villager idle time through the animation where they have to kill it, so you time it perfectly, you cook it with the fire, and then the vills take it with no idle time.
And then you get more health replenished because you cooked the food instead of eating it raw. If Zelda has taught us anything, that's how that works.
And if any video game has told us that, it's cook your food.
Yeah, exactly.
Where else would we have learned that as children?
Indeed. Viper's on his way up to Castle Age, though. He's sending a few villagers over to Stone, the handy mule cart, just able to scooch on over. And he's going to be adding in a stable. So thus far, it feels like neither player really has wanted to commit to a whole lot. As Armenians, Viper will have the better eco anyway. Barles going to see if he can sneak some damage in right here, though.
Yeah, that's a good number of skirms, and that's what you expect from Byzantines. Lots and lots of skirms. And I'm going to miss that demos used to be very good in the previous patch. Oh my gosh, Ornlu, do you see where that spear is? Right where the fire just was? Beneath Viper's Mill is a patch of beach terrain instead of rock beach.
Oh, I see that. Wow, my immersion is ruined. We would never have rocky shores occasionally interspersed with beach terrain. That's just not realistic.
It's one of those things when you script lots of maps, you see them and you're like, oh my gosh, how did I miss that?
But didn't Crazini do these maps?
He did. I don't have to worry about fixing it now.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Hulk
skirmishers are here for Barles. He is defending just fine, but Viper going to be in Castle Age in just a moment. He's got the stable, he's got +1 defense, and some knights are going to come in, and he is likely going to continue to push Barles back.
Well, nice. Does that just mean Barles goes camels now?
Well, the camels have to be much more careful of those skirmishers, which are going to have Bodkin. And right now, Viper is trying to keep those skirmishers alive, but Barles is doing a really good job of taking a fight before those upgrades come in, and Viper cancels the elite skirmisher upgrade, realizing that, oh no, I lost everything. So Viper turning a bad situation into a less bad situation, but still 10-1 KD for Barles.
Yeah, and well, Barles is one archer. Different from all the skirms. Well, everything will have to get back for Barles to get to the ships, and the ships should help defend against the knight.
That will be necessary as Viper pushes back a little bit. Bowsaw coming in as well. Always really nice to see a prioritization of those upgrades for the Armenians. Hulks are here, but they have very little pierce armor. It is so bizarre watching a ship get murked by archers. But that's what the ship is all about. And Viper is just going to say, howdy ho, let's go to the high ground.
Yeah, he tries to get up there with the knights. We'll take a fight against the spears as best he can, but those are cheap Byzantine spears. Barles is immediately doing a camel, now that all the skirms are dead. I don't like this fight for Viper. He's fighting a camel and spears.
Yeah, I mean, those spearmen were going to die, but they sort of gunked up the works long enough that the camel could come out. And that's really what you need here, because the camel can chase down the enemy knight, which is, of course, exactly what it's doing. Viper might try and squeeze an extra villager out of this, but that is certainly not going to be worth it in the long run. It doesn't even lose one villager there. And so far, this is some primo Byzantines gameplay from Mr. Barles.
Yeah, it is, and Viper hasn't managed to take an eco advantage over the Byzantines early. Their res collected are still pretty close, only around 300 more. He's down by a vill, and maybe he has an extra TC added in. But it's not like he's super far ahead in eco, and now you get to the point where in the mid-game, Byzantines have their skirms, their camels, and their unit composition, I think, should be easier to pump out than whatever the Armenians are doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Byzantines and Empire Wars, is that because Byzantines are a weak Dark Age civ, and we just skip that whole part of the game where Byzantines are bad, it's like, oh, well, now Byzantines are just super good throughout the entire rest of the game, and that is exactly what's playing out here. Meanwhile, though, Viper is leveraging that Armenian fortified church. He's got 4 relics already. Of course, you get 1 for free, but he needs an army to stop this counterattack, T-West.
He does. Where are the final relics? There's one in the south. Is there a 6th somewhere?
I was going to say, why would there be 6 relics on the map? But then I remembered that it's modern AoE.
Yeah, these Armenians. Does Barles have one? I'm looking for it. He doesn't have a monastery. Did the map only spawn 4?
It looks like it did.
I don't know, there's no monkey carrying one right now, is there? Like, we're not missing it?
Nope.
Alright, so this is why we have Armenians to make up for bugged maps, by giving us an extra
Yes.
relic.
Indeed. But that's going to be very helpful for Viper's eco, and that is going to be sort of the one major strength he can leverage at this point. He got his TCs down faster, he's got the Armenian bowsaw upgrade already, and he's got those 4 relics. And the demo... The camels can dodge, the skirmishers not so much. Well,
yes they can, or yes they can. It's a new patch demo, everything can dodge those.
Yep. That's an underwhelming demo as well. And remember, demos are expensive now. They're what, 70 wood, 80 gold or something like that?
Yep, and you
70 wood, 50 gold.
You gotta upgrade them separately, so that's an upgrade we're never gonna see.
Yeah.
New demos are trash? No, just the opposite of trash. They're super expensive.
Yeah. They're basically only good against big blobs of land units.
And castle race in the middle.
Off guard.
So
But
castle
yes, there is
race.
a castle race here.
How do you like this though? I think for the Byzantines, they usually prefer this situation because they can go imp quickly and trip. If this is extended castle, they still have more HP.
Viper will have the map control though, but it's not like Barles is in any danger of losing those villagers because the range is too far. And it's really, I think, going to be a matter of just rushing up to the Imperial Age. Now, that would mean that Viper is going to get even more of an eco advantage, but it's really an eco advantage that you can't utilize, because Viper has got a lot of lumberjacks that doesn't really get you a whole lot in the short run, and despite all of his stone, he's not likely going to be getting imp anytime soon, although getting that last relic is quite nice.
There's a lot of stone he has.
And he is going for those composite bowmen, and they are going to at least punch through the skirmisher pierce armor. It's one of those situations where it's kind of like Chuko knew, where the composite bowmen are less hard countered by skirmishers than our regular archers, but it's still not a fight you really want to take.
Yeah, and there's that imp for Barles. There's that imp. His castle already 6,200 HP. He'll get to around 6,800 once imp is in, and then start pumping out trebs.
Indeed, and that is going to be very tough for Viper to deal with. And the thing is, Armenians are pretty good at Castle Age all-in civ, but you need the eco for that. And this is where we have this modern meta adaptation that I'm curious what you think about T-West, where it's like everybody's clicking to imp between 80 to 90 villagers for the most part. Barles a little bit faster as Byzantines, but like, it feels like you're so limited in your compositions when you click up at that exact threshold.
It feels like you're doing that specifically for the Treb War and being able to eliminate castles. That's how Vinch played a lot of Arabia games in KUTD, by getting that timing with a forward castle. But if you go for the forward castle and you don't have that timing and your opponent does, then you're kind of trapping yourself in the castle age, hoping that you have more eco in the long run, but being at the disadvantage in Treb Wars consistently.
Yeah, and the disadvantage of the Treb Wars is going to be a guarantee, as Barles is even getting a second castle faster than Viper. Well, I guess second castle in the middle of the map, Viper's is on the high ground. But you need the map control in this map, as you really need to be able to push down from your high ground area. Viper's going to come in with another castle here. But the issue is that Viper isn't developing a better army composition. He's not going to be able to swamp his opponent with infantry or cavalry. It's going to be all about the timing potential with archers, or composite bowmen in this case, but that doesn't really work here because you're so much slower.
Yeah, and once you get imp, Byzantines just click Bracer, and then their skirms are 8 range against the only 6 of composite bowmen in the Castle Age. And so you're losing that fight as long as Barles micros, where Viper could have gotten in close and punched through the armor and killed the skirms. Now it just becomes all that much harder.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Barles is adding in another TC here in the middle of the map to solidify that control. Viper is interestingly getting the medium warships upgrade. Now, if there's anything that ships are really good at, it's stalling. So there is a world where okay, yes, this castle forward goes down. Nothing you can do to save that one. But Viper can at the very least buy time with some war galleys. And I think that's his plan. And I think that if there is a chance for Viper to win this game, it is going to be stalling until that better eco can really take you to the win.
Well, he is bringing one relic back. He needs to bring more back. He's going to lose them in the middle quickly as two castle Treb production is now in for Barls, and Viper is losing that castle in the middle, not even repairing it.
And he's going to yoink one more relic back home, but obviously still doesn't feel great.
He needs to... His micro is slipping there a bit. He has the priest, but he's not bringing the relic back.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had the day off, T-West. You can't really expect him to work there. Ah, there we go. His boss gave him the email at 11 p.m. on his day off. Tragic.
Woke up to the email that he's got to come in. Got to bring the relic back.
Really tragic. But Viper, he is getting closer to Imperial Age. He is not like forever Castle Age or anything like that. But my concern for Viper is that this map control is just going to be too tough to deal with. Yes, the War Galleys can buy you some time, especially against skirmishers. But you're going to lose the high ground, and then you're just going to run out of resources soon.
Yeah, and look at all those Trebs. It's 4 Trebs now for Barls, 5 Trebs for Barls, and those castles will be torn to shreds. Torn to flinders, as the unused dialogue would say in Saladin 6.
Indeed, indeed. And a Drummond is also coming in here from Barles on the far west of the map, so he's going to even get a little bit of that naval aspect to try and punch down the castles even faster.
Yeah, you have the 2 Drummond
conscription
sieves
coming in, and this is just looking really rough for Viper.
It is. I mean, he still does have that Vil lead and a good eco lead, but you're against Byzantines who don't really, once you get Imp, you don't really need the eco to pump out camels and skirms.
Yeah, Viper is really struggling in terms of a composition, and that's what I was talking about earlier, and I very firmly believe that is his huge issue, is because he tried to sort of go up at that time when you would really try and go for like a bunch of composite bowmen, but then you're just playing into the Byzantine strengths, and really what you'd want here as Armenians is those 100 HP champions with composite bowmen behind them. That is actually something that could give Byzantine some trouble, but
well,
you just clicked up too fast.
Yeah, I think that gives Byzantines trouble if it happens in early Imp. If Byzantines get to a point where they have castles and they have fully upgraded cataphracts, I don't think they worry about that.
Well, then it's more a matter of how many composite bowmen do you have relative to the cataphracts and all that stuff. And Viper's trying to make that switch happen. I mean, like, full post-Imp Byzantines can counter everything, but in theory, you should have that ability to just vomit out more units as Armenians here, and Viper just really hasn't had that opportunity.
I don't know. I think
Also,
the Byzantines really like vomiting out units. They're skirms, they're trash, they just come right up.
Indeed.
What is that range in the very north for Viper? Like, what's he doing there?
Just don't worry about it. It's an archery range. You know, it does archery range things. It has a fox nearby. 2 foxes.
It's luring Barles to send 4 Trebs up towards it so he can destroy them.
You know, it's one of those AI forward buildings that they, you know, built back in AOC where it's just like one random production building on the other side of the map.
Yeah, one of those. Maybe that was just one of Viper's TC gather point villagers. He hits the bug and he's like, oh, I have a Vil somewhere.
Oh, that's a bug? I thought I was just bad.
No, that is a bug, only.
Oh, okay. Because it's like happened several times. Like I've been playing a fair bit recently, and it's like, oh my goodness, my villagers are like on the other side of the map.
I remember years ago we played a game, and you had full walled the map, and then I looked over, and because of that bug, I had a sneak Vil behind your walls.
Oh yes, yes. Oh jeez, just DE things.
So castle fight now, cannon for Barles, that should take care of Viper's Tribs. He's just playing the Siege of Paris and trying to outmicro a Droman with the bombard cannon.
Less annoying though than the cannon galleons because of all that extra range, but it's really tough. And look at that, Viper does snag the trebuchet. So, I mean, like I said, this is really good for camping for Viper. It's just to what end? Now, Viper's tried to secure the low ground with the castle here to getting some much-needed wood income, He's making the switch into champions. He's got his fully operational battle ferrets. So he's got his 100 HP.
Yep, and this is where Barles then has options. He can go hand cannoneers, and he can go cataphracts. Both of them should be good against the champions. But champions are pretty cheap, they come out quickly. Barles at least has chemistry, but cataphracts are a very expensive switch. So you kind of want a combination of both, so you have the cataphracts in front, cannoneers behind them.
And the issue with that is Barles' eco balance. He has 54 villagers on wood. It's just a very inefficient economy in general. He's got some long-distance lumberjacks going on, and he really just needs like 25 more farms. And then he probably feels a lot better about switching to either cataphracts or hand cannoneers, but ideally cataphracts.
Yeah, well, he lost one castle. He only has 3 left, and one is pretty forward. And yeah, he sees the champions now. He's queuing hand cannoneers. But they cost food, and this is where that 50 vills on wood probably could have been 20 more farmers and 30 on wood, and then his eco would be in a much better shape.
Yeah, and Viper is doing a great job of not dying, and sometimes that is the first step to winning a game of AoE 2. As yes, his map control isn't great, but so long as he has resource income, there is a fighting chance for him. And he's still going to come out here from champions.
There's a cataphract right there. There it is.
I hear it packs quite a punch.
How do you think the best way to fight them is?
Probably to fire in retreat, as opposed to facing them toe-to-toe. I don't know if you agree with that concept.
I think that's a pretty good concept. So here come the champions after the cannon, but some hand cannoneers and cataphracts will chase them down. This cannon should live. But the trebs are going down, and the forward castle also is going down for Barles. And if Barles loses all these forward castles, there's also the downside that this is a time limit game of 75 minutes. So he would have had a win condition of bottle Viper in and just not push. Trust that Viper just can sit there with the ships and wait for him to push out and maintain a score lead. He tried to keep pushing, but didn't quite work for him, and now he's lost 2 castles.
He has, but this map has a lot of stone on it, at the very least, so you can make more. There's always more castles. And these are both bombard tower civs as we, get into that post-imp time frame, so we always have to keep that in mind.
Could see some Greek fire from the
Byzantines. Stall things out. Indeed. It's not very good, but, it's there.
Blast radius. Okay, there are some champions from Viper that should be massacred by hand cannoneers and cataphracts here. And this is just long-term. Like, long-term, what does Viper do? I don't think he has a way to fight this composition from Barles, even if Barles doesn't have the best eco. It's going to be a huge positive KD and positive score for Barles.
Yeah, and that's the real issue, is that Barles is just so much more efficient than what Viper's doing. He's very far ahead in resources destroyed, even with losing all those castles. And now that he's got Cataphract hand cannoneer, I mean, just the way these civs are designed is Byzantines are far more the post-imp civ than the Armenians are. Now, composite bowmen are going to do very well against hand cannoneers, as, well, they just do a lot of damage. So, that's something.
Yeah, and now I'm not seeing a way for Viper to push unless he has an absolutely insane eco lead, and at this point, when he's down by 30 KD, I don't know if 10k res is enough for him.
Yeah, I mean, the military score is still very heavily favoring Barles, so Barles is like, what, 9,000 resources destroyed ahead, so that basically puts us at an even benchmark right there. The one issue for Barles, though, is that he's gone over to making very expensive units because Viper's got a strong army, so he needs an equally strong army. So the cost efficiency, especially when it comes to gold, isn't really there anymore for Barles. So if Viper can start to take some good fights and start to macro like a madman, which he is doing, that is at least one potential for him.
Yeah. I guess the good thing for Viper is that his army composition is countered hard by the gold units Barles makes, but not at all by the trash units the Byzantines like to do for cheap.
And if you're playing expensive comp v expensive comp, that feels like you're already winning half the battle here, because that's not what Byzantines want to do. They want to really leverage those cheap counter units. And right now you can see that the composite bowmen, although they would technically be better against paladins relative to arbs, they still do a lot of damage, and those champions are fully upgraded, and those cataphracts are not.
Yeah, and in the south there are some trebs too. Those cataphracts still need upgrades, though they're not elite, and I don't think they have Logistica. No unique tech for them. But they are still cataphracts, and they will still beat the champions quite handily.
Yeah, I mean, they still just have more stats that they can fling at their opponent, so that is still, some sort of solace for Viper. Barles still has that army value advantage. He's now set up his eco better, so now he's 51 bills on food. That's much healthier for Barles, although I would like to see him get those farm upgrades, because wood control actually is quite relevant on this map.
Yeah, in the south, Barles just stopped 3 trebs from Viper. Viper had been trying to take a fight in the north while trebbing in the south, but he lost both fights. And Barles now clearing the churches, skirms against the bowmen. And he might need some murder holes for his castle, but still with a couple cataphracts in the south, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one you want to pick up. Viper does have arson, so yeah, he's got all the upgrades. I mean, arson, murder holes rather, is on its way, but I mean, champions are really good against buildings. They don't mess around, and Barles could still very easily lose that castle.
Yeah, we learned that against the Goths once.
Yeah. With a castle from Byzantines that has 40 HP.
Yeah, goodbye, castle. And Viper now pushing, but the more composite bowmen he has versus champions, I think that Barles likes that because it means he can go skirmishers.
It means he can go skirmishers, and it means that Viper's actual ability to push is much less, as the composite bowmen obviously don't destroy buildings, whereas the champions do. And in terms of just muscling your way across the map, that's really what the champions excel at.
Ooh, we have elite
Not so much
cataphract.
the composite bowmen, although they are necessary to go against the cataphracts, which are indeed about to be elite.
And it's weird. It feels like Barles hasn't quite had the mobility that Viper has, despite having the cav unit. It feels that way because of all the castles, where Viper can put his trebs wherever he wants, and Barles has to react to that.
Barles has to react to that, and the cataphracts all need to be grouped up to be effective, whereas you can kind of just send champions all over the place. And because they're such cheap units, then you don't really have to worry as much about losing them. You can just try and find some damage to get done. That said, Elite Cataphract is in, and now it's just, I think, going to be so tough for Viper to try and stop the almighty Cataphract.
The almighty Elite Cataphracts. They pack even more of a punch, and they'll take out a Treb in the south. And most importantly, more HP for the fights against the composite bowmen.
Yeah, 40 more HP, in fact, is quite significant. So you go from 110 to 150 HP, and of course more damage, and that is all very helpful. Skirmishers are here, kind of derping around attacking a fortified church, but it looks like Barles should be getting his act together, and that is going to be very difficult for Viper to sustain, and he should be running very low on non-relic gold very soon.
Yeah. This is a situation I think Barles needs to go and do hoardings, because Viper's just trying to snipe trebs, or snipe castles with singleton trebs here and there. Getting all that extra HP for the Byzantines up over 8,000 would be great for him.
Indeed, the 8,131. That's how you do it as the Byzantines. And right there, the champions and composite bowmen are really starting to do work from Viper, and his Barles starting to fall off a bit.
I think he is. I think we're seeing that that need for Barles to keep the expensive gold units out and not be able to keep the numbers up. As he's at 192 population, but he only has 140 vills. And the rest of the skirms in his army really aren't doing anything because Viper can move the bowmen away from them.
And the issue for Barles is that eco efficiency. It really is bad. It's 20% less than for Viper at the moment. And it's just going to be so difficult for him to sustain units. Viper, of course, still has 11,000 more resources, but Barles still has the better KD. But he needs to deny Viper this gold income because that is 4,000 gold from relics to US. That is not insignificant.
Yeah, even more importantly, look at the back of Viper's base. He has 4 mule carts on a handful of trees, and Viper only has 700 wood left in that wood line. So Viper needs to secure the middle of the map just to get wood access. If Barles can hold on and take 1 or 2 more good fights, then Viper might not have any more wood left.
Yeah, really good game number 1 here. Very back and forth. It's like Viper just barely hanging in there, but he is hanging in there. He's got gold income to the south. He has the 4 relics, and Barles himself isn't going to have that much more gold to collect. And his army is still very expensive for what he needs to make.
Yeah, we're seeing the impact of those 4 relics, and we're left wondering what would happen had the map had 1 more relic. Would Barles have gotten it? Would Viper have gotten it? Would he have even more gold?
Yeah, it's really hard to say one way or the other there. Composite Bowman only at 18, so it's like neither player have the numbers of unique units that they would want. You don't have the blob of Composite Bowman, you don't have the blob of Cataphracts, so you just have sort of these constant skirmishes happening all over the place, and despite their name, the skirmishers aren't really the best there.
Yeah, this fortified church is also crazy for Viper. The fact that you can just plop down a church or two here and there and stop the progress of Barles' army makes it so much harder to push him off of these resources in the middle.
Yeah, Viper's just strip mining all of this gold as best he can. He's got a fortified church, also protecting the villagers to the south. That said, the Cataphracts are charging in to snipe the trebuchets, and they will be successful in doing so. No Logistica, though, remember, as well. That's a very helpful upgrade. And all those Katas are going to die.
It is, but they did their job. They packed their punches, and those trebs go down. The castle stays up. And as long as that castle stays up, now, where does Viper go for wood? He has just finished the wood in the back. All those vills, he's got 20 wood vills that have to go forward and find wood somewhere, because he only has 200 wood in the bank.
Yeah, but here's the thing, TUS, is that the champion numbers are still very strong, and they just keep on getting sent all over the place. And it is just so tough for Barles to try and scramble to stop this because his units are all so expensive. The hand cannons are tough to produce, the Cataphracts are even more difficult to produce, and those champions are not getting stopped in numbers anytime soon.
Yeah, and now we're at the awkward position where Viper has no more wood in his base, and if Barles had managed to hang on for another 2 or 3 minutes, Viper would be completely dead. But the timing on this is just enough for Viper to get out.
Exactly, and now it's Viper who is at max pop and Barles who is not at max pop. He's at 174. He's trying to add in more hand cannoneers, but it's just so difficult right now for him to sustain the fight against Viper's just pure macro of his cheap and efficient units. And now Composite Bowman gonna try and snipe the Cataphracts, and I mean, they still do a ton of damage.
Yeah, that they do, and the Cataphract numbers are not there for Barles. If he had like 30 Cataphracts here, that'd be a different story. He'd clean everything, but he doesn't. His composition, his population is spent on those skirms.
Yeah, no Logistica is just so painful against a big blob of champions or Composite Bowman. And I mean, it's 8 damage per Composite Bowman shot versus an Arb, which would do 5, and the Arbs would attack slightly faster, but it's still probably a little bit better, I think, for the Composite Bowman.
Didn't you give us some math early on, Orlu? Didn't you have that worked out?
Yeah, but I think I was thinking of Castle Age and not Imperial Age. Composite Bowman might just always be better in Imperial Age.
Yeah, I think so.
If they can actually take the fight.
Especially since you get the extra blacksmith armor.
Yeah, I think that's the big one, is that you get Chemistry and Bracer, and they ignore all the Imperial Age upgrades.
Yeah, Viper getting pushed a bit, but it's a point where Barles can never move forward under those castles. I'm still looking at this now. We're 50 minutes in. Maybe Viper can take the south, but if Barles still has more castles and more map control, he still could win via score if he holds on a bit longer.
That would be very annoying, but that is possible. That is the rules. Viper is just getting enough wood income. I mean, this is really a super slim margin that Viper has to just not be completely dead, because Barles is generally doing a very good job with his map control. This castle is under threat, and of course the random keeps coming in because it's Barles, and that's what he does. And now Viper's actually losing a ton of villagers to random skirmishers.
Yeah, this is almost where I'd tell Barles, research Oninger and start chopping the trees, so Viper can't take wood.
Don't really have the gold for that right now, but, you know. I like the idea. There's one bombard cannon. Oh, it does snipe the trebuchet. I mean, these siege units are so critical for Viper, and that one is also going to go down. And now Viper's going to be stuck again because Barles is finally getting together enough of a defense.
Yeah, it's those Byzantine castles. And still, Barles, he's floating 81 vills on wood, 3k wood. He needs to get the farming sorted out. He has so much room for farming in his home base, but it's awkward because you can't wall. But he needs those farms, and I still think he really needs hoardings.
Yeah, both of those would be very, very good. I would actually guess, is crop rotation literally never worth it in Empire Wars?
It might not be. That is a good question.
Unless you go for the legendary Byzantine fast imp crop rotation.
Well, wait, it was changed, Orly. It was changed. It might be worth it now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I think it is worth it now.
Yeah, no, that's probably worth it. Not like a huge deal, but it is something that you really do need to consider. And you know what? Barles, he's back at 200 pop, and Viper's dropping. He's got no more gold income.
Yeah, and Barles has all the wood. And Barles' eco in the north is safe. Barles is going to run out of gold now, though. He has maybe 700 gold left in the north, and then the map is basically out of gold, at which point the relics start to kick in more. There's another 500 gold in the south, but that's about it. That's about it for gold, and then it's 4 relics where Viper already has 5k relic gold. Oh, he's doing crop rotation, Arlo. He's doing it.
Oh,
two-man saw crop
those
rotation
crops for me, baby.
I think hoardings would be more valuable, but he's doing it.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it's crop rotation. How could you ever not get excited?
Yeah. I remember reading in Chris's book years ago about him writing how crop rotation sometimes was completely not worth it because it doesn't kick in fast enough.
There you go.
With 20 minutes left, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Because it adds more food to the farms and delays the point where you need to reseed them, but when we're so close to the end of the game, you might not need to reseed them anyway, and when you build new farms, so it's a tricky call.
It is if you weren't floating a ton of food and wood anyway at this point in the game. Now I feel like with the time limit, getting the score there, I feel like it's a bit of a no-brainer.
Yeah, you want the score from the tech now. And he's doing hoardings,
Yes.
And with that, he's up by 4k score. I think it would be almost impossible for Viper to push fast enough to win this game.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think there's a world where Viper can win on score. Either he just wins the game by pushing down Barls, or he loses from score anyway. So it's a really tricky situation for him because he just can't afford to play the long game anymore. He's done such a good job of it, of staying alive on a map without any map control, even when map control is super important here. But he's going to be running against the clock here very soon.
What's the time limit? 75 minutes. 75 minutes.
Or an hour and 15 minutes.
I don't know what your convention is, Orlu. I always say if it's less than 100 minutes, I say the minutes, and if it's 100 or more, I say hours and minutes. So an hour 40 or more.
I always say hours and minutes, I think, because that's how most people think. At least in my experience.
I don't know, maybe that's just from my running background and timing my laps.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
But anyway, Treb push from Viper, and this is probably his last push attempt of the game.
Good push, at least.
Yeah, if he's got to 200 pop, and he has his population here. The one thing that worries me is he doesn't have any production buildings here. So as soon as Barles takes out units, he'll be reinforcing with skirms, maybe with a couple of cataphracts. Viper will have to walk really far across the map for this fight.
Yeah, and the issue, though, for Barles, I mean, just look at all those champions. The cataphracts can't engage because the champions themselves still do a ton of damage, and the composite bowmen are just eating through that armor. And yeah, you can reinforce the skirmishers, but what are skirmishers going to do for you here against all those champions with 100 HP? And this push is looking really good for Viper.
It is, but now we're down to 15 minutes. The Trebs are somewhat exposed now, and maybe a couple of cataphracts could pick one off.
The galleons are there. And the Vills.
And the repair Vills. That's why you need Logistica to kill the repair Vills while you're attacking the Trebs.
Oh, yeah. But is it just
no more
enough,
stone.
QS? I mean, again, this is really a game of inches. Is the random skirmisher production just enough to knock down these champions in time?
And 4 relics should be enough gold for Viper to make Archer or Composite Bowman plus champion.
That's still pretty gold intensive. I mean,
it is.
It's 2 relatively low gold count unit or gold cost units, but it's still a lot of overall resources. But Barles is really starting to run out of pop. Viper's really starting to run out of villagers. And Viper's army is really hard to replace, and that's an issue when his units are very bad at staying alive.
Yeah, and Barles still has enough food and perhaps crucially enough farming space in the back that he can add farmers.
Attila, coward.
Yeah, he's really got tons of space with which to work. You could also take some of the extra food from the rabbits and the shorefish as well if you really wanted to. But I mean, we said Viper had one good push left. That push isn't over yet, but it feels like it's kind of winding down. I just don't think Viper's going to be able to get to 200 pop again.
I'm going to tell you what Barles needs to do. The next Treb volley, he needs to delete that castle and not let Viper get the score.
Now that would be using your noggin. Not that I think that really matters, but that would be pretty funny.
I mean,
And
Viper's closed the
Eric
score
went thanks
gap.
for the sub to T-West.
Yeah, and Ornlu had a sub earlier, too.
Always have to thank your co-host subs. Them's the rules.
Yeah. Let me see that. Who's subbed to Ornlu? I got to scroll up in my chat. I don't see the message anymore. Too many people chatting. Oh, there we go. It is Kizara. Thank you for the sub for Ornlu.
There we go. All right, T-West, we have around, 11 minutes left in this game number 1
Just
of
about.
15 today?
We have 15 games to cast. It's play all 5.
Yeah.
The last series might not even matter. We might know the results, and we'll have all the games to cast.
That would be really unfortunate. Bombard Cannon does go down there. Again, we said Viper wouldn't get to 200 pop again, and he's not. That said, is Viper's 160 pop better than Barles' 200 pop? The army value's around 50% greater. And the castles are still going down. Viper still has his 3 critical trebuchets. Bombard Tower coming in.
Bombard Tower, let's go. I will again say, Barles needs to delete this castle. Don't give Viper the score from finishing it off.
The score lead is getting closer for Viper. And 10 minutes is a long time in game. That is not insignificant. Siphons coming in. Oh, boy.
Just clicking the text.
And I will say, I really like how the composite bowman shoots perfectly horizontally. It really feels like there's a lot of oomph behind that shot.
Yeah, a lot of armor piercing. Probably not realistic, but I like it.
Did you know that there's a new UI for attacks that pierce armor?
I did not.
It's got some fancy lines on it, and it will say ignores armor on the attack.
Like in game?
Yeah, in game. I just noticed that yesterday when I was working on a video with turtle ships.
Okay. Ornlu, you want to know something?
Sure.
I'll tell you when the game ends.
All right. Well, Lycav. Oh, this could be huge. Viper trying to quick
With the
wall.
gate.
The
Viper.
gate's very good, but it also blocks the champions. He needs to delete the gate.
He's repairing the Treb, though. He's going to kill the Light Cav. The gate will have saved him somewhat. One Treb down.
Furnace, no problem. I mean, each and every Treb that dies is almost impossible to replace as Viper.
And also, Trebs are expensive. That's more score for Barles. I mean, Viper's closed this to 2k score. He has closed this. I mean, with the 4 relics, if this were not a time limit, I think Viper actually might be able to push and win the game.
Oh, I think it's very likely Viper wins the game if this isn't a score limit. That said, he's still behind in score. Barles has plenty of resources left to take to the south, and he can still farm a bit more to the east. Barles does have his cavalry trash units out, though, so that could at least be very good for raiding, although maybe not the best for his score. Oh, Viper! Throws away a lot of comp bowmen.
Man, what's he doing with those champions? I mean, it's 2k score. We're down to just under 6.5 minutes.
And here's the thing, is that although Viper's army is, cheap on the gold cost, and he has 4 relics, he's not making any trash units. So with his gold running low, he just can't make any more units. And Viper, he's actually closing back up to 200 population, but that is all villagers and not really army, and they're idle villagers at that, so it's not really usable population.
Yeah, and he's not
and
Spanish
right now,
or
Viper's
Inca.
just going to try and go for the big old snipe here.
Where are those villas going in the north? He's just trying to find wood lines now, but that'll open up raids for Barles. And with 5 minutes left, I don't think there's a way for Viper to come back at this point. I think the score is too much. Barles has gotten that back up to 3k score.
He has as all of those villas from Viper are going down, forcing him to replenish even more villagers, which is actually taxing on your food income. I mean, Viper does have this, 20 years? Okay, 15 champions in the base of Barles.
That's true. Barles is losing some vills, but he doesn't need vills. He needs more expensive units for the score, honestly.
And to kill Viper's champions, and right now Viper continuing to lose villagers. You still have 3 castles left as Barls all over the map, which is super helpful in just hanging in there a little bit longer. Viper down to 160 pop again. He's trying to just get a little bit more out in terms of champions, but now he's just losing so many forward villagers. He's at around 100 vills and dropping, and that is...
There we go.
Wait.
Barles taking
Oh, Viper
the
resigned.
win.
It wasn't the score limit.
Yeah, that was not a score.
He didn't GG! He's toxic!
He GG'd afterwards. You know what? Yesterday, when I
No,
had
he
to
didn't.
co-op with Viper, I typed star GGs at the end, and it got chat filtered.
Oh man, but what an incredible game number 1. Barles will take it. I do think it was at least a very solid chance for Viper to win without the score victory, but Viper was just out of time and he just ran out of muscle. Really had to push there with his champions due to those time constraints, and it was unfortunate, but Barles takes game number 1 in this play all 5.
He does, and well, Viper, he needs to step his game up if he's gonna make it. And thank you for the follow. Apologies, chat. I don't have an overlay for the drafts because I didn't know what the draft format was gonna be ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't either, and we already have all the recs, so should we just get into game 2?
Yeah, let's just get into game number 2. Yeah, I'm not a fan of score victory either, but sometimes I don't know what else to do. So, Ornlu, as I'm gonna get game number 2 loaded, I'm gonna give you what I think we should do instead of score. Okay, are you ready?
Okay.
All right. So, also remember, play all 5 instead of 3.
Yes, I changed
what we
it
should
in
do.
game.
This is
What
what I
should
think
we do?
for lands, right? We play 90 minutes, and it's a normal game of Age of Empires, right? 90 minutes, normal game. When we hit 90 minutes, then we start a 30-minute Battle Royale corruption coming in from the edges of the map, pushing
my
you into the
goodness.
middle. Instead of a timer for score, you just have to play... No, it's not Battle Royale like the Monument or anything, but you just have to deal with the map getting smaller.
Oh my goodness, that would be insane. Oh man. Well, I'm at 0 seconds, and I'm ready to go when you are.
I'm ready to go whenever you are, Ornlu, so shall I count us down?
Go for it.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. I need to update the saves.
Alrighty, guys. Here we are. Game number 2 in this play all 5. Lost the first one, although it was very close and back and forth. We'll have Viper as the yellow Persians to the west of the map, and in the purple as the Saracens to the east. It will be Barles, a classic AOK matchup.
Very classic. Did I misspell Persian somehow? Why is that war elephant not on my overlay?
Well, double bit axe coming in for both players. You got an archery range for both players, so looks like a very similar opening. These two civs are quite different, though, because Persians are all about the economy, and Saracens are all about the strong units. So it's really going to be a matter of, can Viper get enough of an eco lead to muscle through Barles' strong units, camels, archers, cav archers.
Yeah, and this is a map that has changed a bit since it originally was made because there are more shallows. So there are more crossings to the Royal Albert Hall in the north, where you capture that and you get 20 pop space. You have to make sure that you keep holding onto it because you might suddenly be housed if you lose it.
Yeah, you have to be very careful about that. It's also more difficult to fully wall yourself in, because you kind of have to like loop your walls around to the north a little bit more. Like kind of like where Barles is building his market, whereas before he probably could have just like walled to the shallows a bit more easily. So it is going to be a bit more aggressively inclined than previously, although it's still certainly a map that can be quite long.
All right, I got my war elephant on my overlay. Oh, Onlu, I don't know if this is going to be the nerdiest thing you've ever heard. Right, maybe not, but it's going to be up there. The war elephant icon, if you click on it, is missing part of the graphics of the saddle. If Viper makes a war elephant this game, you'll see. You'll see. I'll remind you.
Well, that wasn't an issue because the saddle wasn't clearly visible in the original artwork. You could barely tell it was an elephant.
And you could barely tell what anything was in the original artwork. Do you know how long it took me to realize that those were boots on the deck of a ship for careening in dry dock?
Oh, that one I realized. I could barely tell, like, the war elephants were elephants. I didn't know what the medals were, though. I thought it was like a big spiky morning star for the elite upgrades.
Like the elite upgrades? Ah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Well, archers are here for both players, but Viper is going to have those scout defense upgrades, so that's going to be very helpful for him. Barles, as of yet, no blacksmith upgrades for his cavalry. Defensive watchtower coming in, but Viper already several hundred resources ahead.
And the Persians are going to have such a smooth eco. The Saracens have a timing where they can suddenly go up and use the market, but the Persians for Viper are going to have a smooth, consistent, faster working TC, more vills, and should be consistently ahead in res collected.
I love how aggressive Viper's being here. He knows his scouts are of higher quality. He knows he has the archer numbers advantage. He also knows he'll probably be slower to castle age, so he's really trying to force the issue. He's trying to corner those archers here from Barles. Killing 4 archers now would be huge. And his scouts, again, having those better upgrades, are going to have bloodlines too. Love this from Viper.
And there's those archers in the south. If Viper can clear everything from Barles, which he should because he has the numbers advantage, that's crazy.
I mean, Barles tried to take the best fights he possibly could there, and there's something to be said for that. But Viper's even finding a way to click up to castle age faster too. Jeez. No market even. This guy's good.
Yeah, no market, no nothing, just pure Persian eco.
This is clearly before the airstrikes came in. Feels bad, man. Bear goes down, Viper walling up, and there's actually a second archery range.
And 2 ranges. And spears poking each other by the Royal Albert Hall. This is actually the most important 1v1 between 2 spears we've ever had, because the winner gets 20 pop space.
Well, until another unit shows up.
Until Viper cheats with the scouts. Yesterday he cheated with Cobra cars, now he's cheating with scouts.
Absolutely tragic. Well, my opponent cheated in my my TTLC matchup because he decided to tower rush me on bypass. That's cheating
That sounds
too.
legal.
No, that's definitely not.
Did you upload the Rex?
I did upload the Rex.
Oh, good order.
Actually, no, I didn't. My opponent uploaded the Rex.
Well, anyway, the archer is now from Viper, forced back from a few skirms from Barles, but Viper's going to have an archer plus scout composition to turn into crossbows once he's up. And might even be tempted for the Persian cav archers. I wonder if Viper would be tempted by that.
Don't tempt me, Viper. Got crossbowmen, bodkin, and bloodlines coming in, so that switch is still very much on the cards. That said, he doesn't quite have the gold income right now, and he's just going to add a TC to the west, going to continue to leverage that eco, whereas Barles is kind of stuck making skirmishers, and that's not really what you want to be doing with Saracens. You want to be making gold units if you can.
Yeah, you want to be making archers to punch through the walls for more than anything, or camels to counter the knights. But it's tricky against the Persians. It feels like whatever you do, they're going to have more, and it's much easier for them to swap with that knight crossbow double gold composition.
Yeah, and Viper just continuing to push ahead with the economies, ahead by over 500 resources. Those gold miners are also in a bit of danger, as that is just too close to those archers. And right now, Barles is kind of in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, and then in the back we have another TC for Barles.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Barles just got across the river, and he is in the Viper's base with his ranged units, and he is going to get some actual value here. Beautiful runaround.
He is feudal archers with bodkin. Let's go. And Viper trying to defend, but he's off gold. He's off a lot of farms. This is what you need to do to the Persians. Idle their eco. Idle their eco so they can't keep the TCs running.
Exactly. It's your villagers don't gather any faster, so you just need to leverage those TCs, just churning out villagers at a faster rate. A few random cav units come in, but they are weak enough that this Saracen camel is going to be doing some good damage. And although all of these units will eventually die for Barles, you can see right there, Barles, with his disruption, able to equalize the villager count, and that is huge for him.
Yeah, and here comes another camel with all that HP. 125 HP.
I personally think that's actually too much. I think it should
Without
be 115 in
bloodlines.
Castle Age.
You get to
Yeah, no
145.
I think 115 HP in Castle Age without bloodlines is perfectly fine.
You know what I miss? The Saracen's unique tech that the monks got gold when they died.
Yes. Good old Madrasa.
I missed
So
that.
useful.
I think I was the only person who ever used that because it was clutch and Saladin pacifist. But I miss it.
I tried using it in the community game once, and it really wasn't very good. But Ballistics is now in for Barles, and the thing with Viper is that he is still killing all of his opponent's army, and now he's the one who's going to try and launch a counterattack, but we have Barles here with his tower. It does have Ballistics, and Viper's actually going to take a few crossbow losses, good micro, but not really what he was looking for right there.
Yeah, most importantly, Barles had walled all the way to the edge of the map. Viper didn't, so that's going to mean when Viper crosses the shallows, he has nowhere to go between the tower and the walls.
Exactly, and now Barles is actually going to expand to the north, and this is actually something we don't see very often. Usually players want to expand to the south because that's where all of these extra resources are, gold, stone, and food via the Mouflon. But Barles, he's going to work towards the relics to the north, and of course the Royal Albert Hall. Not that it matters all that much right now, but it is still an interesting development.
Yeah, to the south, it's almost like Gold Rush, but there's a trade workshop to the north with pop space. Now, I don't know if you remember this, Ornley, but I casted one game where there was... The only time I've seen the player who takes the trade workshop win was when they were the Goths. and they already had extra pop space from the Civ bonus, and then they added another plus 20 from the trade workshop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that 230 Goth pop. That was pretty fun.
That was scary.
All right, Eastgrim coming in here for Viper. Now, Persians, much more so than Saracens, are fine just keeping all their vills on food and wood. Those are your booming resources and, of course, what you need for your skirms anyway. So Viper is still fine, and he's still ahead by 13 vills to us. His eco is very, very powerful, 1,500 more resources.
And that's after all the raids, too. So Barles is a 4-0 ahead in the KD, and Viper's still up by 14 vills.
And, I mean, it really is just a matter of one, Viper with Persians, that eco is fantastic, but also his macro, 19 seconds idle time with Persians and that raid. That is really, really strong mechanics there from Viper.
Yeah, and now Barles is kind of facing the situation. He's taking his back gold. He's mined a lot of his forward gold, too. And yeah, he's Saracens, he can use the market, but he needs to think about getting to the middle when it looks like Viper is the one with the initiative and all the army taking the gold in the south.
That does appear to be the case, at least for now. Ballistics is going to be huge. Army is going to be meeting up here. That said, the issue for Persians is longevity. Especially if you're working the archery range here, none of these units scale very well at all into Imperial Age. Viper's got archers and skirms and cav archers, and none of them are going to be good long-term unit composition, so you eventually want to be making cavalry units. But, I mean, that's going to be really tough to pull off.
Yeah, now Viper, there's a hole in his walls, there's an overchop, and Barles is in. Barles is in.
Yeah, Viper going to be fleeing with his villagers as best he can, but Viper himself is going for a big counterattack, and there's like a one-house hole that Barles really wishes he had right now.
Yeah, but the scorpions for Viper are going to be in the back. They'll be picked off by the camels, and Vinch can just disengage. Viper, no way to clean this army in the back of his base now, but he is up by 20 vills.
He's up by 20 vills, and he's also idling Barles' eco, so there is plenty to be said there. There's only one range from Barles. He never added a second one. He doesn't have the production to deal with this T West.
And he's finally losing vills. He needs something in the back. He's doing a panic TC so he can garrison vills, but that gold is still exposed. And if he's taken off of that gold, then he has no gold left. Oh, does he get the TC up? Viper's there. He's gonna kill some vills.
I mean, TC goes up, but you're still taking some heavy losses. And behind this, Viper is just casually dropping TC number 4 to the south, as well as a castle. Yes, these units in the back of his base are annoying, and he is behind in Villagers Lost, but he just has so many more to play with in the first place. And he's also attacking his opponent, so it feels like it's all fine for him.
Yeah, and hopefully it is. There goes that TC. And he should have all the gold control he needs now. And now these raids in the back by his gold aren't as important because he can move the vills to the south.
Yeah, the important thing for Viper is that his vills weren't idled. He basically just took them from the back of his base and moved them down to the south of the map, whereas Barles is just straight up not working with his economy, and that is just such a huge loss. He's now 3,000 resources behind, and Viper is just cruising here, or in game number 2.
And he's doing gold shaft mining too.
Well, Persians do get all the eco upgrades.
They do. They only miss Bracer out of the Capture Age techs. I don't think there's any civ that gets all of the Capture Age techs.
Capture Age techs?
Yeah, in the top left corner or the top right, like all the little Capture Age icons. Like Saracens here, they miss crop rotation. Persians, they miss Bracer. The previous game, Byzantines, they miss Blast Furnace.
Yeah, Burgundians also have all the eco attacks, but they don't have the last armor upgrade for archers.
They don't have bloodlines either.
Yeah, they don't have bloodlines either. Something like that.
Well, Barles, different prioritization on this map than we've seen from pretty much everyone. Castle in the north? There are 5 relics in the north, so you do have a rather long-term gold supply from relics. But with a 75-minute limit and all the gold in the south, I don't think the game could possibly last long enough that the relics are better than the gold.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And with gold, Persians can really start to make some scary units. That's when you can start to churn out Savars. That's when you can start to even think about war elephants. And if you can accompany those with halbs, that's actually going to be really tough for Saracens to deal with.
Chat saying Magyars have them all since Stone Shaft isn't on
They don't have the last
Capture Age.
armor upgrade for infantry.
Yeah, they missed that. So Imp for Viper, that's going to come in very quickly with that faster working Persian TC too.
Yeah, always nice to get that little bit of a faster age up as the Persians. Not the really like a timing heavy civ, but it's still just better to be up faster than not faster. And no Kamandarin yet, so those are just regular costing crossbowmen, but it feels like, I mean, the world is Viper's oyster at the moment. He can go for really anything, and it's going to be tough to stop.
And there's Imp and Barles. He's about ready to click up, but he's already 30 vills behind.
He's 30 vills behind and an entire Imperial Age research time behind, and those things together are not very good. He's trying to do a little bit more raiding over here, but it's just to what end does this actually matter? Viper is getting chemistry, and honestly, I feel like he could probably be a bit more decisive in producing units. Okay, there's heavy camel coming in. It's still going to give Barles a bit more time.
Yeah, now Castle in the north for Viper. I don't know how close you need to be to this trade workshop to grab it, or if buildings count for grabbing it. Well, Viper's sending a monk there. Maybe he gets it now.
Buildings don't count. I don't know how close they have it, so that... Okay, so it's actually... You don't even need to be all that close.
Yeah, I was worried the vills on the wood line might have kept it under Barles' control, but nope, Viper goes and grabs it. Pop space doesn't matter just yet, but Viper can get up to 225 now.
And he will be making hand cannoneers and heavy camels, and that is going to be a pretty solid army composition here for the Persians player. Bombard cannon coming in here as well, and I mean, Barles is just going to struggle for gold. I mean, I know you're Saracens, but the market can only do so much for you.
Yep, there's a conversion on a Vill in the north. And also only 4 relics for Barles. Where's the 5th relic, Warnler?
What 5th relic? We've never had a 5th relic in AoE 2 T-West. Don't be ridiculous.
Are we missing another relic? Do we need to restart both these games? It's gotta be monk holding a relic somewhere. So Imperial Age for
Monk is holding
Barles.
a relic for Viper.
Is there?
Yeah. All the relics spawned in the north of the map, and there clearly aren't any more there, and none of the monks are holding relics.
And Barles has... Yeah, he has all 4 of them. Alright, and forward castle for Viper. He has a cannon there, and he's going for the treb push. And I don't see a clear way for Barles to stop this. He can add camels, but already there are camels for Viper, and there are hand cannoneers as well to back them up. And hand cannoneers should be pretty darn good against camels.
Yeah, they're pretty darn solid, especially with you having the camel meat shield yourself. And yes, Saracen camels are better than Persian camels, but you're just going to have so many more Persian camels in the first place that it's going to be tough for Saracens to keep up in that regard. And you actually are totally right. Italians have all the capture H techs. Good call.
Italians, ooh, that's a good one.
Full blacksmith, full eco upgrades, plus bloodlines.
Yeah, and they have the last infantry armor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did they miss one of the shaft minings?
They do miss, I think, stone shaft mining?
I think stone shaft. Yeah, but that doesn't matter for the capture H techs.
Yeah. They do
Here we
miss
go,
one
Italians.
for sure. Or no gold shaft, my bad.
Yeah, one of those they miss. Oh, 30 HP on the TC for Barles, but it doesn't go down.
It's left up as a warning to the others. Don't
To
you
the other
dare
TCs.
cross the army of Viper.
And Viper's going to be breaking in the south, and Barles is going to have to run his vills. Well, I guess the good thing for Barles is he's mined all the gold, so he can run, and you just go to the north. But there isn't space in the north now, because Viper has control of that area of the map, too.
Yeah, this is just really being stuck between a rock and a hard place as Barles. He's going to try and snipe the bombard cannons and might be successful at that, as Viper just now trying to scooch on back. But pikemen are starting to come in. Of course, having halbs as Persians is so huge when Saracens don't have them. And right now it's just, you don't have any map control, nor do you really have a great army to go for as Barles.
And Camel's trying to snipe a treb.
Though, because he lost the monument.
But, oh, yeah, that's... Well, I guess Barles could maybe win if more pop is more important than more gold, but I don't think so.
Nah, he's still losing the south, and hand cannoneer plus camel is a really strong army composition at this stage of the game. Barles just doesn't really have what it takes to try and deal with that. I mean, you'd want Mamelukes to deal with all that, but it's so hard to get to Mamelukes here, especially since you only have one castle.
I mean, you don't even really want Mamelukes against the camels.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because Mamelukes, they don't do the bonus damage to camels that they do against Cav. So heavy camel is actually something of a counter to Mamelukes. That's why you don't see Mamelukes that much in the Saracen mirror, because the heavy camels are so much better.
Yeah, it's they move faster and they deal bonus damage without taking bonus damage. It's just one of the ways the unit's balanced.
Yeah, and for the Saracens, they have all the extra
balance.
HP too.
Yeah. But
Yeah, and
right
this
now,
is I was gonna say this is a situation where if Barles had the eco, he could mirror this composition with higher HP camels, but that's not where he's at, even with 151 vills.
yeah, it's you don't have the eco efficiency of 90 vills on wood, which is almost never something you want. And Viper has all the gold income, so he can continue to make these units. And yet he's really only making Halb. Now he's going to be switching over into Savars. And I mean, Savar plus Halb is a very, very good army composition.
It is, but if there's one way Viper loses the game, it's if he has 171 vills and loses control of the monument in the north, and then can't make army.
Yeah, the 172 vills does feel a little bit excessive, to be honest.
He's
Especially
relying
if
on
you're
the
not
pop
going War
space.
Elephants. Like, come on, you're on 170 vills. Go War Elephants, man. But it does feel like Viper's been kind of slow rolling this victory, and I think that if this were Leary playing, Barles would be dead already. Like, the push would be so much more decisive and faster, and Viper is just kind of slow rolling this one.
And now light cav for Barles is also running out of wood. There's not much wood on this map, and you can run out. He needs the northern corner for the wood.
That is a lot of villagers to us. That's a lot of vills, all trying to gather wood.
Yeah, very
Still,
very
Halbs are fully
efficient.
upgraded here.
So, well, Barles is collapsing now. I don't think there's anything left for him.
He really doesn't have anything going for him in this game at this point. Technically, his population is okay, but, I mean, we just look at the map control, we look at the composition here from Viper.
Oh, the cows are even trying to chop wood. That's when things are going south, when the cows are chopping wood for you.
Well, that's called chopping wood till the cows come home, to West. And those cows, they're home. And so is Viper here in game number 2 as we are all tied up.
Sad we didn't get to see a war elephant. Viper does tie it up. 3 more games to go. And better KD, but it's the Persian Eco that really powers him to victory that game.
And just a really strong job of that, keeping Barls on the back foot and just really just churning out those villagers, especially in early to mid game, keeping the TC idle time low, especially when you were getting raided, is not easy to do, but very well done there from Viper.
Yep, and that is not the draft. Sorry, chat, that's not the draft. Yeah, 34 RFZG% indeed.
Something like that.
All right, Ornlu, so game number 3. Let me find capture age.
I'm ready whenever you are at 0 seconds.
Give me 1 moment. It is Georgians against Celts, and the map will be Dorothea Quarry. So... okay, whenever you're ready, then 3, 2, 1, go. So game number 3 will be Dorothea Quarry, a map that everyone got all their vills. Everyone started with 29 pop, no missing vills. And Georgians versus Celts. We have a UK civ in the Celts for Barles. Home field advantage.
We sure do, and he is making militia, T West. Oh boy.
Ooh. Well, he really needs Celts on Loch Ness, I think.
Yeah. Also, guys, if you win 2 sets, you're through no matter what, because you'll have won the head-to-heads against both players. I don't think there's a way that's even possible to not qualify if you win 2 sets. It's really a matter of if it's like 1 set, 1 set, 1 set, then it's the actual individual games breakdown.
Yeah, and I assume that they're giving us Rex in the order that the final set matters. But maybe
Yes,
we
I
could
hope
use that to
so.
determine if there are spoilers for the second set.
Oh, yeah. It's possible. But we have men-at-arms coming in, and these militia are moving out on the map. Vinch has a dock, he's got a fishing ship out, and Viper's just going archers. He's playing a much, much more passive approach here.
Yeah, I know. Ornlu, it's purple, but it's Barles. It's not Vinch.
Did I say Vinch? You said Vinch last game.
I know I did. Open Viper,
It's
he
'cause
can't
Vinch is in our
dock.
hearts.
He can't dock.
Oh.
And he also can't quick wall on the oysters. You can walk on them, but you can't quick wall. It's shallows too, and that vill goes down. So great start for the purple Barles player, who also gets men-at-arms in on the berries. Viper's microing against the scout, and he has to run the vills. They should survive, but he has to get away from the berries.
Celt men-at-arms are so good now because they move faster than the archers. I mean, they always move faster than archers, but now it's much more decisively faster against archers. Now, Viper did a very nice job quick-walling in these vills on the wood line, which is super essential, but this is just not the sort of situation you want to be in. Barles had the fishing ships, which means that his delayed double bid axe isn't as much of an issue, and, he importantly has the upgrade now. Viper's trying to run away with another villager, and this is just so uncomfortable for our yellow player.
Yeah, yes, that's the speed, a quick wall. And oh no, Barles, not the spear. Takes the poke on the scout. But he's happy to be fishing. Fishing, taking the oysters, so he doesn't need more mining camps. And no pressure at all on his eco. A couple of skirms to defend in case he needs them. But Viper's scout lost some hit points. And Viper will attempt to go hulks now. But Barles can just garrison in the dock.
Yeah, I mean, this is the new water meta, so much more passive in the early game due to, well, this happening. And there you go, and now Viper can't really do a whole heck of a lot. Oysters can be gathered with those fishing ships, so at the very least, they can still work, but you just have to micro these guys back and forth, and Viper could still snipe fills. Hulks do a ton of damage.
Yeah, but now there's another Hulk for Barles, and the Vills could even try to repair that Hulk. And I'm still wondering why Viper queued a fire. What, in this small of a body of water, I don't think you do anything other than hulks.
Yeah, maybe it was a misclick or, old habits with just making fire chips here, but that is definitely not what you want to be doing. That said, Viper is here with the Scout, and there really isn't a whole lot of anti-Scout potential. And archers are coming in here from Viper, so this is still kind of scary. There's a defensive watchtower coming in for Barls, and his eco balance, again, not the best. He needs to get that market to buy some food. And Viper has some potential here.
Yeah, Barles will have some skirms. He can't get the wall up in time. He's relying on that tower to cover too large of an area. And there are the skirms to pick off archers. Bills might need to fight here.
Oh, but the Scout, T-West, the Scout is getting
low.
so much value from Viper.
Very low on HP, and now the archers are trapped against the skirms. How can Barles micro here? He's gonna have one more skirm popping out soon. If Viper micros down the skirms, then he can raid Vils again. And he does. And it's gonna take Barles a while before he can get more reinforcements. Barles had decided to go forward with his army, rather than defending at home, but by the time he gets there, Viper's walled and has defensive archers out for the men-at-arms.
Yeah, the issue here for Barles is that the skirmishers were on the low ground and didn't even have the +1 defense, so Viper's archers were still doing a fair amount of damage to those skirmishers, and Viper, with this counterattack, absolutely doing work after a very awkward start for him, so able to recover, cross the map, and now he is just in a way better spot economically.
Yeah, 7-0 Eco KD in favor of Viper, and he's now doing a tower to defend against the men-at-arms. It is kind of scary with how quickly they break through now. No arson, though. No arson, but they do have forging. And they're through, they're in on Viper's woodline.
There's nowhere for those Bills to run. Oh my goodness, this game could be getting very awkward very fast for both players. That said, Scouts plus Archers should still be a better army composition. Viper does get that wall in.
Oh, Viper with the gate. With the gate, trapping the men-at-arms. And both players up to the castle age. Viper a bit faster, but men-at-arms, 2 kills there, but now they're trapped against the archers. And Barles can pretty much just stand ground patrol to try to dodge arrows, and that's about all he can do with those men-at-arms.
Yeah, that is, of course, very annoying for him. But still, on his way up to Castle Age, note that both players had to build a defensive watchtower, so no extra TCs are available just yet. But Viper, with that mobility, he's able to cross the map. Of course, Georgians, as a cavalry civ, are going to want to work towards those stable units in the mid-game. I say that as Viper's probably just going to go Cav Archers, isn't he?
Yeah, and Barles not paying attention to the fish, doesn't garrison them in the dock. And also thank you, Kigo, for subbing to Ornlu. As the men-at-arms
thank
are
you,
clean.
Kigo. Deville there is sniped. I mean, both players have taken some pretty big losses. That said, I still like Viper's position more.
Yeah, I think that was just a huge mistake from Barles to go forward with the men-at-arms. He thought he could defend with the tower and skirms, but that one scout early on, combined with the now slower production time of skirms, meant he didn't get enough out in time. If he had one more skirm, like 30 seconds earlier, he would have been fine, but not the case.
And the skirmishers were attacking uphill against the archers, and that is just not a great combo to have. That said, Castle Age is in. We have medium warships coming in, so Viper is still going to be focusing on the Navy at least to some degree. I mean, it's interesting with these civs, right, TOS? Because neither are really late-game naval powerhouses.
No, but Celts can be tricky with their wood collection speed. Also, we get to see the lovely glitch where the Mediterranean ships change their sails to the African sails when they attack the Feudal Age hulks.
Yep. Gotta love that one. I thought I was going crazy the first time I saw that. I'm like, what? But the scouts are going down for Viper, and the skirmishers are going to take some better fights. I mean, yes, Viper is switching to Cav Archers anyway, but you don't want to throw away units like that.
No, you don't. An elite skirm now for Barles as the TC will go up. The ship's throwing ropes and grappling hooks. Yep. I don't know what you think, Ornlu, but I think it looks absolutely silly.
It's no James Bond grapple hook, that's for sure. No James Bond Nightfire grapple hook with your cell phone ability.
No, these ships do not have cell phones.
Really underwhelming, but here we are. Viper gonna just run in with the Cav Archers.
No, he's not. He's getting walled out, Ornlu. Barles is gonna quick wall those Cav Archers.
Well, one quick wall deserves another, and Viper loses 3 of his remaining archers there to stray TC fire, and Viper hasn't had quite the clean unit control he's really needed here. Still getting damage done, though, so, I mean, I guess he can't be that unhappy. Both players have very few villagers on food, but Viper's making a mostly gold-heavy army.
And Skirm for Barls, still trying to defend against the Cav archers. They will heal, and we have Devotion for Viper. I mean, there aren't that many monks for Barls. I know he's a clown, but... is Devotion really what you want to be spending your resources on right now?
You'd think that would be better spent on some other
Bowsaw.
upgrades. Yeah, Bowsaw would be one. No Thumbring for Georgians. But getting another TC would be one. That said, Viper has 3 fortified churches now, and that is going to be a huge boost to his own economy, as Georgian Eco, if played properly, is possibly the strongest economy in the game over time.
And then we have TC going up for Viper as he keeps adding churches. The church is definitely amazing for an eco bonus. I don't know how you feel about that, Ornu. I don't like the design of plop down churches everywhere and get the strongest eco.
Well, I just don't like aura effects in general.
And
Feels a
Viper?
little icky to me.
Viper, what are you doing to that TC? Viper didn't finish his TC. He shift queued to the stone. Oh, there he goes. Now he notices.
There you go. It's all there you go. Anyway, Bowsaw and Heavy Plow both coming in for Viper, so he is still getting those upgrades that he needs. And I mean, look at the resources, TOS. He's already ahead by 1,300. He's on his 3 TCs faster, even with a little bit of a glitch in the system. And he can just keep on scaling up those Cav archers, except he's not making any more.
Viper's enjoying holding on to 1k gold. He's hoping to put it in the bank and get some interest.
Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have a Swiss Civ yet for the banking. Or I guess a Dutch Civ would also work there.
Yeah, that would be the
Nice
AoE
wipe on
3
the mug.
civ.
Yes. Well, the Dutch and AoE 3 have those banks. One of my favorite AoE 3 civs for sure.
No, one of the civs I never have ever played in AoE 3 because they don't have a campaign. Or at least didn't. Maybe they do now. I don't know what they've done to
none
Age
of the
3.
civs in AoE 3 have a campaign to us. What are you talking about?
That's true. None of them do. Well, at least there are copies of civs with campaigns. You got to play the Spanish and the Germans and the Britons somewhat.
Sort of. Oh, man. Well, I mean, more fortified churches here for Viper. He's 10 vills ahead. He's getting the big boost to his eco. Barles is adding in a 4th TC, but the Celt eco, I mean, it's 15% faster working lumberjacks versus 10% faster working everything within the fortified church radius, which Viper has, of course, done a very good job of making almost all of his villagers within that radius.
Yeah, the thing for the Celts is they have a trade-off. When it goes imp, they don't have 2-man saw. So the Georgians don't either, but they still get 10% for everything else. So once they get imp, that bonus, that difference becomes even larger.
Especially when it comes to farming in late game, because then you're getting mini Slav farms and also all of those other bonuses and a much easier to work with military than Slavs have. Skirmishers dying University is a little bit annoying. Both players grabbing a handcart, but it feels like Viper is simply too powerful to destroy. Viper also picked up 4 relics, by the way, guys, and that is not at all insignificant as Viper's cruising.
We have 5 total relics on the map. It's 4-1. We have the relics this game.
Finally,
that's
the first
a
game
castle.
is actually going to count in this series. Oh my goodness, look at this castle from Viper. It's right next to 3 TCs.
And he's going to do a church along with the castle. So this is actually crazy when you do the church along with the castle, because the church builds so quickly, it then gives you a spot to garrison vills in case you're against any type of forward pressure. But now it's going to be a counter castle from Barles, but he has 3 TCs, but he doesn't have as many vills as Viper does. So that 13 to 18, and Viper had a nice head start.
Yeah, and Viper's clicking up to imp behind this. Barles is going to be unable to do so. His eco is just so much worse than Viper's. And I mean, it's not like Barles is transitioning to a good army composition right now. He's on the elite skirmishers as Celts.
I will say Celts have the better architecture on the castle, but not the better position, as Viper's going to get a second castle.
I mean, they just look a little different. The Georgian castle looks much more like a fortification, and the Celt castle looks more like a palace.
There's some. I think the Celt castle, like, the dimensions are slightly off. Like, it's too tall and not wide enough. The Georgian one, like, the dimensions are better. Like but the Celt one just looks awesome.
Oh, it looks great, for sure.
So on the
now
left...
another castle coming in here from Viper.
On the left, there are a couple of light cav from Viper picking off army from Barles. And Barles going for a ram push. He's doing murder holes, doing everything he can to win the castle fight. Actually, that murder holes is super effective for him here.
Yeah, that was good. And now the Vils are there to repair the ram. It is a Celt ram, too. There's, what, 3-4 petards at the moment, and... I mean, that's going to be a lot of dead units from Viper. The issue is that he has 2 castles, and he still has the far better eco, so as valiant an effort as this is, I'm not too sure it's going to be the most impactful.
I mean, those rams are not going down on that murder. Oh, petards, too. So yeah, down it goes, sudden disaster style. Barles sniping the castle. Can he ram push the other castle? I don't think he can without the cover of his own castle this time.
Yeah, not without the cover of his own castle, especially because Viper has a melee unique unit that's, of course, going to be very good at killing rams.
And Barles not trying to do a defensive castle. And there are galleys from Viper there.
Yeah, I mean, good move there from Viper. Imp is in, and honestly, I would not be surprised to see a tap out here. Yeah, there we go. Viper.
There we go.
1 game away from that very important win. Remember, you're only
needs all of them.
2 series. Well, I mean, yeah, you need every point, but if you win both series, you're through anyway.
Yeah, but yesterday, Viper made like 20 Cobra cars and still got swept by Lewis, so he needs every win he can get.
I'm not too sure if the Viper yesterday was the full tryhard that Viper today is probably going to be. Not that Lewis can't totally beat Viper, that's like a total possibility, but we'll have to see.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Is it based on match wins or set wins? We don't know.
I would assume it's based on set wins, but is there a world where you can win both sets and not win number 1 in this little round robin?
No. But I guess it, like, since it would be like a 3-way, like if one player beats another who beats another, it would be based on like total wins. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, the match wins seem to only matter if it goes 1-1, 1-1, 1-1.
And of course, we could have... We had like 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, or 5-0, 5-0, 5-0.
So, 6 wins, I guess. Oh, well, that would be versus 7 wins. Oh, yeah, so it would have to be a 3-2 and then a sweep. Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Wow, okay.
It's possible, yeah.
3 times 5. Well, remember, you're only playing 2 sets. I mean, we're casting 3 sets, but the players are only playing 2.
Let's see if I can get my capture age to behave.
I am all ready to go when you are.
All right, I'm paused at 0 seconds, so 3, 2, 1, go. And this is game number 4 on Crownwood with Viper up 2-1 over Barles. And,
Indeed.
well, Crownwood, you have lots of these little hilltops that are crowned with wood.
The name is pretty on the nose, it must be said. And, oh, Barles is immediately going to pull his villagers away from that very exposed wood line. Viper gets lumber camps on 3 different wood lines. I'm not sure which is, like, objectively better, but that's not going to be good for Barles' early eco to send so many villagers all the way across his base.
Hell, he's going to decide to wall. He just wants to wall up to the edge of the map and stay safe. This is a very weird map where you're incredibly open, but you're so far apart that it also is easy to wall.
Yeah, you're typically pretty close to the corners of maps, I feel, on this one, so it's much easier to wall yourself into a corner than if you're on the side. But Viper's here with his Magyar Scout, free forging, and I mean, speaking now to the civs, it's basically two good Arabia civs, Vietnamese. In my opinion, one of the overall best civs in AoE2 right now. They have no real weaknesses. Magyars, it's still an open map. They're still going to be quite powerful.
Vietnamese have Fire Lancers, and Fire Lancers are still scary.
They're still scary, but like they also are, I think, the only civ with like very relevant bonuses to all of archers, skirmishers, and cav archers. Like that's just so much
Fire
flexibility.
Lancers.
I mean, and Fire Lancers on top of it, and they also have elephants and imp skirms and an amazing unique unit and bombard cannons.
Yeah, and the imp skirms, I've seen Crownwood run out of gold a couple of times, and that's where the imp skirms really shine.
That said, you are against maybe the one civ that you can't post imp no gold, and that's Magyars, who are, I think, probably just the best civ when gold runs out.
Yeah, maybe Magyars or maybe Byzantines, depending on, like, I think it's kind of matchup dependent. But yeah, Magyars are such a weird civ in late game because they don't have good siege, they don't have cannon, they don't have siege ram, it's only capped ram. And it is a very difficult situation if you're Magyars and you want to push. But at the same time, their unique unit is a trash unit that snipes trebs, so they can get to that late game situation fairly often.
And the Magyar Hussars make it almost impossible to push in the first place, so you can just raid your opponent to death, in theory. It's a little bit awkward to play, but it's still, I think, one of, if not the best. Of course, Byzantines are up there, Spanish are up there. There are several good civs, Lithuanians are up there.
Yeah, and also they have a certain tech called herbal medicine, and combined with recurve bow cav archers is actually really good for them because they can have a gold unit that stays in the back with the extra range, doesn't die, and then heals up. And you don't need to commit your cav archers, which are incredibly powerful with an extra attack to the fights. You can pull them back and choose when and where to use them.
Yeah, extra attack and extra range make them that much harder to stop. I mean, a lot of people would consider Magyar cav archers to be the best in AoE2, which is fair enough. And right now, Viper, with one early kill, he's also doing just fine in terms of his economy. I'd love to see Barles grab Wheelbarrow before clicking up, because I feel like it's a great way to utilize that Vietnamese bonus, but looks like he's just going to decide to click up first instead.
Yeah, eco upgrades cost no wood and research faster. When Wheelbarrow and Handcart research faster, it greatly behooves you to research them as early as you can.
Indeed, but Barles can click that up. Barles can click that up. There
it goes.
And Viper going to easily clean all this stuff up, so, I mean, really strong fight for him, and well, it's really hard to argue with his position right now. He's got full map control, he's fully walled, and he's Magyar surviving to Castle Age.
Yeah, he's up, and this is tricky because Barles, he played this entire game, abandoning the wood line, full wall, and not going as heavy into army as Viper has, and he hasn't really gotten an advantage from it. Viper is winning the fights, and he's not even a Vill's worth of timing behind to the Castle Age.
And he didn't have to invest in the defensive watchtower, and I think that part of that's just Viper, turning on his map hacks and having a better map than Barles, because Viper has more wood lines that he can more readily utilize. But, I mean, that's AoE too. You got to play with the map that you are given. And Barles is going to try and send a couple Vills to stone, but, I mean, he's going to need to find a way, I think, to get more of an eco lead, because that's 2 games in a row now where Barles has just sort of been barreled over by Viper's economy.
Yeah, and I'm still not entirely sure the way the wood lines are set up, if it's better, as you were saying, to have 2 lumber camps together or 3 spread out.
I feel like it's better if the 2 lumber camps are on that backwood for Barles.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's better to have all 3 spread out.
And
that
now
said, Barles is in Castle. He almost has the stone for extra TC, so he can afford to just sort of sit back and chill for now.
He's long distance mining some stone to make up for that 100 he sold at the market earlier. And Viper also, he's done this without using the market, so his build has been 100% clean.
Yeah, really strong play from Viper so far. I mean, it was definitely a pretty messy game number 1, but Viper's been known to do that in the past, and he has since recovered from it, and now is looking to be the Viper that we would expect to be, at the bare minimum, qualifying for a tournament like this. Both players adding 2 TCs, but Magyar's ahead in economy over Vietnamese, Viper's got to be happy.
Yeah, and now he's in the kind of the awkward stage where you're in the mid game. Neither civ has gotten to their super strong late game composition. Imp Skirms versus Magyars with recurve bow plus Magyar Hussar. And it might just be both players booming, both going for 3 TCs, not really being all that aggressive. And Viper going to be, as he's adding in monks, thankful that the map has all 5 relics this time.
Oh, that is absolutely essential. But I feel like this game state really has to favor Magyars because Viper was able to have a more efficient early game. Because if both players have an early game that, shall we say, is even in efficiency, it's really good for Vietnamese because they're a much better civ economically than are the Magyars. But because Viper was able to get that early lead, that basically nullifies the Vietnamese advantage, and Viper should be pretty confident that his civ can take it in the long game.
Yeah, and Res collected, Viper's still ahead. And I wonder how much Barles is hurt by having all those vills and running them from one side of the map to the other at the start. Because that was 10 vills who were idled for a good 30 plus seconds walking across his base.
That was very underwhelming there for Barls. Viper going to try and be in a bit of an awkward, annoying position for the woodline of Barls. Skirms are here to deflect him, though, so just a bit of a nuisance there by Viper. Eco upgrades are going to be looking identical. Viper's already going to be taking the forward relic. This is some Viper greed right here.
That it is. And even though Barles has the best unit in the game, they're not in a position to stop the monk from grabbing that relic.
And Viper's just had to invest so little into all of this. You know, he's got Light Cav, and he invested into Bloodlines and +1 defense. And that's it. His archers aren't really upgraded, his skirms aren't upgraded, whereas Barles is getting all of these skirm techs, he's getting ballistics for him, Elite Skirmisher itself is very expensive in early Castle Age, and I mean, it's just not looking good for him.
And heavy plow for Viper, he's doing the eco upgrades. He just needs handcart now, and that'll be it for him.
And Light Cav are there. Yes, Barles gets a few snipes here and there, that is all good. But, I mean, look at the eco distribution as well. Viper 27 on food, 17 on wood, and it's almost the opposite for Barles. Viper's eco balance is perfect here.
Yeah. To be fair, Barles is not going as food heavy as Viper is with the Light Cav. He's adding in the Fire Lancers. But usually getting the farms as soon as you can is what benefits you because it helps you get Imp. And Viper with the 4th TC is boom. Is great here. And those cheap Magyar Light Cav have been a great opening for him. Get a bit of a discount, get to the Castle Age faster, and keep the map control for relics now. As old Monk Foot Race on the left, and Barles wins it. He just gets the relic
the pebble
first.
from my hand, Grasshopper.
But already 2 relics for Viper, and he needs to realize the monk is walking back. That's the downside. You don't get an alert if you don't pick up the relic. And his monk's just gonna walk into a Fire Lancer and skirms. Oh no, they both turn at the same time. They're
Nice
both like,
cute
nope.
There.
Oh, thank you, John
Heavy
Slow,
plow.
for the raid. We're here with Ornlu casting some players who built walls on an open map. So it's like do-it-yourself arena, basically.
You know, some classy players, shall we say. Some players with a slightly higher intellect than average. It's how you AoE 2 right there.
Yeah, Dark Noob in the chat. I remember watching Dark Noob play a 4-hour game, Magyars versus Slavs, where he won with herbal medicine and cav archers.
I played a few Magyars versus Slavs that have gone very long, and it's very tough for Slavs.
Yeah, it's like Slavs have a huge advantage in early imp when they have gold, and then the gold runs out, and it's just... You can't do anything against the cav archers.
You're very sad. Alright, right here. Fire Lancers, I mean, they're doing pretty well. They were nerfed, but are still very strong overall.
Now here's something,
And
Ornlu, where siege towers allowed.
Siege towers are allowed, though, right?
I don't know, are they?
I mean, they weren't in the qualifier, but they have since been nerfed pretty heavily.
But, I mean, we allowed them in TTL. We did see a few instances where they were used, but they no longer gain speed with units inside of them. They have 0.96 right from the start.
And they only have 5 garrison space, right?
Nope,
Or
they
is
have
that
10.
changed?
That was
Okay.
just what I did for TTL.
Okie dokie. Well, I mean, the thing is, Bullet, that it was Viper's much more efficient early game that gave him a little bit of a stronger eco in early Castle Age, and that plus Viper macro is just allowing him, despite being the worst eco civ, to have the better economy, which is just so huge in this matchup.
Yeah, and we were talking about the lumber camps earlier. The way this map spawned and the way Barles wanted to wall, he would have definitely preferred having 2 lumber camps on the top side of his base and only 1 in the right, because he could have just sent those vills to gold or to chickens and not had all the walk time that he did with 2 lumber camps going to the other side of his base.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's not like it's literally game deciding for Barles, but it's shooting himself in the foot and losing a lot of initiative that he would have otherwise preferred to have. And now Viper with 1 light cav is able to deny that 5th town center. Barles is going to try and go for Fire Lancers, but this just feels like they're going to get shot down and picked apart by Cav Archers.
Yeah, I feel recurve bow heavy Cav Archers should have the range to deal with Fire Lancers, even with all the Vietnamese HP they'll have.
Yeah, it's all very, very solid here for Viper. He's got so much gold banked up. I'm a little surprised he's still making Skirmishers. Not really sure
Best
what
unit
they
in the game.
offer for him.
Should never
I mean,
be
it is the
surprised
best
at
unit in the game.
Skirmisher.
Which campaign do you suggest? I don't know. Attila the Hun, Barbarossa, Genghis Khan.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Those are all good. If you want a quick one, though, are there any quick ones? There are some 5 scenario campaigns in, like, The Forgotten. Like, Dracula's 5, right? That might be quick.
Yes, but the scenarios themselves are very long.
Or what about, like, the African Kingdoms ones? Like, not Tariq, but the other ones.
Sunjata's pretty long, just because, again, the scenarios are pretty long. Yodi, I would not recommend to anybody.
I would not recommend Tariq to anyone. I think Tariq is the #1 worst campaign.
I totally agree. I mean, right now, I have Tariq and Yodit as the only D-tier campaigns.
Oh my god! I think the very first Tariq scenario with those fire towers is the worst AoE 2 scenario.
It really is. Oh my goodness.
So here we see Viper doing all those Cav Archer upgrades. They'll have Parthian, Thumbring, Bracer, and there's just gotta wait for everything else to kick in for them. Plate Barding Armor, and he's gonna want to do that Magyar composition of Cav Archer plus some type of light Cav meat shield, be it Magyar Hussar or normal Hussar, whatever you can produce better.
Yeah, it's going to be really solid, but this is one of those situations that, because the game has been so passive, Viper can just go Magyar Hussars, I think, without any care in the world. He's getting the elite upgrade right now. He's queuing up that unit, and Viper is basically assembling all of the pieces of Exodia in an unkillable death ball.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that herbal medicine from him. The tricky thing with Magyars is you got to be careful where you place your castles. If you place them forward and they get sniped off, kind of like what we saw from Barles in that first game where he lost some forward castles, then you're curtailing the Magyar Hussar production and stopping your ability to snipe siege.
I mean, it's one of those situations where, yes, Magyars with the Hussar discount are very good, but Magyar Hussar still represents such an increase to the unit, especially after they got buffed to the moon. Like, the unit's insane now, T-West. 110 HP, 11 attack, and they train faster than they used to.
And most importantly, they have that attack bonus against siege. Or do they? Wait, why does it have 0 versus siege weapons when I hover over it?
It says 8 versus siege weapons. Oh, there's 0. I guess different siege weapon armor classes? It says 8 versus siege weapons.
Yeah.
Below Rams.
Where's Bazi? We gotta tell Bazi. Differentiate the name of the siege weapon armor classes in Capture Age.
Anyway, Fire Lancers coming in, and this is perhaps the one window where Barles can try to make something happen, but
Viper just needs that castle.
The castle will come up, and these units are going to die eventually.
Yeah, he's just gonna YOLO Vills towards the castle, 75%. I don't see Barles stopping it. Viper only had a palisade at the south, but that didn't even matter. Barles just went through the opening by the TC. But castle's up. And Viper just needs to wait and clean this up.
And yes, guys, Viper has the tech to make that Magyar Hussars only cost food, so he is even better set up.
Yep, he's got both techs and has the army numbers where he can dive this soon and clean it. He might wait for heavy cav archer, or he might just go.
Yeah, honestly, you can probably just go at this point. I'm just trying to think here. Is there a world where Barls is like equal in economy and can get to Rattan Archer Battle Elephant?
I don't think so. Would Battle Elephant be good against recurve bow cav archers even? I guess they have HP.
Well, they have a lot of HP, and the Rattan Archers have the tankiness to just like run in and snipe the cav archers.
That's true. You know, maybe. I mean, we were talking about the Byzantine game about how expensive the cataphracts are. The Vietnamese Rattan Archer Elephant's even more expensive.
Oh, it totally is. I don't know if that comp is good enough, but I do know it is probably better than this composition. So I'm trying to think of how you can challenge this as Vietnamese.
Oh my gosh, Ornlu. I forgot. This map has 6 relics. Viper's up 4-2.
Oh my god. Why does a map have 6 relics? My goodness. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, what would the ideal Vietnamese army composition be here if you're in a passive game against Magyars?
I mean, I think you're right. It has to be Rattan Archer Elephant, but then you get to the point that it's way too expensive. And Crownwood's not a map that is inundated with resources. You do run out of gold pretty quickly. And then the wood lines also run out rather quickly, too, and they force you to expand from your base. But maybe this could actually be good for Barles, though. He's got 3 trebs, and he's pushing that castle to the north. The downside is the trebs won't have a hill advantage.
And, of course, Barles going towers. It's what he does. It's in
Onager.
his code as a player.
Are Onagers good against Fire Lancers?
I mean, insofar as they're good against any infantry. I mean, it's like, all right.
Well, that tower won't be enough. It's only a feudal tower. Viper needs to chop the trees with the Onagers so he can micro them better, maybe.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it has arrow slits. It has 1 more attack. Oh my goodness. The value! Oh, nice job gonna snipe the reinforcing trebuchet as well. And I don't see this here for Barles.
Well, he needs to snipe the castle. If he's going to take the game, that's got to be the first thing he does. Snipe the castle right here.
Yeah.
Maybe he does.
To be fair, those trebs are in good position. Barles did go ahead and snag siege engineers. The tower makes it a bit trickier to get the onagers in position, although they will eventually get into position, and Viper, it feels like, is probably buying enough time. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, Cav Archers sniping Fire Lancers.
No way this is cost efficient for Barles, right?
No. Anyway, we are. I mean, if the Fire Lancers get on top of the Cav Archers and fight them, that's one thing. But here with the Vietnamese, with the range, that they all go down before they close the distance, even with the extra HP.
Yeah, that's pretty darn strong for Viper. And Viper still has a huge resource lead, which is pretty crazy, all things considered. He also has some onagers here, and it looks like Barles will likely lose this set, which means you're not going to only have to win versus Lewis, but you're also going to have to hope Viper loses to Lewis.
Yeah, and then Barles needs to sweep Lewis and hope that it's 3-2 Lewis over Viper, I think? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Or he needs to win against Lewis and then have Lewis beat Viper and have the scores work out in his favor for the tiebreak.
That is just so specific. I mean, it's a play all 5, but just the way that it works out because there are only 3 sets. Like, things get decided very quickly.
Yeah. And to be fair, I have no idea how these settings were decided. we just kind of woke up this morning and saw, there are settings.
Let's be real.
Yeah, we weren't told the settings until late last night. So would it have been better to do best of 5 instead of play all 5? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. This is not our
then
tournament,
I guess
so
you
we
just
just
get into another
cast them what we're given.
situation where if it's 1-1 for all the players, then you have to make another tiebreaker. But it feels like then you can just do play all 5 and then series score, I guess.
Just FFA.
There we go. That's how we do it.
FFA Battle Royale.
That's how
Royal
you
Albert
AOE2
Hall
right
is
there.
the monument. Crop rotation for Viper. He's going to rotate his crops and get some good onager shots on the skirms. How did that miss? How did that miss, Orlando?
Really... How could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you.
Okay, maybe now. No, Barles is microing back. Enough HP that they don't die to the onagers. Oh, now, okay. Now we get a shot. Now, okay. Viper with the onager shots. The skirms go down. The castle's gonna lose the repairs behind this. Barles running out of stone, but the castle kills some onagers. A trap goes down. Viper needs to repair here. That castle's so close to going down.
No way this stands. No way, no how.
Barles buying stone like a madman at the market.
I mean, even if the castle survives, it's just so inefficient for Barles. Yeah, castle is gonna drop, and with it will Barles' chances in this game.
And there's the cannon missing the onager. That's a lot of hills that are gonna die on that wood line. And there's the GG from Barles as Viper 3-1. Will win the set, but still needs to win game 5 to get as big of an advantage as he can before he has to face Lewis.
Yeah, this next game is still very important because if Viper wins this last game, Barles is eliminated. And he'll just have to beat Lewis, and it doesn't matter what he beats him by. So you just minimize any sort of chance of you losing.
Alright, I keep forgetting the settings when I swap my scene. And give me a moment.
I completely forgot about this map. Whoa, was this map changed?
What map?
Hengehold.
Oh, that map. Was it balanced at all? Because I remember it was very unbalanced with the boars in the middle before.
Didn't it have like rocks and cliffs on like each side, so you had like different lanes with which to push?
No. That was the stone one. Stone something.
Oh, that's Stonefront. I was getting this one mixed up with Stonefront. My bad. Anyway, I'm at 0 seconds. Are you ready?
Give me 1 second. I'm tapping around. So this is Koreans and Viper with one of his favorite civs, the Portuguese. And all right, 0 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right, this is Hengehold. There is Stonehenge in the middle. Boar is in the middle. Both players sending a Vil forward. And Barles not gonna win the race. Viper is a Vil, but I think the third boar is closer to Barles.
Unless Viper is going for broke, which I guess he is. Unless he takes it with the scout. Do you think he's going to take it with the scout?
No.
Oh, no way. Oh!
Barles settles for 1.
I thought... I didn't even see that one.
It was behind... Yeah, there's 3. It was behind the Stonehenge. And Viper gets both now. He gets both. So Barles a good Rage Forest player too, but he went a bit later with the Vil. He did the archery range first. But that boar was on his side of the map. This is one of the things players have complained about quite a bit, that the boars are not even between the two players. And that was the second boar a bit closer to Barles, but Viper got it anyway. With his signature greed.
I'm honestly not a fan of maps that you have like extra boars in the middle or off to the side, because it feels like games are decided so early on. Now, this is only a difference of 1, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but Viper already with a very nice early advantage on a map also with a ton of forage bushes for Portuguese.
Yeah, and that's why you pick Portuguese, maybe even Franks on this map, because you want to be able to take the berries and get the eco boost from them.
Key West, come on. Picking Franks?
Picking Franks? You don't think anyone would pick Franks in the year 2026? Probably not.
No.
Joan of Arc wouldn't even pick them.
Nope. She'd pick Burgundians. The traitor. Was seeing that about Zimbabwe and TTL? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing during Zimbabwe.
Oh, I loved Zimbabwe.
I like Zimbabwe except for the elephants.
Oh, that's my favorite part. It shows who knows how to lure boars. They removed the TC punishes you for killing the boar mechanic, so now we need to make boar luring important somehow.
My goodness.
Okay, Scouts.
I don't like games decided in 5 minutes.
Scouts picking spears. And Barles' army not getting anything, trying to raid the berries, but Viper simply had enough scouts. And this is, we were talking about the berries, a map where Viper might simply not build farms and instead just farm the berries.
Well, you don't really farm them because you don't replenish the lost berries. Really no sustainability efforts from the AoE2 civs. It's really disappointing.
Yeah, you don't rotate the crops. Oh, Viper is 5 forward vills.
Yeah, he
5
does.
forward vills. And there's a tower from him. That tower doesn't hit the gold. He'll need fletching. He's doing bloodlines now. And this is going to be a good feudal age push from him. And Barles sees this. He'll do his own defensive tower.
I mean, we rarely see that these days, as everything's usually about just trying to commit as little as possible to feudal age, but lo and behold, gold is denied. You do have 2 tiles of gold in the back of your base, but Viper has now given himself a really strong position at the front of his opponent's base.
He has to be careful, though. He's getting pushed with quite a few spears. He's starting to fight with vills against archers. The archers don't have fletching. They have armor, though, so the vills won't do a good job of stabbing them down. But still, Viper, lots of idle time. Loses a vill, loses 2 vills. Has to get back to the TC.
Oh, again, guys, this game is absolutely critical for both players if they want to have their path in their own hands, if you're Viper, and have a future at all if you're Barles.
Yeah, and Castle Age for Barles, he's going up. And right now he doesn't have gold axe. Oh, actually he does, right in the back by the stone. Gold blocking his stone, but scouts ran through the TC. Barles wasn't walled in the back. Now Viper's also vill fighting Barles. Viper's got 15 vills fighting the spears and the archers in the back of his base. But if he cleans that up, Barles has no army.
Oh my goodness. That
Scouts.
is so many devils, and the scouts are not even close to going down, whereas these spearmen will eventually get cleaned up. And this is looking pretty darn good for Viper, as Barles is still a minute 20 away from Castle Age. He needs to quick wall in the vills some more, but this is looking really tricky for him.
He's forced to do another tower. Now, Koreans will get guard towers for this defense as soon as Barles gets up in another minute, and Viper still hasn't clicked up. And with how open the map is, there might be room for Barles to raid with Castle Age units, but the question is, what unit does he go for? Because Koreans don't really want to go knights. And I think that's the best advantage he would have to raid Viper in a way that Viper can't stop.
Another vill is going to drop to those scout cavalry. And another tower here from Viper. I mean, tower rushing Koreans is, it's a bold move, to say the least, but one that is not ineffective so far. Barles having a lot of those farms denied. He had to go all the way back with his gold. And now you're in Castle Age with nothing really to make use of it. Like, what are you going to do with this as Barles? At a TC, I guess.
Add more towers. All right, if you're Koreans, maybe you just go forward to tower across the map. Because right now, he has 3 towers at the front of his base, and this is going to slow him down to the point where he's kind of trapped in with not much gold.
Yeah, there's very little in the back of your base. You could try and maybe add a TC to the back right. You would secure 2 more tiles of gold and some more forage bushes, and you just slowly creep your way out onto the map. I mean, that is the Korean playstyle, is the slow but steady. And I think Barles, he's just going to try and buy some time with the counterattack here as Viper is continuing to mass up scouts.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we do have the hill in the middle, the henge, I guess, if you will, that would make those bottom TCs kind of vulnerable.
Would you say that there is a hill that protects the only access to your town?
No, I think you can access it from the sides beneath the hill.
Well, the English could just sail around and attack you from the water.
They don't have vills to build a dock though in that scenario.
Well, maybe Edward Longshank should have sent more than some feudal age units to destroy the
Battle of
Scots.
Stirling. Well, one day we'll have to make like William Wallace, not like the extreme William Wallace where you're attacked by siege onagers in scenario 2, but like actual William Wallace that's like a campaign.
Well, that's what a lot of people have asked for, is like an actual Celts campaign with
That'd be
either
nice.
William Wallace or Robert the Bruce. Well, actually garrisoning crossbowmen to shoot down the tower that's in the front of his base. And Barles, I mean, he's on 2 TCs. He's already reclaimed the Vil lead. He's grabbing ballistics. It sure hasn't been pretty for him, but he's hanging in there. And there is something to be said about that as Koreans.
You don't want to discount the earlier Castle Age timing, and if you're Koreans, there still is that scary late game of keep plus fire lancer plus cannon.
Yeah. Remember when Koreans had to use cheap halbs as their frontline unit, and it felt strong but balanced?
Remember when War Wagon was a strong unit, and it still is, but Koreans have better options now?
Yep. Oh, typical. Well, wheelbarrow coming in right now for both players. Viper already has that important bow saw upgrade. And remember that Portuguese foragers are some of the best villagers in AoE 2 in terms of resources generated per minute. So really nice move there. Viper tried to catch out the crossbowman with his light cab, but was unsuccessful. And now he's going to have to deal with these units in the back of his base.
Okay. I'm seeing Viper could wall them in here. I don't think he'll go there. He doesn't have vills. But that's a dead end. Imagine Viper saw this. He would be 100% trying to wall them in right now.
This area of the map is a career in streaming. It is the definition of it. Second and third TC is actually coming in here for Viper, so he's going to try and get his own eco up and running.
Yeah, and Viper, afraid of army in the back, sending knights to scout it out. We'll see if he comes across it. Because right now, Barles is just chilling back there.
Well, knights, unless you're Franks, have very poor line of sight, but the crossbowmen are just going to auto-attack the knights anyway. And, I mean, Barles is still stuck at home, and he is going to run out of gold in just a second, so he's going to need to do something a bit more proactive.
Yeah, and the light cav still trying to go through those houses. As well, bow saw out the lumber camp for Barles.
Forward Siege Workshop for Viper. He's also already collected 4 and soon to be 5 relics. I guess all the relics are in the middle of this map.
Yep. So that'll be the 5th relic. He's got a monk heading for it now, right in front of his workshop. And handcart for Barles.
Yeah, but Viper, again, this is going to be the 4th game in a row where Viper's eco just takes off in Castle Age, and Barles is really struggling to try and keep up with that, and now he's got no gold income, so it's like, what is he even going to do? And Viper's going to drop a castle forward.
Okay, well, Viper losing some vills to a raid to Barles' crossbows. And I mean, Barles does have a 10 vil lead just about, but I don't think there's a way that castle gets stopped. That's a
it's only
scary
5
castle.
vills due west. No way Viper has a doubt castle here and loses his chance to auto-qualify, right?
No, he's got 5 relics now. I don't see a timer, so I think they remembered to get the settings right in the lobby.
Barles just going to let that happen. He's
Well,
gonna
I mean,
try
that
and switch
castle
over to
doesn't
the
really
side.
pressure much, right? Like, he has towers behind it, so it's not like units can run straight into his base. He'll do his own castle to the side and still have a ton of safe eco over to the west.
That's true, and the castle is actually very good for Barles defensively, as it's on a hill and protects the whole western portion of his base. That said, it still gives Viper this middle map control and a very straightforward path to just directly push his opponent. So there's still a big advantage to having this castle in the first place. But Barles critically going to secure some more gold and just now build that third TC.
Yeah, and also the fact Viper with 5 relics, we've seen how powerful relics can be earlier, and this is finally a very simple map that spawned correctly, giving a player a 5-0 relic lead.
Well, 5 relics all right next to each other is never something I'm a huge fan of, because it feels like it should be an effort to pick up relics, but that's how this map is, and Viper just did a great job taking that map control, and now he's going to start to go for some organ guns.
Ooh, I mean, we all like the organ guns, but I think Viper likes them more than anyone else.
They are still extremely powerful, and especially against a civ that doesn't like making cavalry, which is going to be Koreans, so I certainly like that decision. In mass, they certainly do very well against archers, so Barles is going to need to be careful.
Yeah, and that castle from Viper also doesn't hit the towers and doesn't hit the TC from Barles. So I still don't think it's really accomplishing much of anything. Maybe it'll limit Barles' ability to expand to the northeastern side of the map, but he can keep going to the west. But Imp for Viper, and that's going to have to be Imp into quick trebs.
It will, and now Barles is going for Cav Archers, which feels like such a dead-end unit here for Koreans. Like, I don't know, it's like players never want to tech towards something that their civ is good at. You know what I mean? Well, now Viper is on his way to Imp, and I feel like Barles is going to have a terrible time trying to stop the trebuchets.
And that Mangonel chasing the crossbows back, doesn't get the shot. And Masonry plus Imperial Age for Viper.
And Viper adding in a ton of archery ranges, so he could be trying to go for some arbs of his own. I mean, both these civs do have a discount on each of the resources of the Arbalest.
Yep. Could also go for skirms. We do know they are the best unit in the game. Could also maybe wait for chemistry and go hand cannoneers. That feels kind of slow.
That feels kind of slow. I like archers the most here. Your eco set up pretty well for going archers. Viper's queuing them up. You get the big discount as Portuguese, which is super helpful.
And Barles going for one Vil TC over to the east. That Vil's going to build that TC all by herself.
But she got Treadmill Crane. She's all good.
Oh yes, Treadmill Crane.
That said, Viper's going to hit Imp, and the Treb advantage is going to be gigantic and quite possibly game-winning. That said, he doesn't have much of an army. At least nothing that he's going to tech to. He's not going to really upgrade his cav, at least for a while, and he's just going to be focused on these archers, which don't even have the crossbow and upgrade yet. So this could be maybe enough time bought for Barles.
Yeah, Viper needs to click crossbow. He's just queuing the archers now. He's floating some res.
You really want to pick up the crossbow and upgrade because it makes the units train faster as well. So very important to get the units out.
And Barles gonna run to that southern corner of the map again for the Cav Archers, and again be found by the light Cav.
It's just not where Viper's been expanding his economy. He's been expanding it to the right, which is in part protected by the castle and his army. So, I mean, it was the correct decision from Viper, but Barles just not able to find a good opening to get any damage done.
Barles will extend with more castles. He's almost Imp. He probably just needs to do chemistry and cannon really quickly to make sure he can fend this off. But
castles is going to be
I mean, Viper can't push this too fast, right? He has the castle in an awkward spot. The Trebs are going to take a while. Barles will have more Treb production. Barles might be okay here with Koreans still.
I mean, it's hard to say who has the better post-imp between Koreans and Portuguese. I mean, they're both so freaking good. That said, I still would give the edge to Koreans. I mean, you have a lot of really, really powerful options, and those towers are so good at just anchoring map control.
Yeah, it gives you... You don't have as good cannon against the Portuguese because they have... what's it for then? Arquebus?
Arquebus.
Yeah, Arquebus. But... for the Young towers with the extra range, they make it so much easier to control your own cannon.
Yeah, it's a really big help. War wagons are also something Portuguese don't love dealing with. Not that anyone would ever make those anymore because they're not fire lancers. But it's still something that is important. an important tool for Koreans. Also, Shinkichon rocket carts do an absolutely bonkers amount of damage if you can get to them as well.
Yeah, and what is the range on them? Is that up to 11 still for when they get the extra range?
It's 10, same as Korean
It's 10.
onagers. Or Korean siege onagers, it's exactly the same.
Okay.
But you do much more damage because you get the extra rockets.
Oh, nice shot on the arbs from Viper. Were Korean siege onagers at 11 range?
In AOC they were.
Okay.
But they haven't been like that ever since Koreans lost the team bonus for longer range mangonels.
Okay, yeah, I remember they were 12 at one point.
Yeah, that was in the AOC beta, but yeah, now it has been 10 maximum range for a very long time. Anyway, lots of cannons here from Viper. That castle is under heavy threat, and I mean, you're gonna need to get something here to stop it. There is the Mr. Pushcart man trying to come over.
And elite skirm for Viper 2 against the arbs.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, especially now that you want to spend a lot of your gold on siege weapons. Big old shootout right here. I mean, arbs are better than crossbowmen, and of course you get those free defense upgrades as the Koreans. I mean, kind of like in game number 1, where Viper did a good job of just staying alive and trying to work towards post-imp. Barles is doing that very well in this game, and Barles is actually going to try and launch a counterattack.
Okay, he's gonna have a tower forward. He's actually getting close to the monastery where Viper has the relics. He left them somewhat in the middle of the map. So if Barles could treb that and maybe steal some relics, that could turn the game around.
Absolutely it could, and Viper's siege is mostly wrapped up in bombard cannons right now. He only has a single trebuchet, so his ability to push towers is a lot more limited. That said, Viper is on the high ground. All of those units are going down.
And he's raiding now. Well, there go the relics. Hey, oh, and he didn't have the gather point on the back, so the relics popped out on the front. 4 tiles now.
Viper's kind of demolishing in Barles' entire base. I think he's totally fine with this.
Yeah, but he lost the relics. And we're gonna have Barles picking them up, and he doesn't have a way to stop this push from Barles. They're kind of trading bases at this point.
But the base trade's going to heavily favor the dude who has more siege weapons, which is, in this case, Viper, by an enormous margin.
And he also has about 7,000, 6,000 more resources collected so far. But he also can't stop this push from Barles, and the Korean player will get a ton of keeps in the middle of the map where all the gold is. Where the relics are.
But you need to find a way to stop this push from Viper as well. And again, Viper, he's adding in capped rams, which Koreans aren't going to love to deal with without a ton of melee units, and Barles just really doesn't have a ton in terms of resources right now. And it takes a long time for this base to get leveled by Viper, who can also expand to the side.
Hey, well, he's going to expand to the side, but find Korean keeps there already.
Yeah, he's got rams. Viper's got that Facebook money. He can afford rams.
Yeah, back when it wasn't meta.
Exactly.
I know. The company that made the wrong investment into something that was not AI and named themselves improperly.
Okay, well, I don't love to toss around the S word, but Viper just lost 3 bombard cannons for free T West. Oh my goodness.
I don't know what the S word would be.
The S word's sloppy.
Okay. I was thinking something else.
No, it's I had to get a swear jar for my stream because I said sloppy too much. Okay, but Viper's trying to ram down the castle on the other side of the map. Oh my goodness. Barles has the score lead, T West.
He has 5 relics, Ornlu. He's stopped the bombard cannon like Koreans do. He needs to repair this castle to the east. He's not letting it go down, but he can still fight the rams with the vills.
Oh my goodness, Viper's falling apart right now. Like, honestly, this feels somewhat inexcusable. Viper had a huge advantage in resources destroyed, but he just lost like so much for free.
Yeah, Ornlu didn't believe.
Completely fell apart.
He didn't believe in Barles. Barles grabbing the relics. He has this Ornlu. He's Koreans.
I really don't think that the relics being collected is the most relevant part of the last 3 to 4 minutes. I think it was Viper's entire push getting stopped. But right now, his production is currently getting towered, and Viper just is going nowhere in this game. And yeah, losing a set's really bad. Your fate is still out of your hands as Barles. But if Lewis can beat Viper, that is going to open up a bit of an opportunity here for our purple player.
And remember, yesterday, Viper made 20 Cobra cars and still got swept by Lewis.
Huh? Well, did the Cobra cars run into castles?
No, he just wasn't allowed to make them.
Oh. Oh boy. Not with that attitude, he wasn't.
And Viper is going to run out of resources in the south. I mean, Barles now has half the map and the momentum with the push. 41 to 24 military. Higher pop. And I don't see what Viper does now. He's going full skirms, but that shouldn't work against Koreans.
Not with 6 bombard cannons already on the field. Siege Engineers is definitely an upgrade Barles wishes he had right now. Viper does have it, but Barles hasn't had the resources for it. Even so, this is still going to be tough to stop. Yeah, gotta be careful there. Does this map have a lot of stone on it? Oh my god, it has 17,000 stone on it. How would Koreans ever lose this map?
I mean, it does have, most importantly, a stone henge on it.
It does have a Stonehenge, but 17,000 stone, TOS? What the heck?
Where are you seeing all that stone? Oh yeah, it's on the outside. It's on the very outside.
Yeah, but, I mean, you can just throw down tower after tower after tower and gunk up this game like crazy if you could get that important siege snipe. And Viper losing 3 bombard cannons and a trebuchet all at once just really flipped this game on its head.
Yeah, and now Barles with the score lead. Remember, we're still a ways away from 75 minutes, but you don't need to win the game. You just need to be ahead at 75 minutes and score.
Although that does win you the game anyway, so... I mean, you still need to win the game. It's just an alternate method of winning the game.
Siege Engineers for Barles, he hasn't had that. That'll be great for him.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing you need. Now, Arquebus is in for Viper, and he also has Siege Engineers, so the micro ability is better. You can see right there, Arquebus actually was the reason that bombard cannon got sniped. But the towers, I mean, we've been saying it all game, and we've been saying it all game for a very good reason, and that is just anchoring this push from Barles and just eating up so much of that map control.
Yeah, but Barles now has to be careful himself, because he might lose the relics. He might need to start thinking about running them.
I mean, there's still almost 40,000 gold left on the map, too. It's 5.
Yeah, it's 5 relics, though, Ornlu. Never doubt 5 relics.
Good. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's 7.5 gold miners. But I don't think it's the most important aspect of this game. Also, wait a minute. Viper converted a tower.
Yes, he converted that keep.
Oh, man. Took me a second to realize that.
And now that keep will help keep the bombard cannon from Barles away just a bit. But here's the monastery getting trapped, Ornlu. He's going to lose the relics. There go the relics. Barles didn't have his gather point in the back, so they're at the front for Viper to pick up now.
They sure are. Murder hole's in for Barles, though, and that will easily arrow down all units underneath his own keeps. And the populations don't look great for either player, it must be said. But the value of towers is not one that can be expressed by population. And right now, it's just all of that map control that is being given over to Barles. He still has his siege units alive, and the army values are still comparable.
Yeah, and Viper's trying to do some guard towers, but that's not going to compare to Korean keeps.
No, it's a cheap imitation at best at this point. Ring Archer armor coming in just now for Viper as well. I mean, the fact that Barles got that for free has been so nice for him throughout this entire Imperial Age.
Yeah, Barles may be struggling to spend his resources. He's got 1k food and gold, but only on 136 pop. It can be weird to get your eco set up as Koreans, because how do you spend your food if you're not spamming skirms? Maybe he needs more skirms.
Maybe you always need more skirmishers. The answer to every single problem.
I think it is.
Oh, and Shava, thank you for the sub to T West.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity.
Welcome
that
to
none
the
will
T
ever
West
learn of your
Cool
loyalty.
Club.
Archers,
Party people.
attack!
Yeah, well, the archers are attacking for Viper, trying to push Barles back around the south. So but Viper's in a corner, though, and he's losing access to wood. Viper's actually chopped all the wood along the southeastern edge of the map. Look at how far those vills have to run to get to more wood.
Oh, this is pretty wild, guys. I mean, a really, really interesting series between these two players. All Deneb walks as well with the T-West Cool People Club. Thank you for letting me name your subscribers, T-West. I really appreciate that you gave me that opportunity.
The Cool People Club.
Is it worth going for Hussars for the sake of raiding? Now, that's actually a very, I think, interesting question, and I would say no, because you don't actually have the infrastructure set up for the Hussars, and you need to spend all your wood on Fire Lancers, Archers, and Siege Weapons right now.
Yeah, and you don't have the farms set up because you lost your initial base where all of your farms were. And unless you're going to make a huge investment into farms again, then you don't have food for Hussars.
Yeah. It's not quite the proposition that you would hope it would be at this point. And right now, again, every single bit of wood and gold is super important for Barles. He does need to actually spend it, don't get me wrong, but in theory, that's what he wants to be doing.
So Viper's grabbing the relics again. He's got a monk heading over. He's gotten one already. He's picking up a second. I lost the monk, though.
Oh, keep snipes it.
And TC to the west for Barles. He's pulling ahead in score. And now you're looking at 45 minutes into the game, you start to think, okay, I'm happy that I'm ahead in score this much.
It's definitely a good thing to have, as it puts the pressure on your opponent to attack into your keeps, which is never what you want to do in AoE 2, is attack into Korean keeps, but
no.
Viper definitely feels the pressure to do so. I mean, even without the score victory, the map control advantage here for Barles would necessitate that from Viper, and this is going to be really tricky, as we now are actually getting to that better army composition of the Fire Lancers, because, of course, going for rocket carts as Koreans is a fool's errand.
Well, you know, it's tricky for Barles, is I think if he's going to start going Fire Lancers, he needs to make it happen. Because he's out of food now, and he's stuck. He doesn't have military. He's got 17 military to 56, and that's giving Viper a chance to clean up all of these keeps in the middle. If Viper was dueling with Fire Lancers and not cleaning the keeps, Barles would be buying himself time for the score victory in the long run. Here he's giving Viper a chance to get to the gold, get back to the relics, maybe secure enough of the middle that he can get more wood on the edges.
And Viper has a ton of stone, 2,000 stone for Viper, so he can add in a ton of extra castles if he wants to. And honestly, I wouldn't hate him putting some castles in like the back of his base and just starting that switch into organ guns, because organ guns are something that you really don't have a great answer to other than bombard cannons, and that's where your Portuguese bombard cannons have the advantage.
Yeah, and castles in the base would stop the keeps too. But what I'm really worried about is the fact that Viper has no wood. Barles' tower is all in the eastern corner on the wood. He's getting towers on the southern corner in the wood as Viper loses his TC. And Viper has 17 vills on wood. I think they're mostly running away from Korean raiding units, though.
Yeah, and the archery ranges are actually just sitting right underneath the town center and Korean towers, so Viper's losing some extra units there. Fire Lancers are now fully upgraded for the Koreans, so you have the huge discount. But that's the thing, is like Viper has a bunch of hand cannoneers, and it feels like you're teching into something that Viper already has every possible answer to. He's got fully upgraded Portuguese hand cannoneers.
Yeah, Viper's gonna YOLO up a castle in the south and use it to clear keeps. Barles had just about completely encircled the map in keeps.
Yeah.
But Viper's got 4 relics now, and he's picking up a 5th.
No Faderias, though, from Viper, and this is certainly a situation where Faderias can shine, as Viper is indeed only on 1 town center.
Yeah. And I mean, he's at 120 pop, and Fetorias cost stone and gold, so he could plop down 2 Fetorias and suddenly get a bit of wood from them.
Now, the wood income from Faderias isn't great, but it is existing, which is something that is not easy for you to say otherwise, and Viper going to try and add in another castle.
Yeah, also Mountain Goat asking about the bug. That wasn't CA specific, that was a DE bug, and it has been fixed, but these are Rex anyway today, so it wouldn't matter. Or Lou skipped the day of co-op casting.
really did. I guess I really missed out, but look at this, guys. Barles is at 178 population. Viper's getting pushed back. And I do think it's interesting that if Barles does indeed make the comeback happen in this game, which evidently he just did, he won both of the late games. And I think it really speaks to how freaking good Barles is as a late game player. That
Well,
you can take it to Viper, who is still top tier in that regard, and just beat him into grindy games.
Plays a lot of Black Forest, right? He's a Rage Forest champion. 4v4 is different, but the skill still pays off. Only knows what it's like to wait until the super late game to win.
Yep. My first TTLC game was 1 hour and 15 minutes long.
Oh, that's a short one for you. The time limit is what we need against Ornu, honestly.
Yeah.
So that was
sure.
Barles versus the Viper, and now we hit the point of the day where we don't know what's going on. Oh, we do have Viper versus Lewis now. They're posted. They were posted 1 minute ago. We're gonna hop right into this. All right, let me just get an ad out of the way, and then we'll hop into the next one. Oh, thank you, Sunnyflower, for gifting subs.
Don't forget, keep exploring the map.
Keep exploring the map.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for gifting the subs to T-West.
All right, Viper Lewis. And scoreboard time. Lewis will probably be blue. DE, update the Rex properly.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're teammates now, technically.
Yeah, they're Onamaru teammates.
All right, I am all loaded up at 0 seconds, but I need to take a quick break, T-West. I'll be right back.
All right, I will load up at 0 seconds too. And looks like Volpine will be game 1. So just wait for Ornlu to get back and then hop into game 1.
No, not more Crusaders! Emperor Barbarossa, I do not want that filthy army in my city. Turn back at once!
And thank you, Mountain Goat, for the sub. Thank you very much. This is AoE 1. Silver, this is AoE 1. I forget the exact name of all the AoE 1 songs. This is from the AoE 1 DE. Alright, so we're just gonna hop on in. We're waiting for Ornlu to get back. I need to set the name of the map. This is Volpine. Is it T-West or Ornlu barking? That's gotta be Dash barking. I'm not barking. And no, my heart is not in the replacement qualifier because he is qualified. How are the 3 players in the replacement qualifier chosen? They were at the end of the qualifier stage, the players who lost in the final round. Aside from Vivi, who I think wasn't able to participate and probably wouldn't have been able to get a visa that quickly for next week anyway. This was, if you're just tuning in, we just found out about this the other day, but Vinchester was not able to get a visa in time. So these 3 players are competing to find the last spot to replace him. So we had Viper, who lost in 7 games to Sebastian, Lewis, who lost in 7 games to MBL, and also Barles, who had lost to Mr. Yo. So we have a play all 5 collection of 3 sets, and whoever has the most game wins, I think that's how it's going, ends up winning. So I think there still is a situation, let's see, Viper won 3-2. If Barles also, let me just do the math on this. Is there a way that Barles, like, loses 2-3 to Lewis, but Viper gets swept by Lewis, and then Barles still makes it? Maybe not. I'm trying to do math in my head. Says that Ornlu's playing on the scoreboard? What? Oh, does Ornlu need to update his scoreboard? Yeah, we're just waiting for Orlu to come back, and then we'll get going. I'll pour myself some more water in the meantime. But update my stream title, too. I should update my title. Oh, I don't have the players in the title. We're good. I don't need to update it. You're a Lewis fan? So Lewis is from the UK. He would be the hometown player, should he make it. Need to win 5 total. Okay, yeah. So you could lose 2-3, then win 5-0, and then the other player wins the other set 3-2. So it is possible to win 2 sets and not make it.
Yes.
Hello. All right. Orlu's back. I'm at 0 seconds. Are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. So that, as far as I know, it's the player who wins the most games. And as we said, mathematically, it is possible to win 2 sets and still not advance. And we, under that criteria, I'm not sure exactly what we're doing, but I think it is games, because it is play all 5 and not best of 5.
I think if Viper wins 4 games, he qualifies no matter what. Because no other player could get 7 points.
Well, why are they doing this 1 second then?
Well, because if the last match doesn't matter, it probably wasn't played.
Yeah, oh, maybe it wasn't played. That's true. But then we're just debated because we don't know how many games we're casting.
Well, we cast games until we run out of games to cast.
All right, well, there are at least... Well, actually, maybe there's only 4 if Viper wins 4 and then he just qualifies.
Yep.
They should do a 1v1v1. I think they should do that. I think they should do some Battle Royale. What if they all win 1 set 3-2? Then, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows until that happens. So this is Volplan. Immediately we have a scouts opening from Lewis.
Oh, and Pecky with the sub to T-West. Thank you, Pecky.
Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents
But anyway,
can happen.
Aztecs here on Volpine, really interesting to me. As it's a map where mobility is king, and Lewis with Magyars, I feel like is going to have a much easier time attacking.
Yeah, there are 5 relics right in the middle, and that's why Viper went Aztecs, I think. But I think, personally, I prefer Magyars these days on this map.
Aztecs, or relics only matter in Castle Age, and you have to not die to the Magyars in their mobility with their scouts.
And you also have to not die in late game if they get recurve bow heavy cav archers.
Well, yeah, to be fair, Aztecs don't really do a whole lot at that point.
But he's in with Eagles, Viper's in with Eagles, the Eagles are hoovering.
+1 defense as well, so the villagers are going to have a much more difficult time fighting them off, but Lewis, same deal here in the back of Viper's base.
What do you think of Viper going defense instead of attack on the Eagles?
It's fine, probably. Don't think it matters too much either way. But
Lewis losing some Vills. Both players fighting with Vills.
Oh, but seems like the multitasking's a little bit better for Viper here, and Viper is a faster player than Lewis. You know, despite Lewis being, of course, much younger. Actually, no, Lewis has 95 APM right now. I thought he was at like 60 to 70 mostly.
Don't be doubting the goat, Ornlo. Don't be doubting the goat.
Yeah, my bad. Some epic spearman on spearman action here happening at Viper's base.
Yeah, not as epic as the spear on spear in front of the Royal Albert Hall earlier.
Well, nothing is going to be that epic ever again, as we actually have another barracks coming in here from Viper, so continuing to invest in Feudal Age, and that quick wall is good.
As a Viper quick wall, he knows how to Alcatraz.
He sure does. Villager's going to try punching down the Scout Cavalry. Of course, the Scouts have the extra attack, but good move there from both players.
Well, 99 KD, 3-3 Eco KD, res collected within 100 of each other. This feels like a pretty even game so far. But I think even game favors Magyars in the long run still, unless Viper gets 5 relics.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Aztecs are supposed to be the good eco-civ of these two with the extra carry capacity. Lewis using the market super heavily, really going to be thinking about that Castle Age time, and he's already starting plenty of archer production here. Still, villagers killed is pretty even within the two between the two players.
Yeah, that it is. And we have Castle Age now at the exact same time for both players, or within 1 second of each other of idle time.
That is pretty interesting considering how aggressive this game has played out early on. That said, Lewis does not have double bit axe, and that is going to be a really huge issue going into Castle Age.
That hurts. And it's the type of thing you need to realize because you're not used to checking the lumber camp on your way up, unless, yeah, there we go. Unless you're playing Arena, right? So here, good that he checked it and saw it. Also, in the middle, we have the Tower of London. This, if you chop through to it, you get a trickle of wood, food, and gold, more per age, but you usually don't get it in Imp because you can't do a lumber camp near on the rock terrain.
Yeah, it's really more of a post-Imp stalemate breaker thing.
Stale breaker.
Or stale break thing.
Breaks the stale.
And, yeah, well, Viper's army is feeling pretty stale as it is all cleaned up by that Scout plus Archer combo.
Well, he's got more on the left. Aztecs will never be out of army. He's up 12 to 6. I have a production bonus. Eagles are nice and cheap. And on this map, you have the tournament map rock terrain, atop which you cannot wall.
As is tradition for every tournament. Makes the maps aggressive.
Unwallable.
Unbuildable of any kind. But Viper, we're going to party like it's literally any point in time since 2000 because it is time for Castle Age Aztec Eagle spam. He's on the triple barracks, and he is ready to go. Give me that monastery.
And he is raiding. He's raiding those vills, and this is important for Viper to keep Lewis's army in the back dealing with eagles because that will let Viper collect relics. And Viper with the monastery, does he get greedy and go for the 2 relics on Lewis's side, or even that 3rd relic that's kind of forward? This is Viper, so I'm going to say yes.
I would agree with you for that exact reason, but I don't think that would be the correct move because you just need to take whatever extra gold is given to you right now, and you need the income fast. Because this game has the potential to get out of hand very quickly for either player, especially as Lewis is getting into those cav archers. So Viper needs to, you know, get an insurmountable lead very soon.
He's going double monastery. But then the question for the Aztecs becomes, how quickly do you go for the pikeman upgrade, and do you have the food to sustain that in case Lewis starts going heavy for light cav, which are cheap as the Magyars?
It's a very difficult balance to master. That said, cav archers are coming in, and monks themselves in low numbers here can convert cav archers if you are not careful, especially maybe some spearman pokes help out, but good control there from Lewis.
My YouTube chat saying Wikipedia says set wins and not game wins.
I have no idea, man.
I don't know if Wikipedia is right. That might not be right.
There's literally no point to play all 5 otherwise.
Oh, Trezini's saying sets then games. It's sets. It's sets, Ornlu.
Okay. So if Viper just wins the set, he's through.
Yeah, and if Lewis wins the set, then we have a final set.
All right. Chainmail armor coming in for Viper. Lewis is actually starting to fall behind in resources, though. Viper continuing to just mass produce those Eagle Warriors. The relics are starting to come in. And with chainmail armor, these Eagles are going to be even scarier to face.
Yeah, that's 2 relics now for Viper.
Lewis is finally going to try and counterattack, though. His eco upgrades are still not great. The Cav Archer upgrades are also not all that great. And he's just continuing to get raided by the Aztec player. This is the exact sort of game that you're looking for as Aztecs.
And Lewis is starting to get in with Cav Archers. We'll see if he can run around. And there's a hole between those houses. Viper fills it, though. And he's doing his quick walls. A bit late, though, and loses a couple of hills.
He does, but the Cav Archers are still loose. Oh my goodness, that's so many idle villagers right there for Viper. And the Cav Archers can just scooch to the back, although the northeast is fully walled. Important win there for Lewis, and Viper is actually going to be forced to build a defensive town center.
Ooh, and the monks stop converting there. I saw the triangles disappear, so they won't get instas and they can be sniped. Oh, great micro from Lewis. Viper can't quick wall on the rock terrain.
Oh, wow. Lewis is really trying to make an effort here to make Viper react to him. And that's just what you're able to do with those Cav Archers. And now Viper has as many Eagles as there are Cav Archers. That is so bad for Viper, as he really, really needs to outmass his opponent here.
Yes, Aztecs need a good numbers advantage. And in the long run, yeah, you do have Atlatl skirms, but they missed the final armor upgrade, so recurve bow Cav Archers should be pretty good at killing them if it comes to the late game.
Well, I don't think we're going to the late game, at least not anytime soon, as it's still all hands on deck, all production focused on military as opposed to economy. Cav Archers looping around once again, though, and I feel like Viper is just gonna get rolled here. What can you do to kill any amount of Cav Archers?
Nothing? I think he's gonna try to go Scorpions. A Scorpion versus Cav Archer, that's so 2025. Lewis should be able to pick off Vils left and right now. And this is looking ugly for Viper after all that damage he had done early. Eagle's not that effective at fighting Cav Archers, and the Cav Archers can run away.
That's just the main issue with Eagle Warriors these days, is that we live in a very Cav Archer-friendly meta, and of course Magyars are a great Cav Archer civ on top of it. And because you can't fully wall at home, there's nothing to stop Lewis from constantly counterattacking against you, which is of course what he's doing. And now, Viper is just stuck. He can't ever leave his base.
Oh, and Lewis's micro has been on point. More Vils going down. He's got Knights in the base too. Cav Archers to deal with Monks. Knights to pick off Scorpions. Ballistics for Lewis. Somehow Viper is even on Vils because he's still raiding. He still has Eagles in Lewis's base. Oh, Lewis, oh my gosh, he's not reacting to the Eagles. He just lost 7 or 8 Vils.
I mean, Viper lost a monk on the other side. No way Lewis is going to drop the ball like this, right?
Lewis is down 6 Vils and Viper has 2 TCs.
No way, Lewis!
Lewis, oh, if only Lewis had that TC up earlier and could have garrisoned. But not the case with the Magyars. And he's Viper's stabilized now.
US. This is Red Bull. Different one.
Wait, say that again.
Well, you just said he needed to be there to garrison, and I said it's the garrison's a different tournament.
Okay. It is a different tournament. Okay. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, and he can't even get the TC up. Can't get the TC, the Eagles are there.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a tough map for both players to play, but when you're trying to qualify for that last spot for Red Bull, I mean, every little advantage you can get matters, and right now, both players have had some pretty big misses when it comes to their unit control, but that's just because it's been forced by their opponent.
And Viper now facing Cav Archers again. Lewis can pick off that Scorpion with that many Cav Archers and still raid, but they're low on HP and he doesn't want to. He wants the Knight.
Well, the Eagles are there to help out.
Yeah, Viper's got more Eagles forward too. Scorpion goes down. But another one on the way. Now Lewis has to get back. But he has more Cav Archers on the other side. Viper may be struggling for wood. He doesn't have much wood access now. In the back, he's almost chopped that whole forest.
Well, he doesn't need much wood, thankfully for him. 2 relics also for each player. Viper's actually going to snag the 3rd relic. I mean, the fact that either player has been able to grab relics in all this madness is pretty crazy to me. But it feels like we could be reaching a turning point soon where Viper is going to get an army advantage again. He has 8 Eagles on the way versus 1 Cav Archer. Obviously,
yeah, and Aztecs,
not super impressive.
Yeah, Aztecs with 3 relics is actually a pretty good amount of gold for sustaining Eagles. I think the wood's going to be the bigger problem for Viper.
Well, again, he doesn't have to spend all that much of it, so, I mean, it's obviously not great, but it could be worse. Cav Archers are still able to run in and pick off some more villagers, though, from Viper. Both players with 20 villagers killed this game. Obviously, it is just very, very crazy back and forth here in game number 1. A university coming in for Viper. He could be looking for ballistics for those Scorpions.
Can he afford that? He's going to be out of gold soon, too.
But nay.
Yes, he is, and I mean, the relics are great, of course, but it's still not going to be enough to completely sustain you, and the monks are just not doing anything for Viper. The Cav Archers are picking them off with impunity. And my concern is that the Cav Archers are never going down. Yes, you're doing a pretty good job of killing villagers as Viper. You're doing a very good job, in fact. But if the Cav Archer blob doesn't die, I don't see how you actually win the game.
Yeah, now it's a lot of eagles on the left running into said Cav Archer blob. And Cav Archer's picking off the eagles. The eagles are not being blobbed.
No? Because the eagles are constantly raiding. You're constantly trying to fight Lewis's villagers and get damage done, which, I mean, is good. But the army is still standing here for our blue player. I mean, that is sort of the nature of Cav Archers versus Eagles, as the Eagles die very easily. The Cav Archers you try and keep alive. But, I mean, it's really starting to add up at this point, but Viper does have TC3. More kills there from Lewis. I mean, again, both players, their multitasking is being stretched to the limit right now.
And Cav Archer's going down to the TC. As a bear chases the Cav Archers away. And some Scorpions in the back for Viper. Will of Ballistics on the way for Viper. And will Ballistic Scorpions.
Yeah, Ballistic Scorpions are great, but the fact that Lewis had Bodkin this entire time and got Ballistics quite a while ago meant that these TCs are so much more effective at doing damage to Viper's Eagle Warriors than the other way around.
I thought you were going to say Viper's ego.
Well, I mean, if Viper doesn't qualify for this tournament, Viper's ego is going to be in jeopardy.
I think it is already in jeopardy, Ornlu.
Well, more Eagles coming in, but of course, good quick walls. Do we have Arson in? No.
I like that little fox by the mill just running around.
Well, you know, it's the Fox's life. But Lewis now 10 vills ahead. His macro's been better. His eco has been disrupted a little bit less than Viper's, which, I mean, it's not good for either player, but relatively speaking, it has been a better, stronger eco.
Yeah, I feel that the longer this goes on, if both armies just start to get more units added in, that's better for the Cav Archers. And if Lewis can get basically 2 Cav Archer masses where they hit that critical size to kill Eagles both forward and back at his base to defend, then he's in a great spot.
I mean, Viper has a lot of Scorpions, and Lewis is trying to come in here with the Mangonel. It's going to be tough to keep a Mangonel alive versus Eagle Warriors, however. The Monk is, of course, critical for healing the injured Cav Archers. Viper going to also try and counterattack on the right side again, but a good quick ball there from Lewis. Mangonel's almost out to West, and this fight could be critical.
The Scorpions are grouped up. There's the Mangonel. Gets 1 good shot.
But it'll be 2 shot by the Scorpions.
Ooh, gets 2 Scorpions, though.
I mean, that's like an even trade, basically. Technically, it's very slightly better for the Mangonel, but obviously not by very much.
Lewis continuing to pull ahead and score.
Viper continuing to raid. Arson's coming in here as well, and that will help the Eagle Warriors knock down the Siege Workshop. Only 1 more Mangonel will likely come out, but on staggered formation, the Scorpions are kind of spread out from each other. I feel like Lewis should be able to snipe most of this. Beautiful shot right there.
Gets all of them. Gets a Mangonel hit on the Eagles, too. 1 more shot off. Kills a couple of Eagles. Gets the HP down. And Lewis loses the forward workshop. And Viper's been raiding and killing Vills the entire time, though. I mean, Viper has the Vill lead again. These Eagle raids have been insanely good.
Lot of, I mean, this feels like a knife fight, right? Both players just taking huge damage from each other. And it is so tough for either player to try and stabilize. That said, with the Scorpions going down, it's so hard to replace. And now the Cav Archers are just going to do the Cav Archer thing and shoot and fire and run away. And it is going to be very tough for Viper to ever try and match that.
Yeah, but now it feels like the armies have kind of fallen down. We'll have a bit of a reset, maybe, in the back as the Cav Archers chase some Eagles away. And another forward workshop for Lewis. He wants more Mangonels.
He does want more Mangonels, and Lewis has enough of an economy to make this army. And remember, Lewis is very, very far ahead. He's around 6,000 more resources destroyed this game, guys. That is a huge advantage.
Yeah, Viper, though, 2,000 more resources collected, so that helps to make up for it. And he still does have 3 Aztec relics.
It does help, and Aztecs actually don't get Heavy Scorpion for what it's worth. But
no, they don't. They do get Siege
Onager. Those Cav Archers are so low.
Well, you don't want to go Siege Onager against Magyar Hussars.
No, that's not the best idea. Oh man, those Cav Archers are still grouped up. The Monk's healing is super important, guys, because Scorpions, they don't kill a unit like the units one by one. It's like you do a bunch of damage to several units several times over, and then a bunch die all at once. So if you can, reduce that, it's going to make the Scorpions much less effective.
How much gold is on this map compared to a normal map? It feels like it's quite thin. Or quite light in gold.
I'm not entirely sure. Viper going to launch another counterattack. Lewis adds in a 4th TC, though. And like I said, the fact that you have Bodkin and Ballistics on these TCs means that the TCs alone are going to be enough to do a huge amount of damage to the Eagles.
And Viper missed scouting that 4th TC from Lewis. At the same time, Viper's getting raided. The raids everywhere are in there. There are Cav Archers in the back of Viper's eco. The Eagles are going down. And some Eagles have to run to the corner.
Yeah, this is honestly feeling kind of over at this point. There's just no way Viper will ever be able to deal with Lewis's army. 35 Cav Archers. I just don't see it. I don't see a win condition here for Viper anymore. Lewis's eco is too good. Even though it's not better than his opponent's, it's good enough.
The Eagles going down to Cav Archers still.
I mean, the population still look quite close, but it's 4.1k army value to 780, with Viper not able to get a better army unit in quite some time.
The Eagles.
Yeah.
And this is scary. If this 1 TC for Viper goes down, the Cav Archers run in. And it's at about half HP with a Mangonel besieging it.
Now Viper's trying to mine a ton of stone, but I mean, even if you get a defensive castle, 1, you have no gold income as Viper other than your relics, and 2, you're not with a better army. Okay, he's trying to expand to the east, but yeah, I just don't think the Scorpions are good enough here.
Yeah, Lewis's KD, he's up by 90 kills. And hello, Lidicor.
And hello, Lita. Yeah, again, guys, around 10,000 more resources destroyed this game by Lewis. That more than makes up for being 3,000 resources behind in terms of collected.
And Viper desperate for that TC, and Lewis's Cav Archer's there. He's not going to get there in time, though. Viper gets the TC, and he'll get a bit more golden wood from that.
I mean, that's something, but Viper's literally out of army. No way he clicks up to Imp, right? He's just going to die, right?
I mean, he has 5 TCs. Yeah, he calls the GG.
Yeah, he's way dead.
And Lewis goes up 1-0 over the Viper, winning on Vulpine.
And apparently, guys, Lewis does need to win this set for the 3rd set to matter. So if Viper wins 3-2 or 4-1 at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Viper just needs to win the set to move on. But obviously, he is 1 game further away from that right now.
Yeah, and then I guess numbers of games will still be tiebreakers. But he does need to win the set.
I mean, it was a very well-fought game from both players, and although it looked like they were both making a lot of mistakes, they were all forced mistakes because their multitasking was so good of just, dragging units everywhere. Anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying today. I mean, it's like a big, exciting day of AoE 2 out of nowhere, which, it's
out of nowhere
that we have.
Yeah, there was nothing for today, but now we have a game. Man. The game seems to be working so far. Game 2 is Glacis. Let me load into that.
And I am ready when you are.
Let me get everything spelled correctly. And I'm at 0 seconds, so 3, 2, 1, go. And welcome to game number 2, where Viper will be the yellow Burgundians to the west, Lewis the blue Armenians to the east. The map is Glacis, and we saw this map earlier today. Armenians versus Byzantines. Now a bit of a different matchup for Burgundians.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know the order in which these sets were played. it could be that Viper played the set versus Barles, and then like later he played it versus Lewis, and was maybe thinking Armenians maybe not the pick, or like Burgundians might do well against them. But regardless, we already have Militia coming in for Lewis. Now this is pretty surprising, as the Feudal Age Longswordsman is usually only useful if you start in Dark Age.
Yeah, and now we have the Flemish Militia. So Flemish Militia for Burgundians for fighting over the middle of the map should be effective against skirmishers, but Lewis immediately goes for the tower on the Shorefish to keep the Ville safe. Viper might have an avenue for raiding the top of the map. So the top of this map, you're walled, but there's rock terrain underneath it and a tile surrounding it, so you can't re-wall and you can't connect the rest of your walls towards it.
Yeah, so any wall that is destroyed is literally irreplaceable. So once you open up an entry into your opponent's base, it is there for the rest of the game. But Men-at-Arm is coming in. But I mean, yes, you can go Long Swordsman, but that is a huge food commitment, although the Shorefish do give you a very good food income.
We have a fishing ship also for Lewis. And in this patch, you can garrison the fishing ships in the dock, so you are a bit more secured. However, Viper gonna push up the hill. Push up the hill, past the house walls. Lewis going long swords, trying to get the Men-at-Arms to defend the wood lines. Viper with an archer already. And longsword should dominate against the Flemish Militia without archer support.
I mean, even regular Men-at-Arms beat Flemish Militia. The Longswordsmen are going to just go crazy versus them. 60 HP versus 40, 9 attack versus 5. I mean, the Longswordsmen, their only downside right now is that you just can't have the easiest time attacking archers, but even archers take a long time to kill them.
Yeah, and then here's the fight. Here's the fight. Long swords attacking the militia. Scout goes down for Viper. Viper has one archer, but he's losing the fight, losing the militia. And that was pretty ugly for him.
It really wasn't the best. Archer's going to try and escape, but the Scout cavalry's coming in, might be able to get the hit, but the Long Swordsman steals the kill right there. And this is just so comfy for Lewis. The Long Swordsman investment absolutely paying off. And again, this is something that you can only do because you have so much extra food income from the fish. So it's a great utilization of Armenians here.
So what is Viper doing at the dock? Why is he making a fire galley right now?
I'm just really surprised that he is insisting on this on several games thus far.
Oh, and Zapdos, thank you for subbing to Ornlu. There's a free spot because Vinchester could not get a visa in time for Red Bull. So the 3 players...
Even worse, it was just straight up denied as far as I know.
Oh, okay. Well, the 3 players who are remaining, other than Vivi, are playing in this qualifier to see who gets the final spot. I don't know what's up with Vivi. I guess it'd probably too short notice for him to get a visa as well.
Yeah, exact same issue. I mean, the Chinese visa would probably be allowed, but it would likely take way too long to process.
Yeah. And these are Rex Bannistar. They're not back-to-back sets. They were played at different times.
Yeah. Anyway, Castle Age on the way for both players. Lewis still no eco upgrades, and that's especially painful for Armenians who love getting those mule card upgrades with the 40% increased effectiveness.
But longswords good against fires?
Sorry?
Longswords, are they good against fires?
Yeah. I mean, they deal a bunch of damage.
Okay. Castle for both. How quickly do we see champion from Lewis?
It is possible. That would be wild if Lewis just goes Armenian champions. I mean, your food income is good, but that feels a little too all in.
I mean, their play would be for Doc Cilician Fleet demos, right? But maybe not in this patch.
No, not in this patch.
Stable.
That would be, okay. I hate this. You already have Longswordsman as your melee unit. I mean, going Skirmishers makes a lot of sense, because Viper has his own archers and Skirmishers to counter the Swordsman, but why would you want a different type of melee unit here?
Waiting for the water balance versus land units YouTube video.
Well, actually, I am working on a unique ship, like naval unique unit deep dive video right now, and apparently longboats, now that they've been reworked so that their arrows are like spreading out the damage, are just really inaccurate against land units.
Yeah, Viper gonna try to do the same thing, but Lewis is there this time with skirms to head off the archers in that small tile between the wall and the house, and Viper will get nothing out of that.
I mean, just great defense so far from Lewis. Viper is ahead by a few hundred resources, which is certainly not for nothing. He's also starting to get some monks, and this map does properly have 5 relics, so huzzah to that. And Burgundians, like Aztecs, going to doubly benefit from them.
Yeah, Viper taking the relic saves right off the bat. He'll need Lithuanians for the next map. We have another relic save of his Armenians for Lewis. But Warrior Priest's great at collecting the relics as we saw in game 1, and it's important for Viper to maintain map control so Lewis can't get the relics for free.
Indeed, and Viper, with his own good economy, and this is, I think, what makes the map a little bit interesting, is because you see these more food-heavy plays than what you could see on, like, Arabia, where Viper actually has his good cav upgrades. He's got +1, +2, and Husbandry. Now, no Cavalier yet, because I think he's still only on 1 stable, but it is something that is at least possible in the near future, when normally that's way too expensive.
Yeah. And also something to consider is siege towers. I believe they're no longer banned because they were updated since the qualifiers were played. So you could do some type of siege tower hop over the walls on this map that could be interesting. But Lewis prepared, though. He is out. Look at Lewis's... You don't start with outposts on the map. No, Lewis built all those outposts. Yes, he did. Lewis is outposted everywhere. Like, look at that. I know he likes the outposts, but he sees everything.
Sorry, I had to kick Dash out.
Alright, so Lewis now going for a counter raid. Viper will get a castle up, but no vills in the TC to garrison, so the knights can run around wherever Viper can't quick wall.
And were you talking about Coustelier here? Because I feel like that could be a really efficient option on this map. Low gold cost, fairly low food cost, and they're going to trade pretty well against knights over time, especially since the production from Lewis isn't that great.
Could you just go Castle Age Halbs to deal with it?
If you're forcing your opponent to spend Halb money in Castle Age, I feel like you can get a much faster Imperial Age.
Maybe, but Imperial Age without map control then.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very important to consider. Second and third TCs coming in at the same time here for Lewis. Viper is a little bit ahead right now. Bowsaw in, and Viper's cleaned everything up. So thus far, the defending player has had the advantage.
So Vils here attacking that light cav. And, ooh, Viper gets out on 2 HP. Perfectly calculated for him. Not going to be able to deny the TC, though. Lewis should be able to wall it.
Yeah, I mean, it's strong play so far. I mean, it's fun, right? Because you can tell that both these players really want it. We saw it in the last series as well. These guys are really playing. I mean, this is an opportunity that neither of them expected. And, I mean, it's unfortunate that you have to be in this situation in the first place, but they're both trying to make the best of this opportunity, and you gotta love that.
Yeah, now Horse Collar for Lewis, and he's going to start adding in farms. You have to add the farms in as the fish start to run out and become more raidable, more vulnerable to the raids.
Viper getting so much good damage done with his cavalry units, able to run past Lewis. Viper actually has a ton of stone banked up, and honestly, it would have been ideal, I think, if Viper was dropping the castle like 2 minutes ago. As soon as he, you know, had the resources, he probably could have sent Vils forward and denied this TC.
I mean, Viper could still just, like, castle drop the TC if he has enough Castilier.
He should, right? I don't see anything that would be stopping Viper from doing so.
Well, Viper agrees. He should castle drop. The only thing stopping him would be some skirms.
This should have come in a little while ago, to be honest, if we're talking about what would be the actual best play here. And Viper pulled all of his Vils off gold as well, which that's not super pretty for your economy either, so a little bit awkward for Viper. That said, he's still fundamentally working towards the victory here in game number 2.
Yeah, the TC should be ranged by the castle. And the Burgundian Eco with Bowsaw, really efficient behind this. One thing for Viper, though, he didn't do Horse Collar. So he's switching to farms without Horse Collar now, which is kind of painful, but I guess not that bad these days, because you can do Horse Collar whenever you want and still get some benefit from it.
Are you a fan of that change, by the way?
I don't love it, but I don't hate it as much as I do stuff like auto farm or fishing ship garrisoning.
Yeah, I agree.
Trust them.
It's not a change I personally would have implemented, but it's not anything I'm gonna, die on a hill for.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You're gonna
beautiful outpost
retreat
from
the
Lewis on
hill.
the low ground. I mean, his vision at any potential counterattack is so nice.
Yeah, this is something Lewis is, I don't know, I started noticing it from him from Sudden Disaster. I don't know if he picked it up for that or just always has been doing it, but he builds outposts everywhere and he sees everything.
You love it, right? Map vision is so important in Age of Empires. Going to be able to react much better to any counterattacks, especially if you're not a super high APM player. Just having that better forewarning of enemy units incoming is going to be very helpful. Lewis's own counterattack, I mean, the issue for him is just that he's been falling so far behind in eco. Viper's raids have been much more effective than Lewis's over time. And right now, we have another TC for Viper in the middle of the map, and Lewis is really falling behind.
So Knight converted by a monk too. And yeah, I don't really see a way back into this for Lewis. Also, he only has 3 relics so far on this map, which we saw from Viper in the first game. Armenians, their advantage is the churches and the priests to grab the relics early on. He hasn't been able to use that.
Yeah, it's really, I think, the Warrior Priest is a pretty interesting unit because it doesn't help you out a ton in like actual combat, but it's really good for taking relics and map control. And it kind of peters off in the late game, so I think that now that it's been balanced a little bit better, I think it's a cool unit.
And now Castilier raid from Viper under Lewis's eco. And no castle at the top for Lewis, he's just throwing lots of fortified churches up. But these are Armenian churches, unlike the Georgians, not giving him any eco boost, just a little garrison spot there.
Yep. I mean, I think the Armenian churches are more or less fine. I mean, it's a good defensive tool, but it is still 200 wood. It's quite expensive, so it feels fine. I mean, other than the church rush, which again has been nerfed quite heavily. Viper with a siege workshop coming in, hand card as well. Of course, leverage all those eco upgrades as Burgundians.
And now, do we need a castle? I mean, do we need an imp for Viper just to close this off? He can do crop rotation, or he can do crop rotation in the castle age. Well, we were talking about whether or not that's worth it. If you do it 20 minutes into the game on Empire Wars, I think it's worth it over the next hour.
Yeah, that sure is true. And I don't know about UTOS. I don't really care that we're 10 minutes behind. I mean, we're still just watching the same thing.
Well, we think this one's pretty much over. Why don't we just times 8 speed until the end and catch up?
Okay.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, times 8.
Already off to the races. But yeah, you're right. This one is pretty over.
Watch Lewis make the most epic comeback we've ever seen in Age of Empires. Viper will have to spam out the Cobra Cars, and he still won't be able to beat Lewis just like the other day.
So did Viper actually lose the game with the Cobra Cars, or was he just, disqualified
he was,
from that game?
He was defeated, basically, and he made Cobra Cars. But yeah, there's a GG from Lewis, as we'll catch up to Memb and Dave eventually. Memb's young, it's hard to keep pace with him.
Exactly.
All right, so military is just better from Viper. That was over for a while. Better eco. Burgundians OP. You think Burgundians are strong?
Well, I mean, it's really just those counterattacks from Viper and doing a great job of leveraging the food advantage to get a good number of cavalry units and get that faster castle age time.
Yeah, and again, these are Rex, and we're kind of out of sync with the other casters, so we're just going to speed up and try to not be behind for purposes of not getting spoiled. So I'll get game 3 warmed up, and I'm paused at 1 second.
0 seconds still. Okay, there you go. I'm at 1 second.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. And this map is indeed Thames.
All right, so here we are, guys. This is another map that can go pretty long. counterattacking is still totally viable, though. Lewis going to be in the blue as the Vietnamese to the east, a very, very powerful civilization. Viper going to be in the yellow as the Italians to the west. Now, I do know that there's water here, but this isn't still really a water map that we see docking very often.
No,
also,
it is not.
Didn't you used to start with a transport ship on this map?
No.
Am I crazy? I think I'm going crazy.
Yes, I think you are.
All right, that's cool. At least I understand that. But yeah, what do you think about that Italians pick, T West?
Is Nikov? Nope, Nikov. Let me just answer a question. Nikov wasn't the one who made it. It was Vinchester who's not able to get a visa. Nikov, of course, still dealing with appendicitis and various other difficulties. But so I don't think I've seen Italians played on this map now that you mention it. I've casted a lot of games. I've seen Aztecs quite a bit. I've seen
Persians and Vietnamese a lot.
Yeah, Persians, Vietnamese, Wei, even Saracens like we saw earlier. I can't recall an Aztecs game.
You mean Italians?
I mean Italians, right.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Italians are always like a fine civ. There's never going to be a setting where Italians are actively bad. That said, I feel like the Vietnamese eco advantage is going to be very tough to stop on this map, especially because it feels like their economy and their military is going to be better here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel that also Italians should struggle against Imp Skirm Fire Lancer. As many civs
totally.
do.
I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Where the army and eco both feel better for Vietnamese. Like, Italians are good, but it's not... I'm just not sure that they're quite good enough. Yeah, Koreans. How could we forget Koreans on this map during Fire Lancer meta?
Yeah, that's true. Koreans all the time. But this was one of the maps where it wasn't always Koreans. It's not like Romans on Dune Springs. I don't know how the stats website calculated that, but 125% of the games on Dune Springs were Romans.
Yeah, that was crazy. But Viper's coming forward, and the Italian armor and the Vietnamese HP actually kind of cancel each other out. Oh, nice poke there for Lewis.
Yeah, so what are the changes that have been made to Italians over the years? It's they now get their previous tech that was Pavisi, they now get that as just a bonus for +1 armor. And instead they have the, what's it called? Pyrotechnia, which is Scorpion hand cannoneers.
Yeah, the Scorpion hand cannoneers that also have better accuracy. Makes sense for the Scorpion-ish unit. Yes, that's correct, one sparse.
So here we have both players up to the Castle Age. And this is also a map I've seen played very passively. Oh, Catans I've seen on this map quite a few times too. But it's
the Settlers
just like,
of Catans?
No, the Catans. No, they're the kittens. I've seen lots of walling up across the map. You wall up and then you're mostly safe. Well, you are safe if you wall like Lewis did. I think there's a hole by the gate, maybe not. Well, Viper's open because there's another shallows in and out of his base. Did he scout that? Oh, Viper didn't scout the shallows. Or only check Viper's
that
scouting.
Is a classic Viper moment. Tyrant the Viper would have scouted that, but
Oh.
Viper...
Also didn't scout the bottom, too. He's open on both sides.
Oh my goodness! Oh, that is definitely not ideal, but... I mean, again, when we're talking of players of this caliber, you gotta scout. It's just what you have to do. You have to double check these things, and Lewis already switching into skirmishers. Vietnamese can be very happy to play a passive skirmisher-based mid-game. Feels like Viper is gonna have to do something here.
And I think Vietnamese are hard to push in the mid-game if you're going for an archer-heavy composition, where they simply do elite skirm and hold on the hills in front of the base.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnamese are tough to push at any stage of the game. They're just a very strong defensive civilization. The only exception are civs that have really good siege monk pushes, which is kind of the one downside of Vietnamese is that you don't have great monks, but... I mean, Italians can do that, but obviously that's not really how this game is shaken out. And Bod Crowsaw coming in here from Viper. He is all set up playing, like, you know, flank archers in a team game.
Yeah, doing the university for ballistics. Italians do get that university, where is it? University text minus 25% bonus, so ballistics is cheap for them. Only a palisade gate to the north for Lewis, so Viper might be able to push through that if he can't walk around it.
Yeah, remember guys, palisade gates only have 4 pierce armor, so crossbowmen will deal 3 damage a shot to them, so very quickly going to be able to take that one down, and Lewis is going to be trying to launch a counterattack. He's getting a siege workshop up, but he is going to have to make a U-turn, if possible, right there. And he needs to get back home real fast.
And he's sending his entire village to raise that TC, but Viper will get in with crossbows with ballistics. He sees the vills, TC's 60%, and with ballistics, so Lewis has to dance the vills. He'll lose quite a few. There's 4 down, so 4 vills down on the TC. And Viper might just get back, try to retreat with the crossbows and keep him alive.
That was very well done. You get 4 villagers, and you escape with all but one of your crossbowmen. So, good move there. Sees that Lewis doesn't have +2 defense, so his skirmishers going to be taking 2 damage a shot on level ground to the crossbowman. This is actually still a fight that Viper can easily win with good micro.
Yeah, crossbows taking out the skirms. That's what happens when skirms don't have their +2 armor. Crossbows still can kind of fight them. And if that army goes down, Viper now has a wide open path to the back of Lewis's eco.
Oh no, I mean, this is just not respecting the power of +2 defense right there. It is so necessary, guys. I mean, it's the difference between 2 damage and 1 damage, which sounds like it's almost nothing, but, you know, it's a 100% damage increase is another way to think about it.
It's crazy how huge that armor makes a difference. And now a market for Lewis in the middle. He's trying to 3TC boom. He doesn't even have crossbow, though. Viper with ballistics will easily win this fight with extra range and ballistics. Look at that micro from Lewis, though. Look at the young
so
kid
silly.
able to dodge 2 separate groups of crossbows.
This is so silly, man. No units died there. What the heck?
Well, maybe Lewis's micro is good enough. He's not gonna lose to this. Dodging ballistics. What would Doubt say at this moment?
It's cheating.
Finally, some archers starting to go down. And he's doing a great job of keeping his base safe. With the TC advantage, he actually is even on vills and should pull ahead soon.
It's pretty crazy, though, that Viper's literally just pretending that this game is like a team game and he's just playing flank Italians versus Vietnamese. Like, it's just all archers and archer upgrades and then a few mangonels to help. That is a very well-positioned siege workshop, though, from Lewis, and that's going to do a great job of defending his base.
And he's starting to get mangonel shots in the back, too. His Viper needs to clear the mangonel, and he does on the front. And Lewis now clears the crossbows in the back. He's being pushed off of a wood line at the front. And, I mean, credit to the micro of Lewis. Feudal archers, no ballistics. And he could hold long enough not to lose any vills in the back.
I mean, it's... Oh, okay, huge hit there from Lewis, able to get the 1-for-0, help clean that up, although Viper's setting in some more archers. So long as Viper doesn't screw up his micro, he'll be able to snipe the mangonel in turn. No villagers there with which to repair. So, yeah, of course, good micro. And Viper still is able to apply pressure here, and he's working towards a castle, T-West. He's still ahead in resources, and it's one of those situations where, yes, his boom isn't as good, but he's idling his opponent's eco so much.
Yeah, I think the key for Italians would be forward castle, faster, imp, and trib. But Viper has to be careful of another mangonel about to pop out of the workshop. And he dodges, but loses the mangonel. The other mangonel from Lewis coming forward, and Viper takes a hit. Takes a hit on the crossbows.
That is the exact sort of thing Lewis needs.
Yeah, looking to open up a palisade in the south, too. That gives him another avenue, maybe, but loses elite skirm. And Viper needs to get that castle forward and use the cheap imp right after it. I mean, is there a chance Viper castles in the south instead of forward?
It is possible. He just now clicks up. He actually sold a little bit of stone, so he wants the faster Imperial Age, even at the cost of getting that castle down faster. So interesting prioritization right there. Decent mangonel shot, but it was uphill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a
good micro from Viper.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? You're worried about the castle for Trebs. Maybe getting the faster imp time is more important than the castle positioning. But the longer he lets Lewis boom, the harder it's going to be to get a castle forward.
it's going to be more difficult. And of course, the great weakness of archers is they don't really destroy buildings unless you're Saracens with obsidian arrows. But other than that, it's going to be difficult if Lewis just walls up, throws down a ton of buildings, and then just makes a bunch of skirmishers. It feels like that's going to be tough for Viper to break, even if with a fast Imperial Age time.
Yeah, I think he's lost the moment when he could have done the castle forward. And yeah, he's imp faster. And, see, that's not how forward I think the castle needs to be. And Lewis could one-hit this with a mangonel.
Oh, are we going to Tim Castle this? No, it's too far away.
Almost.
Yep.
And Viper deletes it. I don't know if you've ever seen it happen, Orlu, but I saw a game, Doubt versus Yo once, where Doubt put down a castle foundation, and Yo one-hit it with a ram.
I haven't seen it with the ram. I've seen it with an enemy mangonel and your own mangonel.
I've done it with my own mangonel. I once denied a castle because there was one vill building it, and I had some cav archers, and I shot the vill just as the foundation was placed, and it had so little HP that the next cav archer arrow shot and destroyed the foundation.
Oh man, AoE 2 can be so fractional like that sometimes. But guys, we're in Imperial Age. Viper has no castle. I mean, yes, he'll get to bombard cannons eventually, but you're just giving Lewis more time to boom up. He's 1,000 resources ahead.
Yeah, there's chemistry. Lewis is the forward castle.
Both mangonel shots whiff here, but Lewis should be able... Nope, great micro there from Viper.
Ram from Viper. Well, what can Viper do now? That is a great castle from Lewis. The rest of Lewis's base is fairly walled up. And Viper's gonna do her castle, but this is so late compared to his imp timing. He doesn't have any trebuchets out yet. He's still researching chemistry to make the cannon, and he's just now placing down a workshop.
I mean, this is actually a huge issue for Viper because now, okay, you're both making archers. That means the person who switches into skirms is going to win that engagement. But now you're going into a skirm war against Vietnamese as Italians, which is, again, the reason that we were a little skeptical of the Italians pick in the first place is because, well, Vietnamese have the better eco and the better skirms.
Ooh, Viper crossbows. Ooh, dodge the mangonel.
And they got chemistry in. Thumb ring, of course, as well, going to be quite helpful.
Okay. And now we need to look at the relic situation again, Orlu. Viper has one relic. There are 4 more relics in the north where Viper has map control so far. Well, this is basically
That's
Gold Rush in
definitely-
the south now.
Yeah. And Lewis is fine in the short run, and to his credit, all he needs are skirmishers and a few bombard cannons and trebs. So it still feels totally fine for him, but there's still at least a little bit of pressure that you need to move out on the map and do something here quite soon.
Yeah, Viper definitely has a bit more scouting, but he has a much better KD, an 11-0 eco KD, so that's kind of scouting plus KD is where his score is coming from now. Lewis actually is significantly more res collected, and I think the score is lying to us a bit. If Lewis doesn't just completely Titanic the Treb fight in the south, I think he's in a much better spot.
Oh yeah, totally agree. Viper does have 2 bombard cannons. Yeah, he's got 2 siege workshops from which to train them. But the issue right now for Lewis is just, or rather for Viper, sorry, is like, what do you do against imp skirms?
Yeah, what does anyone do against Imp Skirm?
They're too powerful. Viper does not have the eco to switch into cavalry. The bombard cannons are at best a soft counter.
Yeah, but I mean, it is good that Viper won that first castle fight. He needed that.
Mm-hmm.
See, Lewis outposting in the north looking for relics too. Viper has 1 spear patrolling the Royal Albert Hall as he's trying to get more relics. He has his 3rd on the way. Imp Skirm's dealing with the mangonels. But could Cannon take out the Imp Skirm? Lewis dying to the siege there.
Great shots from Viper, forcing all of that microing against the cannons actually makes the regular ranged units do a lot more damage. Viper's on 4 bombard cannons. I mean, good job leveraging the cheap Italian cannons. Everyone's going to need to scooch back with the trebuchet, but with 4 bombard cannons, T-West, now you can really start to level these buildings.
Not the buildings so much as the Imp Skirms, I think. I think Lewis, his advantage is that the unit composition he has is something Viper's actual army can't fight. And it will come down to bombard cannon micro. If Lewis can snipe off cannon with skirms, which you can do, Viper, I think, just suddenly loses. If Viper keeps the cannon alive and takes down the skirm numbers, then he's great.
But the way that Viper can force those engagements is because all this infrastructure is getting destroyed, which was my point. Because Lewis just can't sit back and let his entire base get leveled, and Viper has such a huge army advantage right now that Lewis really feels like he has to take this fight, because otherwise he's just going to lose everything.
Now here come the skirms, spread formation. And what happens to the cannon? TC goes down. One cannon down. I think Lewis gets all the cannon here. Second and third.
Yeah.
And the fourth, 4 HP, down it goes. And now Viper's fighting archers against imp skirms. He's trying to go for cavaliers, but I think that's too late.
Yeah, that feels like a huge miss there from Viper. Those cannons were the single most important part of Viper's army, and they are all gone. And now Lewis has the economy, he's got the army, and Viper is trying to switch into Cavalier with 109 vills. It's not going to be good.
Well, once again, though, Viper prioritizing relics. He will get a 5th relic, and he will be up by 5 relics, but again, with all the gold in the south, you lose that gold. Relics aren't going to help you.
No, and especially not with Cavalier, which are going to be very expensive, and they're not the best at staying alive for a long time. So that's a very unfortunate combo to have in a low gold situation. And the castle might stand for now, but this just doesn't really feel like it's going Viper's way anymore. He had a really good window there with his bombard cannons, but they just all died.
And now here come the Cavaliers. Viper's still pulling ahead in score. But, the thing about Condottieri is that you need to do all of the armor upgrades before you can fight Imp Skirm. And even then, they're still not the greatest. 8 attack means that 5 armor. Is it 5 or 6 in total for the Condottieri? With the Sid bonus
it's 5
now.
pierce armor total, and they have 10 attack.
Yeah, it's 5 armor, so the Imp Skirms still do 3 damage. That's like crossbows against knights. So it's not like you're resisting it all that much. They have low HP, and you need to do upgrades for them, so it's not like an early Imp counter to Imp Skirms.
Nah. It's also very expensive on the gold cost for what you're getting. It's 40 gold a pop.
Yeah, Lewis with another TC in the north. And Viper had done a lot of pushing. He had disrupted Lewis's eco quite a bit, and Viper still has a good Vil lead. But now it's Lewis's turn to counter raid with Imp Skirm.
The unit does anything. Is there anything Imp Skirms can't do, T-West? I bet they're the best unit on water maps, too.
I know that's one thing. Imp Skirms cannot swim. They cannot swim.
Not with that attitude.
They might lose to heavy demo.
Nope, they sniped the heavy demo.
Yeah, they probably do now. Demos are... I mean, let's be honest, we're never going to see heavy demo again.
Not likely, unless they get them buffed again. But castle here to the north from Lewis. Viper is hanging in there. He killed a lot of villagers with Lewis trying to get that castle up, and Lewis honestly has squandered a fair bit of his momentum. The resources are starting to catch up for Viper. His skirm numbers are okay. The Cavalier are slowly getting upgrades, and I mean, both players feel like they have had some wasted opportunities this game.
Yeah, Viper's doing a skirm raid. He's raiding with elite skirm. He says, I'm going to do the best unit I can. And is this the new Hussar? Ornlu, the skirmisher?
The humble skirmisher, the best raiding unit in the game.
But now it comes down to a castle fight in the south.
Pop base. You can see Lewis has 225 maximum population.
Yeah, we do need Goss with 235 again.
Yeah, that was fun. But now we have some Arbalests with full upgrades here for Lewis, and you do get that extra HP as the Vietnamese, which is very helpful. And now the cannon's starting to climb in number, going to start to apply pressure to Viper's castle here. It's already taken 20,000 damage, and it looks like Viper not really repairing it. Another Treb coming out, though, T-West, and it's more Cavalier and Skirm here for the Viper.
Yeah, and Italian Cavaliers are fully upgraded. They don't have Paladins, but they do get fully upgraded Cavaliers. And that would force a swap from Lewis. The Vietnamese can deal with this, with Fire Lancers, with Halbs, right, with Elephants, but all those options are not instant, and they're not free when you still need to do upgrades.
And they require a lot of food to get into. I mean, Fire Lancers don't cost food, but to get the upgrades, you need a lot of food. And
yeah.
Lewis doesn't have that. Viper has done so much damage with his raids that despite Lewis having such a better eco for so long, Viper now has the eco lead. He's applying pressure to his opponent's castle, although his own does go down to the south. And Lewis is actually going to try and snipe the trebuchets here.
He needs to. He needs to snipe the trebs with the cannon. Cannon going forward. They have the hill. They get a good shot on the first treb. Viper not repairing. And Viper is going to pull back. Because treb won't go down. The Cavaliers come forward. Oh, actually, the treb does go down. And Lewis not going to lose a cannon, but at the same time, Lewis's eco still rated. Everything is idled in the TC. He's down to 83 Vilzor. Lewis has no
2 on
eco.
food, 1 on gold, and 3 on stone. Oh no, that is not at all what you need, which makes any unit Lewis makes basically irreplaceable, and that is going to be very tough to win a game.
Yeah, you can't have an irreplaceable army when you're playing in the replacement qualifier.
That's simply not done. Ring Archer armor coming in for Viper. That's still going to be helpful. He's got 30 on gold plus those 5 relics that, I mean, Viper, of course, just did such a good job to grab early. Cavalier charging forward. And just, if any of these siege units go down, it's so difficult to try and replace them. Viper still has 1 treb and 1 bombard cannon to try and attack the castle. And, I mean, this is quite the back and forth game.
So part of me feels that after Lewis picked off the cannon, he needed to do something to get his base more heavily walled and fortified. And that Viper just continued to be raiding with Cavaliers. Or maybe the answer also could have been anticipate the Cavalier switch and try to add Halb earlier. But Lewis has lost way too much eco now to hold his Viper with the score lead. Viper gonna cannon shot 1 more treb. And as soon as this castle goes down, I think Lewis basically has no more chance to take resources without the gold.
Yeah, that is going to be quite tough for him. 0 gold, a huge blob of skirms in his base. Yeah, he's got some arbs, but that's only going to do so much. Viper is at max pop. He's got the Royal Albert Hall, too, so that's not even anything Lewis is going to have going for him. And Lewis is just stuck in Viper, despite dropping the first game like he did versus Barles. He's looking to go up to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Viper's saying right now, I've got the Royal Albert Hall and tickets for the finals have been sold out for months.
People try to resell them, though, T-West. Never get rid of those scalpers.
And, I mean, what does Lewis have eco now? He has 1 TC at home. He's still trying to push with arbs. And somehow, this arb push is keeping him in the game in the south. Somehow.
It is. He has no production queue, though, T-West, at all.
But
except
he has
Bills,
castles.
and obviously that...
And he has Vietnamese.
The second he goes away from his own castle here, it's like all his units are going to get obliterated, though.
Well, he has
He's
Vills
got
on
a
stone
trap.
still. He can do another forward castle. 100 pop. Or Vills, 100 Vills.
Yeah. And okay, I'm so sorry, T-West, but Dash is scratching at my door. He really needs to go outside, so I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, I will keep going. Orlin needs to take care of a dashing issue. And Bombard Cannon now for Lewis moving forward, and this might be the moment where moving away from the castle means that your cannon gets sniped by Cavaliers. Does Lewis have enough arbs to keep the cannon alive? 1 goes down, Viper focusing them, and he does not. The second down, Lewis desperately trying to repair, but the pathfinding brings it into the Cavaliers, and Lewis loses those expensive cannon. Now the Cavaliers are everywhere along with the skirms, and things falling apart for Lewis, who has 1 last castle here that he needs to keep alive. Viper trebbing the castle in the north, too. Lewis trying to take the Royal Albert Hall. This is where Viper's at 200 pop, though. This is now really important for Viper to reclaim that hall and be able to exceed the population limit. Doesn't quite have the production there, but 40 plus Vils on gold means he has Cavaliers. And no Halb upgrade ever researched. No infantry tech for Lewis. He's stuck fighting Cavaliers with Arbalests. James Dash. No, Ornlu's dog named Dash. And Cavaliers going for Lewis's Treb underneath the castle to the north. Guard tower clicked for the Viper as he wants to control the south by the golds even more. And Viper reclaims the Royal Albert Hall, can rush the Treb with Cavaliers now. But he's down to 163 pop. Hasn't had the eco to sustain the pop lead. But Lewis now, he's running away from the north. All his Vils are coming back to the south. He's going back to his original base, but the problem is there's no wood there. He can go to farms, but that's about it. Now in the south, Lewis, he's at 120 pop. Keeps for Viper, and Viper has this. Viper has this. And there is the GG from Lewis.
Of course, the second I get back, the game ends.
It does, but you're back in time to see the ending as Viper goes up 2-1. GG, and 306 to 302 KD. It was a close KD, but economic lead for Viper pulled ahead. And Lewis couldn't do anything once the raids came in. Cavaliers seemed to be the right choice.
From 15 minutes to 26 minutes, Lewis had a significant eco advantage over Viper. That is a long time in AoE 2.
He did.
And yet he just wasn't quite able to do anything with it. After killing those 4 bombard cannons, he really needed to either shore up his base or force Viper to stay at home, and he unfortunately could do neither.
He could not shore up the base along the shore where he got raided.
Yep.
So let's get the next game loaded. It'll be on Hengehold again.
Hold my henge.
All right. Oh, Ornlu, wait till you see the Civ pick. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm at 0 seconds. Are you at 0 seconds?
You bet I am, buddy.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And we have Lewis as the blue Portuguese to the west and Viper as the yellow Franks to the east for the berry bonus. They'll take the berries faster. And right now it is a boar hunt and the boars are closer to Lewis. Like, it's not even close. They're better on Lewis's side of the map.
Viper is going to try and snag one, to be fair. He did lose the last game on this map against Barles when he had the 2-1 boar advantage. And Lewis actually kind of went the wrong way as well. So, I mean, it's just so important to go in the right direction early on. Viper Scout will deal a little bit of damage, but the Spearman is going to be there to make sure... Oh, even gets a nice poke in right there. So now Viper's Scout is in a rough spot. No way! Is the block in? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lewis. House Foundation saved him. And now the Scout can block the boars.
Wow, that is absolutely crazy. Guys, Viper is seriously one game away from qualifying to Red Bull when nobody thought he would. And now he's coming in with the second stable. Double stable Frank Scouts. T-West, is this 2020?
Let's go, double stables. I like
this is
the
like
double
right
stables.
post DE getting launched. Double stable Frank Scouts.
Is this 2008? I mean, Franks weren't played in 2008. Franks were played briefly at the start of DE for some reason. I never understood why. They were never that great of a civ. But
well, I mean, they had the Forge Push bonus was, what, 10% better? It was 25%.
It was a bit
you
more.
Had the Scout HP from the start of the game instead of only from Feudal Age.
Yeah, so if Viper wins one more game, he wins because it was confirmed sets are what matter, not games played. And he already beat Barles today. So Vil goes down to the Scouts. And this could be it if Viper wins. This could be it. He is one game away from qualifying for Red Bull.
And big fight happening over here. One Scout is picked off. Still, Forging is also coming in here for Viper. That's going to be a big advantage. But Lewis is about to be fully walled. Yep, he'll be able to fully wall himself. Yep.
4 Scouts for Viper, 4 Frank Scouts, more HP. Is that a hole by the house? Viper
you just need to
kills
do
the
this.
spear.
You just need to be better about that as Lewis. I mean, you can't just let the scouts in. That said, the actual micro is very good, and Viper still loses a lot of scouts.
That was fine.
A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the
Close shave
crossfire.
right there, but good for Lewis. He's got plenty of forage bushes safe in the back of his base. Viper spent a lot of food on scout cavalry, and he's coming forward again.
He is? Thank you, Tundra Blitz, for the sub. Perfect.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tundra Blitz.
Frank's
I should have
quotation.
been the one to thank you there.
Or in the dropping the ball after needing to take the dog outside.
Yeah, well, now he's back and demanding attention, so it's a lot of multitasking the streamer has to do right now.
So forward tower from Viper as the scouts are trying to fight the archers. Is this a Titanic from Viper? Does he lose Vils here? One Vil down, archers on the hill, sniping a second. Yes, sniped the second. And Castle Age for
But
Lewis.
the archers from Lewis are taking a ton of damage to the tower from the high ground. And now the scouts are attacking at the base of the tower here. There's only one archer now to poke away at the scout cavalry. And Viper's going to be able to keep this pressure up.
And Viper can do the same thing he did last game. He can run straight through the TC. This is not fully walled. TCs do not stop scouts from running through. The only downside for Viper is as he's doing armor, he's the Franks and he won't have bloodlines. Franks, because they have extra HP but don't have bloodlines, are actually worse than bloodline scouts in feudal. So going full double stable scouts like he's doing can actually be really tricky with them.
It's such an actually interesting bonus because you get more HP right off the bat, but you are very far behind in HP once Bloodlines comes in. You're down 11 HP. Second range, though, from Lewis T-West, and he's got no gold. So Castle Age is going to be in, but this crossbow timing is not going to be what Lewis is hoping for.
Is it crossbow or is he just going to go cav archer?
I think he goes crossbowman, right? Right?
I guess it has to be crossbow with just against the early scouts.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have enough production for the cav archers, but now Lewis's eco balance is really awkward because he's got a ton of food and he doesn't really want to spend a ton of food on anything. He's trying to rush up a market even, and this Castle Age is not doing a whole lot at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to rush up the market to buy his way up or sell his way up, the same way Tundra Blitz is just buying a sub to Ornlu.
Thanks for all the subs today for both of our channels, guys. Hope you're enjoying the co-cast. Great idea for you to suggest it.
I suggested it as soon as I saw. I didn't know what the settings were. I was like, I'm going to be confused. I need help.
So you called in the person who knows even less than you do?
Yes.
That is, help, I'm blind. Here, let me find somebody even more blind. Oh my goodness, but crossbow is in, guys. Bodkin is in. Lewis is going to come in for the counterattack right here, and Viper still has to hang on for probably another minute and a half until he can get upgrades.
Yeah, that's why he's doing the tower on the front gold, but he's not walled at all in the back. No walls as the crossbows come forward for Lewis.
20 seconds to Castle Age. Bowsaw in for Lewis as well, but he's still sticking on the 1 TC. No University even for Ballistic, so he is very much needing to make something happen, although the Monastery is going to be here for the Relics. Viper with another defensive tower, though.
Yeah, he needs to keep the crossbows away until armor comes in. He's not clicking light cav yet. I think he needs light cav along with the armor.
Instead.
He's going knights. Interesting. Does that give him the timing to fight the crossbows? Because he could have light cav right now. Maybe he hopes the tower is enough. Maybe the scouts are enough. Diving under the base of the tower, and the crossbows are dying.
Did he just garrison the villagers to gunk up the movements there of the crossbowmen?
Yes.
That is absolutely crazy. Like, how many players would think, let's make my villagers more exposed just to stop your units just long enough for my scouts to get the surrounding kills? That is absolutely wild from Viper.
And Lewis trying to put one crossbow behind a wood line, but Viper on top of that with the knights. So yeah. Oh, and also, chat, apologies, an ad's gonna play. I'm out of snoozes in like 15 seconds, so sorry for the ad.
Oh no. Well, we have a monk on the way here for Lewis. He's not done yet. He actually, the scores are dead even, and Lewis is even going to be the first one to add an additional town center. So, I mean, he's still fighting, but losing that crossbow blob is quite difficult. Getting the relics, though, going to be a nice advantage.
Yeah, we've seen 5 relics several times today, and Lewis really needs the relics to stay alive. And Rock the Casbah 2. Thank you for the sub to Ornlu.
Rock the Casbah, rock the Casbah. Sharif don't like it. I'm sorry, T-West. I shouldn't ruin the AoE viewing experience for your viewers as well.
That's okay. That is still a better experience than the Tariq campaign.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, my goodness. But here we are, guys. There are 2 towers here at the back of Viper's base. And these crossbowmen, they're looking for damage, and they are getting some damage with the idle time. But Viper is coming in for his own counterattack on the other side.
And ooh, the gate was open briefly, but Viper doesn't get in. And, I mean, crucially, the crossbows in the back for Lewis are making sure that Viper can't do additional TCs. He has to go for the tower defense. And that's going to mean Lewis can pull ahead in Vils as he gets a second TC.
He does. Gonna be a mangonel coming in. Are these crossbows gonna be trapped? Oh, Lewis realizes it. I mean, he's literally microing his units right now. Decent mangonel hit, and he's gonna get a little bit more damage. Oh my goodness, T-West.
Okay. Very low HP. And okay, very, very low HP now.
Yeah. Literally 0 HP is the lowest of the low HP. And now you just send a few knights in. Most of these crossbows are going to die in one hit anyway, and they are all going to go down. And yes, Lewis is getting the better eco, but that is another attack that has been completely stuffed by Viper.
Yeah, and Viper, he's at 200 stones. Now the question for Viper, does he go for a castle, or does he go for more TCs? And I mean, we have seen Viper do crazy things with throwing axemen, but I don't think that's a good unit for the matchup against the Portuguese.
No, not in this particular situation. Might snag the monk there, not quite. Still have several crossbow here. Ballistics is, of course, going to be huge there for Lewis. Mangonel is under threat from that converted knight, but the Vil should be able to repair it in time. Oh, Lewis is trying to get it with the crossbowman, and he does!
He does.
Wow,
does.
Very, very clutch micro there from Lewis, and he is ahead in villagers. Viper's still on the 1 TC, and of course that Frank Castle discount was nerfed because Forgotten Empires likes to make Ornlu and T-West unhappy.
They do. But Rock the Casbah makes us both very happy. Thank you also for the sub.
Oh, getting the sub to T-West, or getting the sub to T-West. Thank you, Rock
Rocking
the
the
Casbah.
sub to T-West.
Indeed. Hope you guys are having fun. This has been a fun day of AoE, I gotta say.
Yeah, so Lewis picking up relics. He's just gonna miss grabbing a 4th relic. The knights are there. Oh, but a converted knight can pick off a mangonel. And mangonel down.
Just enough. This is one of those situations where knights are very bad at killing each other. So there's just enough HP on that knight and movement speed to take down the mangonel. And although this doesn't seem huge, we have to remember that Lewis's eco is a lot better than Viper's. So any time that he can just stall this push a little bit more from the Sneck, it's going to be a huge win for him.
Yeah, and now Monk coming over for Lewis needs to convert a knight.
Oh, but the mangonel is totally out of position. Lewis has lost a lot of monks this game, especially since Viper didn't even go light cav at any point. So that's a little bit tricky. And Viper is going to be able to get a forward castle pretty soon. It's 553 stone now for a Frank Castle, and of course, just as I say that, he adds a TC instead.
I mean, the TC is kind of risky. If you start going late game, what do you think about these two civs? Franks are always a weird matchup, where they do chivalry, they can spam light cav all over the place with the faster working stables, but they're so weak if they need to fight in one place against halbs.
It really is tough. I mean, Franks have such a good army composition with gold, but they really aren't a great civ without gold. And
thank you,
right there.
Fuzi Caillou, for subbing to Ornlu.
Thank you, Fuzi Caillou. And that mangonel probably isn't going to come out. Just one more shot there, and indeed the siege workshop goes down, but redemption is in for Portuguese. And Portuguese should have a way more efficient army in like a protracted game.
Yeah, there's Town Watch even for Lewis. Doing more outposts and Town Watch for him. Well, better with which to see the mangonels.
Where you can watch the mangonels destroy his base from even further away. And yet, Redemption monks are so huge. No sanctity, though, so the mangonels will just kill the monks in one shot. Viper realizes this as he turns the mangonel back, and now this is a really tough fight, but he goes for the archers. So difficult to control from both players, but those converted knights can just go snipe the mangonels.
Yeah, okay. Knight Mangonel is such a hard composition to go against monks. The Mangonel goes down. Only one left, but the knights are in. Knights are in. That's a lot of vills that are not by a TC, even with some crossbows.
Oh, and if Viper can just get any amount of value, that is huge. I mean, Viper, he said, I am confident enough with my own units here, with my Knights and Mangonels, that I'm just going to add TCs behind it. He needed to get damage done, otherwise he would just be way too far behind in economy. His reinforcements weren't that great either because, you know, he just spent a bunch of resources on TCs. But it looks like he might just get enough damage done to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, and he is 3 TCs. He's evened up the vill count. He's still behind by 2,500 resources collected, though. And a military count is growing for Lewis. 38 to 15. This is where one mangonel shot on crossbows turns things around, and Lewis with the eco lead is up to Imp. He's up to Imp. And I think he goes Arbs, and then Viper can't fight in the Castle Age. He's so far behind in res collected. If Lewis gets Arb Chemistry Bracer, then Frank Knights will do nothing in the Castle Age against a good mass.
Yeah, there's nothing for Viper to do at that point. Lewis trying to just survive long enough. He's still a long ways off from the Imperial Age. Viper, though, his own aggressive potential is a lot less because he's adding in that eco. And although he did enough to sort of even up the villager count because Lewis had so many more villagers working longer, Lewis is still just fine clicking up to Imp. No way this is denied, right?
I was afraid Viper was going to mangonel his own castle shooting the range.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about that, but it's all good. It's all good.
He's not co-oping with T-West today. That's not going to happen.
There you go.
Oh, converted mangonel.
Conversion.
He
Oh
deletes
my
the castle.
goodness. That is
Lewis
so
has
huge
won this
for Lewis.
game.
Yeah, Lewis, beautiful fight right there. He has enough stone for his own castle. He just needs to send the vills forward, and this blob of archers will not be destroyed by anything that Viper can create, and Lewis wants to bring this one to a game 5, and potentially a third series between Lewis and Barles.
And if Lewis wins this 3-2, and then Barles wins 3-2 over Lewis, something happens then, and it's a complete tie.
Yep, then more problems arise. But we are not there yet, and it still requires a very specific set of circumstances, so we need not worry about that just quite yet.
Oh, there's
Castle now to the south from Viper, but, I mean, it's going to be the push across the middle that he can't stop.
Yeah, I mean, Bracer, Thumb Ring, Chemistry, Arb. Or Arb Chemistry, whatever he wants to do. Probably Chemistry first for Cannon. And then Lewis pushes.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be basically impossible for Viper to stop at this point. There is simply no way he can get to Imperial Age. He's not training any military units right now, and he should have stuck to 1 TC, if we're being honest here. I think that's probably the only way he'd win this one. Lewis had simply too much safe eco at the back of his base, and then was just able to get to Imperial Age, and of course, taking some great fights on top of it.
Yeah, and now we have Guard Tower.
I don't know.
I mean, that's the best thing you can do against Arbalest when you're in the Castle Age.
Yep.
It's something that they won't destroy, and it does well enough against them that it'll keep your eco safe. And Lewis could be throwing here. He's sending that army underneath 3 guard towers. Yeah, he'll get some vills, but he's also going to lose a lot. He doesn't have the armor
It would be
upgrades.
the
Viper
throw
with the
of the
quick wall.
century if Lewis lost this game. Like, legit, require an obscene amount of throwing. Losing those archers isn't ideal, but he's still just fine, I think.
Oh yeah, and the thing for Viper is he didn't have archer upgrades yet, so the Arbs are dealing with guard towers that didn't even have fletching or ballistics. At the front, though, Viper taking a good fight with knights to clean up Arbs.
Gonna be something, but it's so expensive for Viper to afford all of those knights. Really not going to be easily replaceable, especially compared to Portuguese Arbalests with that 20% discount, 9 less gold a pop.
Viper might clean the Arbs in the back of his base, though. He's bringing the knights back around. He's managing to survive so far. Bodkin for the towers now. And this is an awkward situation now for Lewis. If he doesn't have an Arb mass, then he can't go for a siege push. And if he does have a mass, then he can. But losing more ARBs. Viper's KD is 105 to 79, but the Eco KD, 40 to 14, means Viper down 20 Vils despite still being Castle Age.
Yeah, and I honestly don't know why Lewis is so late in this Treb push. It feels like this could have been out here destroying all of these stables and the monastery a long time ago. But, well, the push is only coming in now. That said, Lewis has done a good job of replacing his dead Arbalests. He's adding a TC to the north as well, so he is expanding his eco as needed. He's still got the gold income. He still should be fine. I think. I'm, like, pretty
Should
sure.
be. Handcart on the way. He's getting eco upgrades. Viper go for a forward workshop, but the Knights will find those Vils. Viper not gonna quick wall, which is not a phrase you say too often about Viper, but he gets the workshop up somehow.
Yeah, guard tower also up to the southeast of the map, so he'll be able to push away the Arbs for a little while longer. Handcart coming in for Lewis. I mean, the important thing for Lewis is that he still has the better eco throughout all of this. So even though he's losing units here and there, he's still got the resources, he still has the tech advantage, and it should, in theory, just be a matter of time until he has enough siege to destroy all of these buildings.
And Viper lost a ton of Vils building a guard tower. And 102 to 66, we're going to a game 5, Ornlu. We're going to a game number 5.
Yeah, and this is going to be very exciting. Especially for those who want the most chaotic outcome possible, which I don't know about UT West, but I want to see a three-way tie. It's not my tournament, I don't have to care about it.
Yeah, I think Viper had a mistake earlier on when he had that opening in Lewis's base that he didn't send the Knights in, and he was still trying to protect his mangonel. I think you just go through the hole at that point. But that's also hard to tell.
And I think that instead of adding the TCs, if you drop a forward castle a lot sooner, then Lewis is going to be stuck without a castle of his own, and even if he gets to Imp, it's going to take him forever to get out of his base.
Yeah, there's the GG.
And there we go, guys.
We have a game 5. Boom.
It is hard to argue with this series, T West. I mean, it is as back and forth as it gets. Both players absolutely playing their hearts out when they... We're just going to throw back in here. None of these guys are training, right? Like, there's nothing to train for them normally. And yet, here they are.
Yeah, they were, I guess, caught off guard quite a bit, right? By the fact that they had to suddenly go back to old settings.
Yeah, I mean, like, neither of these guys have played these settings for months because you're not going to play any settings that you're not actively, training for. All right, T-West, I am ready here in game number 5, which is going to be our first Stonefront sighting of the day.
My first Stonefront, give me 1 second for Capture Age to load. And I am at 0 seconds, so 3, 2, 1, go. I'll just set this up here, so give us an introduction, Ornlu.
All right, guys, here we are. Thank you to everyone who's choosing to watch this on mine and T-West's channel, because it has been a really exciting day of AoE 2, but it still is all on the line here. Viper is 1 game away from being the surprise visitor of Red Bull Wololo Londinium. He's going to be the Saracens to the north. Lewis, if he wins this game, he will be 1 set away himself from qualifying, but it's still 1 more step he needs to go for. And he's going to be the Blue Cumans, the Blumans, if you will. And that is a very surprising pick, T-West.
And Viper Saracens. Saracens are an incredible Empire Wars civ, even though he lost the scout for using the market early on. They can sell their stone, get up to the castle age extremely quickly. The Cumans, though, for Lewis, is there a chance he goes for a ram push in the feudal age on this map? A feudal ram push?
I mean, that would be insane. It's not impossible. Because, guys, the thing with Cumans is that in the very beginning of an Empire Wars game, they're fantastic because their archery ranges and stables are super cheap. But once that bonus, stops mattering, after a few minutes, they're literally one of the worst civs. They have no eco bonus. There's no way you could ever go for a second TC. And even if you got the second TC up, it wouldn't matter. And normally, the RAM play is way too expensive. So you're playing like just a bad civ from there on out.
Stable. I was hoping that would be a ram, but it is a stable to help the old skirms. And the one thing Empire Wars does for the ram push is you do start with a blacksmith, so you can build the workshop right away. You don't need to do the blacksmith to unlock it.
Still, though, 200 wood for the siege workshop and 160 wood for the first battering ram. That is a lot of resources at this very early stage of the game. That said, fletching in here for both players. Scout is going to go down. You need to see the reinforcing ones come in quickly. But Viper, so far, I think great anticipation for what Lewis is doing. Just immediately going for the skirmishers, thinking Lewis would open for the double range like that.
Yeah. I mean, the other option for Lewis would be range plus stable and try to go scout plus archer right away, but that's very expensive on food, and you might not have the production, and he certainly wouldn't have the archer numbers he has here for dealing with spears.
It's tough, right? Because then you need fletching, otherwise your archers are useless, and you, like you said, you just don't have the resources to go for that. One Vil does not go down from Viper. Instead, the scout falls.
Lewis is
And
getting a
this
lot of
tower-
forward presence with this tower. It's controlling Viper's front stone. Viper still has a back stone. Viper's fully walled, but the wood lines are small. The archers can shoot over them.
Yeah, Viper will need to shift some villagers over there. He can take from the stragglers for now because we're still so early into this game. Lewis's scout is going to do its job and scout around. And it's 12 archers right now, so double the archer count to the skirmishers, but that +1 defense is ever so critical, as we've seen time and time again. And I'm just not convinced Lewis can actually push here before Viper gets Castle Age, but there we go, T West.
We have the workshop. And, I mean, what does Viper do? He's adding in a stable. I don't think he can afford upgrades on knights and also get elite skirm. And I think elite skirm is more important here because of all the archers. Feudal archers with fletching can fight knights if they're not upgraded or in low numbers.
Maybe he tries to rush up the siege workshop of his own in that situation, but so far, skirm's here going to do an excellent job walling off those archers. The scouts are doing a good job against the palisade, but still, the skirmishers should be doing just fine here at keeping Viper alive. And of course, Lewis is on such a clock right now, as he really needs to kill Viper. I love the fact that he's peppering those villagers over the wood line, but Viper is still almost to Castle Age.
And that palisade will go down. Viper has the wall behind it, gets the walls up. But here comes the ram push, ram on the blacksmith. And with such a tight eco for Viper, he doesn't have a working lumber camp. If he loses the blacksmith, no blacksmith upgrades once he gets castle.
And that will be pretty painful. He's going to make a knight. That is a no-brainer. Other than that, though, it's a really open question as to what he's doing. Okay, he's getting bodkin.
Oh, Lewis stops
What do you think
ramming. He
about
could have
this?
stopped it.
Oh, that's just a mistake. Oh, now it's too late. Now bodkin's going to come in. It's
Is
a
it
really
too
quick
late?
researching up.
Oh, it's going to be close.
I think.
It's close, Ornlu. 400 HP. 287. Okay, he gets it. 2 more hits. If he didn't pull back, no bodkin for Viper.
And that, of course, is a huge advantage there, potentially wasted by Lewis. And, I mean, Lewis just can simply not afford to lose this game right now. Archers are starting to go down to all the skirmishers, and this could be looking very good for Viper here.
Yeah, that imagine that ram denies bodkin, though. Lewis still pushes here. The skirms would be so much less effective against the scouts. The archers would be better against the knights. That slight miss micro on the ram might cost Lewis the set.
Yeah, and there's just no other way he could have afforded that anyway. Another ram, or rather the only ram, is going to probably get picked off by the knight. There are no villagers nearby to repair. Oh my god, the ram! Gets the attack off!
The ram kills a knight.
Oh my goodness. That's beautiful. If you don't like that, you don't like Peak Age of Empires. I'm sorry.
Ram kills a knight, and Lewis is up to the castle age. And Viper, his eco was at such a difficult spot. Lewis is going to lose the tower to the mangonel.
Now, Lewis is on his way up to Castle Age. This was not a Feudal Age all-in, and he certainly got a lot of damage done. His eco is fantastic relative to his opponents. That said, he's still very open, and he's also humans. So how on earth does he survive the potential counterattack from Viper?
Extra HP palisade walls. That's how, Ornlu.
Yeah, it helps. Not even a meme. Like, that helps by every little bit of time you can get. We saw already in this game just how important the difference of a few seconds is when you're this close to each other and the game is so tight.
Yep, and here we have Horse Collar for Viper, and this is so tricky for Viper. He took so much damage, he can't afford Elite Skirm right now. Well, or he can. He clicks it right now, but he can't really do anything else. He's spending all of his eco on Elite Skirm, and he can't get in.
Yep. Knight gets 1 villager kill, but that is going to be the limit for it right now. Palisade Gate also has more HP. It's not just the walls, it's the gates too. We still have more archers coming in from Lewis. I was wondering if Viper might try and think of a castle drop, but is going to, at least for the time being, think against it and going to try and add in a second TC of his own. I mean, Saracens will shred humans if this goes late. I mean, we're still a long way off from that, but it's still something I'm sure Viper has in his mind.
Yeah, if we get to Mamluks, then there's not much Kumans can do, especially without Bracer.
Yeah, then you are very, very sad. Still, Lewis is surviving to Castle Age, so both players able to make that very scary late Feudal Age transition, so still relatively even.
And Lewis still 1,000 more resources collected, but Viper's KD helps make up for that a bit.
Yeah, Viper is a bit ahead in resources destroyed. Second stable coming in for Lewis. One of them is still forward. And no second TC. Viper even adding a third TC. Just a super compact little base here for Viper. And yet it's going to work.
And it will. And the skirms will chase the crossbows away. No ballistics, so the crossbows can dance a bit.
Oh man, and these knights have no upgrades TUS. The skirms are even going to be doing fine versus them. Good little bit of micro there from Lewis, but I mean, knights without any upgrades are going to be very unimpressive units as a whole.
And Lewis even needing to do another tower, and with that tower, it means that he's not going to have TCs. And Viper with 3 TCs will have a huge eco advantage if he can hold it. And all he needs to do is hold for a bit until the eco kicks in, and he should be good. He should be punching his ticket to London.
Exactly. Lewis needs to make something happen in the very near future, but Viper already cleaned up the forward siege workshop, so Lewis's ability to push is almost non-existent at this stage. And just regular old TCs with Bodkin are going to likely be enough to deal with all of these knights.
Yeah, I don't like that gate from Viper. I think that should have been a house wall, but he's still okay.
Yeah. Well, loses a veil. Not the end of the world right there. And Viper's still just, he's so close to his own castle.
There's another house.
Yeah, if Viper wins, because he's already won 1 set, he will qualify. If Lewis wins, then we'll have to play 1 more set, and then likely the winner of Lewis Barles qualifies. Probably.
Or we could have a 3-way tie.
Or we could have a 3-way tie, but that's less likely.
You could still have a 3-way tie, Ornlu. I mean, Viper could mangonel his own castle now and lose the game.
But Viper going to go ahead here with a siege workshop to the side. His eco, it's still not ahead, but it's going to be getting ahead, and there just isn't really an opening for Lewis to do damage because Viper is so well defended right now.
Oh, can Viper get a mangonel shot here? On the crossbow split from Lewis. Keeps the crossbows alive.
It's good, but it's just Lewis can't find any damage right now. He only has Mangonel #1 on its way, and I don't see how Viper doesn't get a castle up safely. Oh, Lewis doesn't even know.
Yeah, if Lewis had scouted that, I mean, that would have been his chance if he one-shots the castle foundation, but not going to happen there. He'll break in and destroy Mangonel, though. And Viper has to rely on skirms, but Lewis's knights, no bloodlines, only the first armor, so skirms are still okay here for Viper.
Yeah, that's one of the situations where it's not pretty, but it's good enough. Lewis also never scouted Viper's escape to the right side. That's very important for him to secure more gold income, which is what he's strip mining right now. And Viper, 4 TCs here against Lewis, and he is just going to continue to get further ahead, whatever the scorer may say.
And well, Lewis picking off some bills,
God,
but
that
down
micro.
13.
Is there a world where you go for human Capram?
There's not a world, but a universe where that happens.
I hope so. I hope that we live in that universe.
Now, there's bloodlines, and Mamluks for Viper. He's gotten to Mamluks with an eco lead, and that should be a winning position. That Mamluks protect the castle from a ram push. They do well against the knights. The only thing they kind of fear are the crossbows, but they can sit under TCs and avoid fighting the crossbows directly, and especially with Mangonel support.
Oh, but Viper is going to be exposed over here.
Oh, Lewis's
And
outpost.
Yeah, Lewis is outposting once again. This could be his saving grace, because if Viper's gold is denied over to the east, he has very little control of it. Now, he did just secure one to the west, but it's not as good a position, and that's going to be several idle villagers. Knights have to be careful, but the crossbowmen are here to snipe the Mamelukes.
There's a castle from Viper. Lewis is sending a Vil over, so he'll see the castle with his outposts.
Well, now I think things are just going to start to look extremely painful for Lewis. I mean, there just isn't an angle in which you can get damage done. Skirms get several archer kills, and it's like, what are you even going to do at this point? Viper has all these buildings all over the place. Yeah, he doesn't have much of an army, but does it even matter?
Yeah, and yet Lewis still has a score lead somehow. He's going to do a TC to the east. It's 26-7 military. And maybe there's still a way for Lewis to add in enough military that he can take one good fight and overpower Viper before the Mamluks get amassed. He has been killing their numbers so far under the TCs.
That has been very good, and it's certainly been Lewis's saving grace this game. Is there a possibility he could get a faster Imperial Age time? Against Saracens, that's going to be very difficult, but maybe not impossible. But losing all these archers is pretty close to a death sentence, and that is likely what's going to happen now that Ballistics is in.
Yeah, Knights are in. Viper has to be really careful with the Mamluk. Crossbow numbers are going down, but Lewis is still raiding. Viper's still not
only
taking
9
great
villagers
fights.
killed by Lewis this game.
Yeah, no bow saw, no eco upgrades for Viper.
Oh, and you cannot run by the castle, I think, anymore. I think that rock wall prevents you from doing that, so you need to take the long way around.
That is one tile of a gap. If you're on the long line formation, you could make it.
Oh, do you have the rings on?
Yeah, Alt-Q or in lieu, you can toggle them on and off.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you can toggle them nicely. That's why I like having them off, because they're too cluttered, but sometimes I just turn them on to check.
Yeah, okay, I feel the same way. All right, so, is there a world where Lewis clicks to Imp? I don't think so. Or Imp faster. Market usage here for Viper is excellent, and this should, in theory, be him punching his ticket to London.
He takes the score lead. The Knights are trying to jump his skirms, though. Under the TC. Well, that skirm was going down.
+2 defense.
There's the Imp TC.
I mean,
Lewis?
it's an okay Vil count, but you're just such a worse Civ here as humans.
Could Lewis get lucky and snipe the Imp TC? Yeah, not with 7 Knights.
Nah, not with those Knight upgrades. Viper is just going to continue making Mameluke Skirmisher. I mean, again, we're talking one of the best Imperial Age Civs versus one of the worst. And you have no real applicable bonus at this stage of the game as Lewis.
What if Lewis sweeps? It doesn't matter because Viper already won the other set, so he would have the set wins. It's set wins first. I mean, if it were game wins, Lewis could sweep Barles and have more wins than Viper. But I think this is it because from what I saw from Trezini, it's set wins.
Begs the question why we have a play all 5 in the first place, but it is what it is.
For tiebreaker situations, I guess, over a best of 5.
Sure, why not? But regardless, yeah, if Viper wins, we're done for the day.
Oh, who knows? Maybe we still have the other set. Maybe they played it.
Well, this game feels like it's not going anywhere for Lewis because the Mamelukes are only increasing in number, and you're making units that die at this point to Mamelukes. You have no longevity with your archer line. I mean, yes, your knights as humans are very good, but then you're running into Mamelukes, so it's not really a winning situation.
And the important part is over in the east, there isn't really a way to pick off the castle for Lewis. You can try to go double castle Trebs, but as soon as a castle goes down, that opens up the opportunity for Viper to jump Lewis's Trebs with Mamluks.
Yeah, Mamluks are still very good at sniping trebs, so that melee damage from range, super critical there. That said, the skirmishers do all fall, and it's not like Viper's eco is much better than Lewis's. It's not much at all, and most of this, oh, Viper has basically won this game, sort of talk is just coming from the civilizations and the army compositions. But you still need to find a way to actually close it out. And Lewis is going to queue up 2 trebuchets immediately, and it will be 2-1 castles to the east.
And Lewis is up 3-1 relics. Ornlu. Is it possible? Lewis wins the Treb fight. He has knights that can destroy Viper's Treb without losing both of his castles, and then Viper doesn't have gold.
It is possible, but that would also mean Viper would then be unable to take gold to the west. Now, I love the outposts from Lewis. I mean, we've seen it so consistently from him. He's literally outposting the top of the map. That is,
He'll see everything.
That's pretty great.
If Viper tries to do markets in the corner for trade, he'll know they're there.
Indeed, indeed.
Mangonel shot from Viper on Lewis's crossbow, and there go the crossbows. Viper loses the Mangonel. But look at the field count now, 104 to 111. Lewis somehow had enough TCs to close this up, and he's been raiding Viper this whole game. Ornlu. And he also did Elite Skirm. And you know what? If Lewis wins this, I think he needs to credit all of us for complaining that Elite Skirm needed their attack bonus against Mamluks back.
Well, unfortunately here for Lewis, he doesn't have any stone income to sustain repairs on this castle, and because he's trying to snipe the enemy trebuchets and Viper is there with to repair, he is totally fine. And now Lewis, he doesn't have much of an army.
Well, it's going to be 5 trebs for Lewis against only 2 for Viper. When you have 5 trebs, even with repair bills, it's possible to snipe off enemy trebs. Lewis is desperately buying stone at the market. And he only needs 1 castle to survive. He doesn't need both, he just needs 1. And a treb goes down for Viper, he's keeping his castle alive. Lewis might do this, Ornlu. Lewis might do this.
It's looking a little bit better than it was a short time ago. And again, if this were basically any other civ than humans, we would be feeling, I think, a lot more confident about this one. Beautiful positioning of the bombard cannons, though, by the Viper. He snipes 2 of those trebuchets right away, and now it's going to be so difficult to be able to snipe the treb and the enemy bombard cannons. That just is a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, the trebs have to be pulled back now. He can't keep fighting against the cannon. Doesn't lose the trebs, though. But it's been so important for Lewis to keep the castles alive. That buys him time to get more trebs. And now it's a question of, can he snipe cannon? He doesn't have any cav left. And without a melee unit, it's tough. It's tough to pick off the trebs and the cannon.
Yeah, and Viper's still getting this good, consistent damage in. 17,000 damage taken by that castle from Lewis. Only 2,000 of the castle of Viper. Lewis is gonna... Huh?
He's gonna boom in the
What's
west.
he doing, US?
Oh, here come Elite Skirms versus the Mamluks. They do have +2 against them now. Mamluks want to pick the trebs. Viper's gonna say, I don't want to lose them to the Skirms. Lewis loses a castle. He'll lose his second castle, but he's okay. He's in the west of the map. Chemistry heavy plow. And Viper now ahead by 20 vils. He's got Mamluks. He's still doing upgrades on them. I still don't know how the Kumans fight Mamluks in the long run. And it's so crucial that Viper didn't lose that castle, so he has Mamluk production.
Yeah, I mean, Viper only has 2 castles, so it's not like his Mamluk production is all that impressive. We'll probably need to retreat home with his Mamelukes, or get stuck. Actually, they can maybe snipe.
Get stuck? And what does Viper not have at home? He doesn't have any bombard cannon. They're all to the right. They're walled off by the rocks. And with 4 trebs, Lewis should be able to snipe the castle. He doesn't have any more castles of his own, Lewis, so if he loses the trebs, it's over. But with the skirms, Viper can't pick them off.
And here's the issue for Viper, is that without Mamelukes, he has no real army. I mean, he's starting his light cav production. He actually has 58 on food to US. Jeez, that's crazy. So maybe he will just have enough with his own light cav.
Castle's down. The castle is down. Lewis might do it, Ornlu.
I don't know. The light cav, I don't think there's anything in the near future that's going to stop light cav. And even the Mamluk raid is going to be tough to stop.
You know what, Lewis? He can just take a page out of Stark's playbook and make TCs literally everywhere. Now his bills are being
behind
raided.
in both gold and stone collected, but he's gonna be able to make those trash shoots, and he's even queuing up camels right now. That's also something that Lewis can't deal with.
Viper getting trip pushed though. He's losing his TCs. He has 164 vills. He's doing a Hussar that feels like a lot of vills. 70 farmers.
Yeah, look at this. This could be it, guys. This is going to be Viper punching his ticket here to London. All those skirms are going to die. You have no unit transition to speak of as Lewis. He had to spend so many resources repairing his castle that he didn't make any unit transition whatsoever. And now Viper with an army is going to crush all this.
And the Trebs picked off by camels, picked off by Hussars, they will all go down. Final upgrades now started for Viper, Heavy Camel, and the forging line of upgrades. And no more siege for Lewis. His hope is going to be TCs and boom and then somehow beat the Saracens. But Viper secured the golden stone on the right, and he's ready to play Saracen late game.
Yeah, now everything's falling apart here for Lewis. He just doesn't have the golden stone or the tech to switch into anything, and man, it must be disappointing for him that, I guess we don't even know if his series versus Barles was played at all. But that's how it is sometimes in AoE, and clearly Viper able to have the edge over Lewis today despite getting swept yesterday.
And another TC for Lewis. He's just doing TC after TC after TC, but Viper with the castle to the west. And now, if it was not set wins and instead was game wins, then Lewis or Barles with a sweep would have more game wins than Viper. Because they'd have 7 and he'd have 6. But we're pretty sure it's set wins. That's what Chazini posted earlier.
Yep. And if indeed this is the case, then that means we should be wrapping up everything here quite soon. TC there goes down for Lewis. He has no gold income to speak of except for 3 relics, which is still not going to be enough to actually make anything useful. Viper is getting all the upgrades in AoE 2 for Saracens at this point. And there's Elite Mameluke coming in, and there is literally no way to stop that.
And Lewis, unfortunately, losing Game 7 to MVL, will also lose Game 7 to Viper. Or Game 5 to Viper, the elimination final game.
Yep. And it was a close one. I mean, Lewis had his opportunities, but Viper's defensive style was simply too good. He had just enough access to his resources. And I don't know what Sibs were available to Lewis because we had to rush through all these wrecks in the first place, but
I have seen Kumans on this map a couple of times, and honestly, if that ram destroyed the blacksmith and Viper didn't get Bodkin, we might have had a different game.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was something as simple as pulling back that ram for no reason. It doesn't necessarily instantly give Lewis the win, but it does give him the opportunity to win and take those fights a bit more confidently.
Yeah, and because Viper was off the wood, he wouldn't have been able to do another blacksmith. He would have been stuck on a full feudal age army. But Lewis will hang on as well as he can
at
here.
that point either. So
Yeah, Lewis
it would doubly hurt him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lewis doesn't want to resign on 140 vills, but he's going to lose the relics. And all the momentum for Viper as the Hussar raids come pouring in. And though the not winged Hussars, but Hussars with winged graphics will punch Viper's ticket to Red Bull.
Yep, it wasn't easy. GG well played from Lewis, and Viper will be at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. I'm sure that is going to make all the Viper fans quite happy, but no, we're not quite ready to be at a LAN that doesn't have Viper at it.
No, we're not. He held it to the very last possible day, didn't make it, and then came out of nowhere to get back. But he will, with the better military KD, with the better eco, imp timing, and vil count, all the stats in his favor, he will make it there.
Yeah, I mean,
so 3-2 Viper.
It wasn't an easy series, either of them, but he fought his way through as needed. That's how you do it, and you can't say he didn't earn it, right? Two very, very close, well-played series. Really unfortunate for both Lewis and Barles, but it just was not meant to be.
And oh, we do have Lewis versus Barles Rex.
Okay, hold on.
We have Rex, Ornlu, we have Rex. There's
Okay,
a spoiler, but we have Rex. Let's go. We're not done, Ornlu. We got more to cast.
Okay. I'm not going to cast the
I'm
Rex
casting
that
this.
don't matter. Spoiler guys, they didn't even finish the series.
No. What the spoiler is, the players did not finish their playoff 5 set and played a best of 5 instead due to finding out they both lost to the Viper. What if it's a best of 5? I know it said he doesn't finish, ignore that. What if it's a best of 5 where they go 5 games?
Then it's a set. It's literally a set that doesn't matter, though.
Ornlu, I casted a game with Cobra Cars yesterday.
I mean, if you want to cast that set,
I'm going for it.
my goodness.
All right, if you're gonna head off, I'll say goodbye to you then. But I'm going for it, Ornlu. I'm going for it.
All right, if you want to go, I'll go ahead and raid you. Cast it.
All
Cast it. Oh my goodness.
Well, thank you for the co-cast anyway, Ornlu.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll talk to you later too. And this is great for the YouTube VOD too. No one's gonna be spoiled.
Oh yeah, true.
All right, so we'll disconnect from the call and then we just get this final game set up. Before we get started, I'll wait for the ad to finish. Either could be qualified if one wins 5-0. Dave is rating Ornlu. Oh, our chats are still combined. I see the raid. Let's see this. Alright, if Ornlu's gonna raid us, I'll wait for him. Ornlu's trying to get us back. Oh, Ornlu. Dave jebaited him. Ornlu got jebaited into casting.
I absolutely got jebaited. Right,
Ornlu was
let's do
about to
this.
go offline. He was like, oh no, I don't want to cast this useless set.
Yep.
But we have a wonderful game of Stonefront again. Lewis versus
All right,
Barles.
let me just get the Rex real quick and we'll go ahead and cast this.
Why it's over already? Because they go on sets and not on game wins. That is why it is over already. Because Viper won both of the sets. There could be a possibility, if they had gone by games, that one player wins this 5-0 and they qualify. But that is not how it's going to happen. They're going to play a best of 5, apparently.
That is apparently the case, so I guess we are here to cast it.
Oh, we're getting some
TS
subs.
and I have been casting all day. It's been a lot of fun, and I am ready here in game number 1.
Hold on, we gotta thank the subs first. We have Palm Salm and Old Man Willow subbing to Ornlu.
Oh my goodness. Chat going too fast. Didn't even notice that, but thank you guys. Welcome to the Wolfpack, and it's been quite the day of casting here with T West, but it's been a lot of fun.
Yep, and I'm ready at 0 seconds. I'm gonna put Barles in red.
Yep, works for me.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. And Dave guilted Ornlu into continuing to cast, so we'll have Lewis to the west as the Blue Georgians and Barles to the east as the Red Dravidians.
All right, so at least 2 civs that we have not really seen a ton of today. Georgian's here for Lewis, gonna just be a very strong civ no matter what. Archery range coming in. You have a lot of stone here and important positions to control, so gonna be great with your castles being very powerful and tough to break down. Dravidians, like humans, super aggressive.
Dravidians for the skirms on Empire Wars. Dravidians for skirms. Kind of like we saw Byzantines a lot more last season for Red Bull, or last Red Bull. But Dravidians still have that power spike of the skirms that are very tricky to deal with in normal games, but Empire Wars especially.
Yeah, just having that higher eco means that getting to skirmisher masses early on is much easier. It's a lot more difficult to defend early on. So it is going to be all about the skirmisher these days. Men-at-Arm, though, is an interesting adaptation, because we really did not see that very often in previous Empire Wars tournaments.
No, we did not, and not so much in the ladder qualifier either, other than Dune Springs, which is just Roman
Dune
man-at-arms
Springs
every
was the
game.
exception and not the rule.
Yeah, so everyone in chat, we have some spoilers that we just casted 2 sets that Viper won 3-2, and they are going by set wins, not by game wins, so even if one of these players gets a 5-game sweep, they will not qualify over Viper. Viper is qualified. Presumably, if something happens to Viper and he can't go, then whoever wins this best of 5 might go, but I think it's pretty safe to say Viper's going to be there.
We're running out of time, right? People needing to get flights very, very soon. It starts in less than a week now. Big fight here, though, with the Men-at-Arms, and that is going to be the first dead villager, so we can't say that the Men-at-Arms have been useless. Great fight here from Barles.
And Men-at-Arms picked up by the archers. And we'll have a market for Barls to the north. And, well, it looks like he's going to maybe sell the stone and try to go up fast if he's doing the market already.
And that is certainly another very common theme we see throughout Empire Wars. Late double bid axe from Barles because he went for the Men-at-Arms, but Lewis doesn't have it either and instead got horse collar. So that to me feels like you just forgot to get double bid axe. It's a far more important upgrade even after the horse collar changes. And
I mean, it's...
Barles could be getting good timing.
It's even more important to do double bid axe after the horse collar changes, right? Because you're not punished by doing a late horse collar anymore.
Yeah, actually, you're totally right there. Market coming in, though, from Lewis, so I doubt he's going to want to spend any unnecessary resources. And now he's got himself a nice little egg base, whereas Barles is going to be walled into the corner of the map, so he is going to have much more space with which to work.
Yeah, Barles ready to go up. He could use the market and be up already if he wants to. He's going to go around the side, so both players going for different walling strategies. Barles using the entire corner of the map. Lewis just doing the circular potato shape around his base.
Indeed, but Barles going to be up to Castle Age probably a little bit faster. And actually no stone being sold. Okay. I wonder if he was initially considering selling the stone, but considering that he's getting a very good wall off, that he can just go Castle Age and boom quite possibly.
Yeah, he doesn't need the super fast uptime.
And Lewis as well, though, not going to be selling his stone. So although both players are going to market their way up to the Castle Age, we could be in another situation where, like a lot of modern Arabia games, neither player really wants to invest into any army, so it's just going to be some skirmishers to defend and then booming.
Yeah, let me update my scoreboard to say best of 5 rather than play all 5.
Oh, mine doesn't say that at all. I just have Red Bull, Wololo, and then Qualifier.
Or Louis just like, I don't know what the settings are.
I don't know and I don't care. Not my tournament, not my problem.
Yeah, Viper's potential analyst role out the window, I guess. It's not going to be the Jordan role.
I doubt Viper would want to go just to be an analyst anyway.
We'll have to bring in Doubt
just
now.
now coming in for Lewis, though. I don't care, do you know? Yep, that's why I'm such a great caster. My indifference to anything relevant.
So here we
are
are
you
with
going T-West?
Bloodlust. I'm going to be there, yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, T-West is going to be there. If you're going, you can go say hi to T-West.
You can. They sold tickets to different parts of the Royal Albert Hall, and they called one part the arena. So naturally, that's where I purchased the ticket.
Yes, naturally. That does check out. All right, Bot Crowsaw coming in here from Barles, second TC and a monastery. So, I mean, he's just chilling. Going 3 TCs, not a second range. Just cruising.
I had to approve a message that said snake in the chat. Chat Automod not liking Viper's name.
You can never be too careful when it comes to the Viper.
Yeah, so
Always
Fortified
potential
Church.
for profanity.
Yeah, Fortified Church here for Lewis. And so this is very interesting as the Georgians that you can go for the churches faster than the TCs. And you're not really falling behind in eco as much as other civs would. You can kind of stay 1 TC and pump army and just get the 10% boost. And even though you have fewer vills, they're more efficient, so it helps make up for the difference in numbers.
Yeah, it's one of those aspects of the game that I feel hasn't been explored very well, even though Georgians have been in the game for like 3 years. It's a matter of when is it optimal on which map to go for the TCs versus the fortified churches, because not every map you're making a ton of army right here. Now, Lewis happens to do so in this game, but it's not like this would always be the case, and the fortified churches, at least in the short run, should be a lot better.
And Skirm Raid for Lewis getting into the back of Barles' base, and once again, we're seeing players, they wall, but they don't full wall, and Lewis just walked right through the front door.
Yeah, now you got a bunch of skirms in your face, and that is not something you are very well equipped to deal with whatsoever. Barles was very greedy getting the monastery here against the Georgians. His vills are all derping around. He's got, what, 3 archers on the other side of the map? Not likely doing a whole lot. And he even had another monastery TOS. He was just going for relics.
Oh, let's go. Gotta love the clown of Barles, though. He knows how to go monks.
As a true connoisseur of AoE2 should know. But the Scorpions at least coming out here for Barles. The big loss is in terms of eco-efficiency, where he's had a lot of idle villagers. The skirmishers here from from Lewis have both of the defense upgrades in, so the crossbowmen aren't going to be doing a whole lot. And much like Viper in the last game, Lewis is just going to cruise here on this very small base.
Yeah, and 3 TCs for him. But with churches, there's really no way you can push Georgians at this point when their base is so well fortified. So it's just going to be Barles trying to defend and hope that he takes less damage, and then he can get imp.
Now, the damage he's suffering in terms of idle eco is not great, for sure. That said, he's already going to be on 5 and soon to be 6 relics, and that is a lot of gold income. Barles literally has 0 vills on gold, and just look at that gold count tick up to West.
Yeah, so he needs 5 relics, 1 more, but Lewis going for a forward workshop. And Barles not really defending all that well against those skirms. They've been back there for a long time, but at the very least he's not losing vills.
Yeah, and that is okay. It's an interesting situation because Barles should be happy at just not a whole lot happening, just minimal military on both sides because he has 6 relics and he's on 3 TCs. Lewis should be similarly happy because he's Georgians and has a bunch of fortified churches boosting up his own 3 TC eco. So both players have reason to be quite comfortable right now.
So Town Watch and probably more outposts for Lewis. We have Barles doing outposts now.
Yeah.
And crossbows will see Lewis's outpost vil.
Not something that we're too used to seeing, but here we are.
Yeah, look at all the singleton little dots on the map now from Barles. He's got outposts all over the place. He has a spear contributing to this line of sight. And Lewis the same thing.
And yeah, Lewis doing literally the same thing. Monks looking for relics, but they are all gone, gobbled on up by the greedy Barles. And now Barles is getting more crossbowmen. He's got some mangonels to defend, but we do have 2 mangonels here from Lewis. And Barles is going to go guard towers because that's what he does.
Barles with 1 mangonel. Can he get both? He gets 1 and he doesn't take a hit.
Oh, he can get another shot off.
Ooh, so
okay,
close.
Lewis does dodge that in the short run.
11 HP, but that's the level crossbows could pick off if there are no repairs.
And it is true that Lewis has no villagers on standby, and here comes Barles, and there he goes. So not going to try and snipe the mangonel just yet. Some random units here at the back of the map, but just a few reinforcing skirmishers will easily deal with any crossbowmen that try and do some raiding.
And University from Lewis, but doesn't have the food to go imp yet, so that's probably just for ballistics then.
No, I think it's going to be for treadmill crane. Just you wait.
A treadmill
Easy.
crane. He wants to drop a castle
Viridians don't
quickly.
get treadmill crane to West.
I said the University for Lewis, Georgians do get treadmill crane.
Yeah, Georgians have a full university except for heated shot and bombard tower.
And Dravidians must treadmill crane.
Yeah, Dravidians miss treadmill because only Koreans get a full university.
Yeah.
Only Civ.
Well, Byzantines miss masonry and architecture, which they get the HP anyway, but
they also miss siege engineers and they miss heated shot.
that's true. They miss heated shot, really.
Mm-hmm.
They get Greek
They used to
fire,
miss
though.
treadmill crane too, but then they got it later on.
Greek fire is like heated shot that actually makes your shot heated.
You know what? I can't disagree with that. Well, Imp is going to be here on the moment for Barles. He does have... I thought he had enough stone for a castle. Maybe I'm going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guard tower defense against the mangonel push as Barles is up to imp. And that guard tower is crucial now because the mangonel push is near the imp TC.
Yeah, you got to be careful. The guard towers, they do a lot to stop a mangonel push, but once you get above 3 mangonels, even guard towers are going to have to be very careful because the mangonels just destroy the building so quickly anyway. And Lewis is on his way up too, although notably, he has a much worse transition due to not having the final armor upgrade for skirmishers.
What are Barles' berryvilles doing in the south? He's using his outpost villes to take berries.
Oh, yeah. That is not something I expected, but here we are, and looks like Barles is going to be switching into elephant archers now.
Let's
I
go.
love me some elephant archers. I feel like 89 vills is not when you want to go elephant archers. It's like 120 vills?
Maybe. But
I mean, am I going to complain when a man goes elephant archers?
Georgians do not have the final armor upgrade for their skirms, so maybe a bit of difficulty countering elephant archers. If this were a Black Forest, then sure, Georgians could go siege onagers or siege engineers, but I don't think we're going to get to that point on this map, at least not soon, within the 75-minute time limit.
No. That does not seem especially likely. Handcart coming in now, and Barles going to be expanding to the north. Lewis is going to attempt a forward castle, but honestly, Imp might even be in before you start it, and then you would want to put the castle further back.
Monk gets a conversion on a skirm. This castle goes up for Barles.
Is he going to delete it?
And he's going for it.
All right.
Oh, Mangonel's at the north denying a TC. 3 Mangonels, Barles losing that TC he wanted. And look at the Vil count now, after that TC denial.
Definitely not ideal there for Barles. However, Barles has the transition to make. He's got archers, he's getting those relevant upgrades, and right now Lewis is making skirmishers, which, as exciting as going for skirmishers is with Georgians, it's not really the power unit you're looking for.
Yeah, and Lewis doesn't have the castle denied by the crossbows on the south, but he will be behind in a Trebor now. And Dravidians, they could do bombard cannon, they could even do siege elephant to try to push the castle. Help out with the Trebor.
Totally possible. Chemistry is not in yet, though, for Barles, so he's still... Okay, literally, just as I say that, he clicks it. Lewis doing the same thing, but no bombard cannons for the Georgians. Monastery, though, is going to be taken down by Lewis, so he's going to get 3 of the 6 relics, and that's going to be a really nice boost to his gold income.
Yeah, I think Lewis has all of a sudden turned things around. That the castle, the TC denial, and getting the castle up. If he can hold and get Trebs, he'll be okay, because he still has the north, even if he loses the castle. Maybe he should have deleted the castle and did it at home.
The castle's slowly going down, but you do have masonry in, and you have the cheaper repair cost for Georgians, which just means you can stall even longer. And that's going to buy Lewis some very important time to get that north secured, get the golden stone, and then start to make another unit transition.
So, chemistry and heavy plow.
Right, it's going to be Halbs, by the way, for Barles. So he's not going for any archery range units right now, as he sees only skirmishers. So instead, he's going for Halbs to kill skirmishers. I mean, I guess he's preempting any cav switch, but that hasn't actually happened yet.
He's losing more vills. He's down 15 vills now.
Yep.
He's losing the market. And I think Lewis has this now. He has so much momentum with the eco raids. His trebs are coming forward. He'll have 2 trebs. Kind of the same thing we saw last game against Viper, where he lost a castle, but was able to move the trebs up the middle. And the army was not in position to snipe the trebs because of the rock walls.
Yeah, and Barles, honestly, a little bit flipping on the macro. Conscription's coming in, but it's still a long ways to go until you have champions. And yes, champions are the unit you want right now, but you literally made the full switch into Halbs, realized, wait a minute, my opponent's still only making skirmishers. I need something else, and it's going to be way too long, I think, until he can get champions of his own.
And does this castle stay up for Barles, or does it go down? It's only 2 trebs, so he can repair. He's just almost enough fills.
He doesn't have the bombard cannon anywhere near the castle, so the castle will just go down eventually. Nothing you can really do about that.
Yeah, and his other trebs are in the south, so not even being able to engage in a treb versus treb fight. And cavalry plus armor now for Lewis. As he's safe at home, those red dots are really outposts. And the eco for the Georgians, with fortified churches in it now, should really kick in.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to stop. Now, the bombard cannon with crazy repairs here for Barles, going to be able to get a lot of value against those skirmishers. And the castle isn't dead yet. And more random towers coming in. This is the point when we can point out that Dravidians do have fully upgraded keeps, except for architecture.
Okay.
And they have bombard towers.
I would like to see the architecture of their keeps.
Oh, have you not seen it?
I probably have.
Gurjaras, and Dravidians all have keeps, actually.
It's probably in the campaign somewhere.
Yes, they are all in the campaigns. It's just the Hindustanis that don't get keeps.
So I can't see Barles, as you said, stopping the trebs, pushing out from this.
Well, bombard cannon going to start to get some shots in, but yeah, the villagers are there, the skirmishers are there, and even the mangonel might be able to get the last hit.
Cannon
One treb goes down, G-West.
Well, I mean, cannon are important if you can get them out. He has one that's not in position to snipe the trebs, and he is pushing Lewis's base. Right, he is pushing, and it's he needs the Halbs in the right position. Is Lewis gonna fight the Halbs first? He is. He's gonna pick them off, and these trebs are gonna go down, aren't they, Ornlu? There's one vill that needs to stonewall the trebs.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a tall order right there, but that is so expensive for Barles. So much of his army value is all tied up right there, and this is not going to be going the way of Barles here in game number 1, is once again, you get Imperial Age, but there's nothing really to do with it. Losing that TC to the north was huge, and then just not able to make any army transition.
Yeah, and I mean, Barles is keeping the TC, the castle safe, even though he lost the TC. Now, Lewis's push is kind of stalled out a bit, but I think the fact that he's in both the top and now raiding the bottom should be good for him. Two-handed swordsman.
Yeah, I mean, it was so critical for Barles to control that north as well, because he could then starve Lewis out of resources. But now you're in the situation where you're a significantly slower civ with worse units, at least, you know, in this sort of game.
Yeah, so Blast Furnace and Two-Handed Swordsman. Helps pick off a Cavalier.
I mean, Georgian Eco is just so insane at this stage in the game. Getting all the food income.
There's Arrow Slits and a Blast Furnace for Barles.
Castle coming to the north as well for Lewis. This map has a ton of stone on it, which is going to make Georgians very happy, as you can just litter your defensive structures all over the place. And just having that top control still super, super valuable here for Lewis, as he's going to be cruising at 200 population, as Barles is struggling to figure out what the heck he's going to try and make.
But I mean, Barles isn't pushed, and with the 4 castles up, it's going to be harder to raid him. Maybe we're actually in for a long one here. if Lewis can't push quickly. He's doing siege engineers.
Well, he's certainly lacking in terms of siege weapons. You could argue really any of the siege units being worthwhile for Georgians. You could argue Scorpions, Auditors, or siege rams, but nope, just Cavaliers and Skirmishers for now.
And he
That
needs
said,
to do
even if Lewis
soon
can't win the
unique
game, I
tech.
don't see him losing it.
Yeah, but if he's going full Cavalier, he's almost near 200 pop. He needs to start thinking of less pop space for Cavaliers. He has 18 queued.
Yep, as Nori Cavalry is fairly cheap now, it did get its cost reduced, I think twice even. Yeah, 550 food, 250 gold, not that expensive. So you can get a few extra units out. And now it's time for more towers.
Castle hit by some cannon. And Skirm Cavalier... I still don't like that against Tower Halb, but the one tower not finished. And that's probably not enough Halbs, even with the castle there.
Yeah, I mean, this should just be way too many units here in general for Lewis. Bombard cannons do get a nice shot off, but I mean, more Cavalier than Halb is not a great situation for the Halb. And Barles is still going to get absolutely cleaned up.
Okay, and everything dying from Barles there. Didn't have enough Halb numbers out. Lewis pulling farther ahead, cleaning the siege. He does lose a castle, though. This is a castle.
Not ideal, but the eco difference, the map control difference, still should be way too significant for Barles to do a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, now it's 45.
Another castle.
And now it's 45 to 15 military, and the Cavaliers are just raiding everywhere. And Lewis with the forward castle to cement what looks like a victory for him.
Indeed, he will be winning this game number 1. And there we go.
There you go, GG from Barles. And the question is, how many games are we going to have played today? We don't know.
No idea.
Because for everyone asking, Viper already qualified. This, I don't know if this counts for anything, but presumably it would be to determine the next replacement should something happen to any of the players from here on forward. And who knows? We've had players who get appendicitis and then not be able to go. It's just going to be a best of 5, so let me set that up in Capture Age.
5 games played. We will have to see. Next game, though, guys, is going to be on Dorothy Quarry and Elite Expat. Thank you for the sub to T-West.
Sweet Jean, I shall avenge thee.
Welcome to the T-West Cool Kids Party.
Only the coolest name when Ornlu names your subs.
It's like letting your 5-year-old name your pet.
Did you get to name Dash?
No, my parents named Dash.
Okay. You weren't just a huge Riot Dash fan?
No, I didn't even know who he was.
Ornlu cast an NAC first.
I did. I was there before Dash was.
Alright, so next map looks like it'll be Dorothy Quarry and Romans versus Magyars. So I'm here at 0 seconds, Ornlu. Whenever you're ready, I'm good to go.
All right, let's do a countdown. 3,
All right.
2, 1, go.
So game number 2, Dorothy Quarry, in what will be a best of 5. That doesn't matter. Lewis is up 1-0.
Yep. Lewis will be the blue Magyars here to the northwest of the map, and to the southeast in the red as the Romans, it will be Barls. Interesting difference in civs here, because Lewis is playing another cavalry open map civ, like with Georgians in the last game, whereas Barls is playing that more aggressive infantry civ.
And aggressive infantry is going for the men-at-arms opening. And playing this almost like it were Dune Springs with the Romans. Maybe this is super aggressive men-at-arms, knowing that the map is open. I've seen this strategy a few times, but I don't think it works all that well. I feel that you're so far apart, it's easy to wall them out.
Yes, this anchor-shaped water in between the two players means actually getting to your opponent is quite difficult. It just anchors down the middle of the map, T-West. There's no way you can go around it.
No, he opened the wrong way, too. He opened the wrong way. The scouts are forward. Maybe he needed to open with a transport ship. Oh, no.
Oh, yes, that would be so useful.
No, this is where you go Sicilians, T-West, and get the discounted transport ship. And you go for sergeants.
Oh, man.
Yeah, remember when they had the free transport?
That was so weird.
And remember when they had the armored transport?
But the armor was weirder. Making transport ships. I remember testing that with you, like seeing how good of an just a shield transport ships were.
Yeah. Yeah, they were crazy. So after the men-at-arms were literally killed for nothing, Barles still has more men-at-arms on the way. He's walled his wood line against the scouts. He has to be careful of overchopping, maybe, but there are a couple trees in the way.
Yeah, Barles should be fine for now, and it takes so long for him to try and cross the map. The scout cavalry can still hear and apply pressure. Yes, the quick walls are good from Barles, but the second he goes across the map, I was going to say Lewis should see it, and the scout will
see it.
catch it. Oh, he'll have vision of it. I don't know if he saw it.
At least turning around, so probably. He also has Barles with 3 fishing ships. So he lost the men-at-arms. He didn't do much damage, but at least he's maybe ahead in eco with Romans plus fishing ships.
Well, later on the double bit-axe, because he went for the men-at-arm opening, so that's at least not anymore going to be a deficit for him, and having 3 fishing ships and a Hulk on the way is certainly interesting. But Lewis has his free forging for his scout cavalry, and that is going to help punch through that extra Roman armor.
Yeah, and if you, as Johnny Teasoff says, didn't see the map, as the scouts will clean the men-at-arms here, it's because the map was broken, and the Gurjurs especially were missing lumber camps and vills. We had one game where Hera was missing 12 vills on the map, so they removed it and replaced it with Dune Springs at some point.
But Dune Springs is no longer in the map pool, because that was an old Red Bull map.
We will send every Japanese ship to the bottom of the
So
sea.
it's like this map
We
was
should build
gone.
as many as we can.
There were some issues with resources not generating on the last map as well, so that wasn't in the
Stonefront.
qualifier. Yeah. Also, Liboslav, thank you for the sub to T-West.
Thank you very much. And hello, Trupterberger in the chat with that chakram thrower. Yeah, the Gurjurs.
Rowan,
If only they had
let's
gotten
take a
12
burger.
chakram throwers replacing the vills, that would have been something.
Yeah, that's how you properly balance a game. Doc might get denied in the short run.
Ooh, it might. He's going for the far back of this anchor.
Yes, the side part of the anchor. And that's actually with 2 docks, so Lewis really interested in taking back water control. Now, I know back in the Thalassocracy Cup tournament, Magyars had the best Hulk Rush alongside Ketons because forging was so important. Now they reworked the damage, so forging doesn't really matter anymore.
What do you mean it doesn't really matter anymore? They still get the free upgrade for forging and it applies to the Hulk, right?
It does, but Hulks deal 1 less damage in general now, so you're still doing the same amount of damage to other Hulks.
Okay, but it matters versus non-Hulks.
Why would you be running into something other than a Hulk?
That is a good question. Okay, so scouts again for Lewis, cleaning up Barles' army in the back. Barles can't get much damage. Well, he does have 2 Vil kills. And he will be up a bit more slowly.
Yeah, and at the very least, the swordsmen are relatively a bit cheaper than the scouts, so it's at least not the most efficient thing in the world for Lewis to try and clean up, although he does, do the best job he can. Big eco lead at the moment for Barles. It's just going to be a matter of what can you make that's any good here. Medium warships coming in, and now it's going to be the Cav Archer switch as well, which Romans hate dealing with.
Yeah, they can get scorpions, though.
They can, but it's difficult to ever try and cross the map with them at that point.
Oh, maybe Barles doesn't need to cross the map now. Maybe he has fish and can win by fish booming and defending with scorpions.
It is possible. For sure. Although I don't want to take this late game Romans versus Magyars. That does not feel like a winning play.
Okay, well, Warhulks. Warhulks, the medium warships upgrade for Lewis. And Barles will try to fight, but to no avail, as it's feudal versus castle age ships.
Yep. Now, this is actually the one situation where it does matter, where you have the castle age versus feudal age. But yeah, the reason that the forging upgrade doesn't matter is because Hulks have the same attack as they do armor in feudal age. So you go from dealing 1 damage to 1 damage. So
Actually, it's even
like
one more
armor.
It's 1 more armor than it is attack, so the +1 doesn't even help.
Well, in feudal age, the feudal age Hulks have 4 melee armor.
Ah, okay. The Warhulks at 5 then.
Yes, that is correct. Warhulks also attack faster.
All right, and here we have
1.5
a forward
instead of
workshop from
1.75.
Lewis. Lewis, I don't know at what point the players realized that they weren't going to qualify, but maybe Lewis thinking, let's go for a forward workshop, get this over quickly.
I mean, in general, I just like it. You know you haven't had the fish boom that your opponent has. You can try and deny that at this point from your opponent, and, like, what's he going to do at this point? You kind of want Scorpions to deal with Cav Archers, but those are going to be very bad against the Mangonels, and oh my goodness, this is all sorts of not happening, T-West.
Well, TC for Barles, but that one longsword is beasting, and the TC will go up. Barles losing a bunch of vills on the other side, though, to a raid from Lewis. Lewis, though, raided by longswords, as Lewis takes the water but doesn't destroy the fishing ship, so his Hulks are out there just attacking docks. While Barles is fishing.
Oh, man.
Barles
This is one of
gets
those
the TC.
situations, like in the Viper Lewis series, where it's very messy and both players are forcing mistakes from the others, as there's just so many different things happening on the map all at once. That said, Lewis still has the army. He has the water control right now, although the Hulks are not attacking the fishing ships for whatever reason. And he does have the forward siege that is actually going down.
This is the situation in the old patch. You do demos to clear the ships that are clumped up by the dock, but not really an option anymore. Especially not against the castle age ships.
Yeah, the demos just don't really do enough at that point. You need so many demos. It's so expensive. It's just not really feasible at that point. Okay, so at least one Mangonel was popped out of that siege workshop. The Cav Archers are there to protect it from any stray longswordsmen. And we'll have to see what Barles is going to try and do to keep that TC alive, because it is 3 versus 1 still.
Yeah, but now Barles losing everything he had on the water. Maybe Lewis could start fishing. He is adding in fishing ships to make up for being on only 1 TC. Barles will do a defensive workshop.
Oh, see, Mangonel pops out at the exact wrong time. We're literally right next to Longswordsman, and that's going to be a nice cleanup there from Barles. So this is actually a great example of how to use Longswordsman in AoE 2.
Yeah, did longswordsmen counter Cav Archers?
I have seen no evidence to the contrary in my entire lifetime.
So more monks for Barles. Roman's a weird monk save. They have redemption but no sanctity. But redemption could be converting the workshop. Probably too expensive though.
Yeah, that's what I call a troll monk tech tree.
Yeah.
Bulgarians and Berbers also have this, where you have redemption and no sanctity, so you can convert Mangonels, but you still die in 1 hit to them, so it's basically worthless.
Yeah, you need sanctity so the monks can tank a mangonel hit. It's like with sanctity, you're guaranteed a conversion. Without it, you're guaranteed to die.
Yeah, it's very binary in that situation. You just need that extra HP to survive the first Mangonel hit, and then you'll have, all but a guaranteed conversion. Horse Collar just now coming in. Now, Hulks do a ton of damage to land units, so you have to be very careful with those villagers, because those hooks, man, if you don't look out, those hookers, they'll come for you.
Yes, and the very AoE 2 weird animation of grappling hook ropes from the Hulks attacking Vills and then implanting into the ground without the rope. Like the projectile head detaches from the rope and just sinks into the ground. So I don't know how that works.
The less you think about it, the better.
Can we go back to AOC?
That's all I can hope for.
Can we revert the patch?
It's like, I feel like the old water system was very much flawed, but I don't think this really did that much to improve it.
I think it just made it more confusing, kind of. I mean, I think it's okay for open water maps, but for the closed ones like this, and where it's only Hulk instead of Fire plus Demo, it's actually worse because you don't have the demos.
Yeah, I mean, at least it was like 2 units that you saw instead of 1 unit. And the issue is that it's so rare to see full water maps.
Hey, we made one for the Brazil Dynasties tournament. I don't know if anyone's going to play it, but we have one.
Yeah, I mean, unless players are forced to pick it, I don't think we're going to see it very often.
You might see it randomly generated if it's not banned.
All right, so there is hope. The issue also is that a lot of the water maps that we do see are given a free transport ship, like Pacific Isles and Northern Isles and all that stuff. So it's like it becomes a hybrid map that way as well.
Yeah, so these Cav Archers now getting a nice raid from Lewis in the back of Barles' base. And Barles, despite being up 3 TCs to 1 for a while, is only up by 3 eco units. The Fish Boom plus eventual second TC of Lewis are keeping him in the game.
Well, and the lack of TCs running for Barles because his own food income is so poor at this point. He has very little space for safe farming because Lewis can just run around everywhere with his Cav Archers, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
And we do have Ballistics Roman Scorpions, though, for cleaning up the Cav Archers. But more Vills going down, and Lewis takes a Vill lead now.
Takes a Vill lead, and he's been quite consistently taking good fights. So, actually, no, the resources destroyed is fairly similar, but Barles is still okay. The game sort of marches onward, and I think from that perspective we favor Lewis because Magyars are the far better late game civ. That said, Barles is defending okay.
And Barles still has longswords. He still has longswords pushing from the hill, destroying some stables. Is there a chance that a longsword push can get through the ranges and destroy the TC?
Well, I'd love to see some siege weapons with it, and the issue there is that you have the siege workshops at home, and it would take Scorpions forever to cross the map, and if you do that, then suddenly you're very exposed. Okay, I know T-West, it's coming from me, but I really would like to see some stone walls from Barles, actually, like from the edge of the map to the south to his starting TC.
Maybe, but I mean, it's so awkward with the shallows to be stonewalled on this map. Longswords countering Cav Archers, Ornlu. It's happening.
Oh my goodness. But more outposts coming in. It's just so interesting to see that from both players in this tournament, or I guess in this little series. And here we go, it's castle time.
Yeah, Barles outposting both sides. And oh, that castle's right by the Cav Archers, though. Barles, not like this. The Scorpion will be sniped. Or all the Vills will just be sniped.
I don't know. Scorpions are getting some really good shots off.
That they are. There are more Scorpions.
And now we have a perfect triangle of villagers building the castle. It's now a summoning circle, T-West. It's no longer a foundation.
We need a pentagram foundation.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, castle will be, it's not like the best spot, but it's still a strong position on the high ground in between the two players. So it's not a bad castle, even if it isn't the I'm going to kill you right away type of castle.
Yeah, so fishing lines for Lewis, and that should apply to fishing ships gathering from oysters, right? It applies both to fish and oysters.
Sure does.
All right. You can also do gill nets.
Except the Imperial Age one, you have to research at the market, and it's called guild nets.
I thought it was
when
just
your
called
fishing
guilds.
ships form a trade guild.
Can't you trade with docks for wood now?
Yes, that was added to the game,
That feels
which
weird.
I do like a lot, actually.
I honestly hate that because I think it means water maps don't end in team games.
Well,
wood.
you could argue that before, except now you actually just get more ships to try and actually outmuscle your opponent.
Yeah, but the maps would run out of wood and they'd end eventually. Now we're going to see Team Islands would be a 2-hour game. Now it's going to be 4 hours.
You don't think one team could get the advantage over the other with trade?
No, I think water maps, if you're far apart, then you're not going to get a snowbally enough advantage to completely take the other team off of water. Then it'll just keep going back and forth.
But it's trade cogs and not trade carts, and those are inherently very vulnerable.
Yeah, but you put it, Team Islands, you put them on the back, you're fine. I'm worried, Ornlu.
I don't know.
So these cav archers need to be worried about the scorpions because they're taking some bolts clumped up. Stay alive for the most part. The longsword's still from Barles. It's something that Lewis hasn't been able to clean up. Lewis will do his own defensive castle all the way on his wood lines. But Barles is up to Imp, and he can go Legionaries soon.
He sure can, and now Barles' farming eco is very impressive. He's 4,000 resources ahead. I mean, Magyars, no eco bonus. Romans, top-tier eco bonus. It's a really tough one here for Lewis, and it's very atypical, and you love to see it, right? Because this is how Romans were intended to be played. You're just trying to just force down the issue with your opponent. Just take it with your longswordsman. Keep your opponent on the back foot. Barles is building a TC all the way on Neptune to the far west of the map with more swordsmen.
Yeah. I don't know, Ornlu. I don't think Romans were ever intended to be played. I think it just kind of happened.
That's actually also even more correct, but how they were intended to be played in the campaign setting that they were never given a campaign for. Man, that DLC was so well thought out.
Yeah, hey, you could have played AoE 1 to AoE 2 engine on Voobly in 2017 like I did.
Yep.
So longsword raids from Barles. I think we've discovered that even if you lose your initial militia to scouts, longswords still counter cav archers. I think that's what this game is telling us.
I see no evidence to the contrary. Concentrary? The concentrary.
Concentrating on the longswords.
Apparently, I just can't
Ironcasting.
talk today. Thankfully, talking properly is not a core part of my job.
Not at all. So, I mean, the push from Barles still taking out the ranges. Scorpions will force Lewis off of the oysters he had been gathering. He'll need to dock the other side to reestablish that fishing eco. And we have another forward castle from Barles. And that castle's kind of on the water from a point where Barles could go water and go Dromans if he really wanted to. There's a lot of farming space that would be denied by that.
Barles, what? You mean Lewis going Dromans?
No, I mean, Barles going Dromans. He's the Romans.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus have cannon galleons, but I mean, there really isn't any, I mean, there's only a little bit of farming space that's bombardable.
Yeah, there's still a lot of land on this map, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You take out with Dromans. Okay, so Lewis is
nice
deciding.
Scorpions.
Yeah, Lewis is deciding he needs to make something happen. He's taking all of his cav archers and going forward. But Barles, thanks to those outposts, will be well aware of this. He has town watch outposts. Maybe one day players will research town patrol. But outposts are everywhere.
I always thought the town patrol sounded like an 80s buddy cop drama. Comedy drama. It's the town patrol. All new Thursdays at 9. Maybe I'm just weird.
That'd be a time slot. Thursdays at 9? Is that a good TV time slot?
Isn't that prime time? Isn't the 9 to 10 time slot?
I guess so. I haven't watched TV in a long time. I watch Age of Empires.
Yeah, that's true.
So Catfish is getting some nice raids from Lewis, but Barles is 140 vills, and he is way ahead. Imp, more vills, more longswords. And Legionaries just finished.
Now, there's a lot to not like about the Romans in AoE 2. Legionaries look awesome. Like, that is,
yeah, they're the
that is an
old
infantry
campaign
unit if
unit.
you've ever seen one.
They were campaign only originally.
They looked a bit different in the campaign, though, I think.
Did they
Maybe I'm
probably
misremembering.
redesigned them slightly with the Rome DLC.
Yeah, they definitely redesigned Centurions. Although, the true OGs know that the best version of Romans in AoE 2 was the original Alaric campaign that had 0 empires as a pikeman. Those are the real OGs right there.
Yeah, there is the original Alaric campaign on the Forgotten Empires demo with one scenario.
Yep. The mod version that just had Had the Zero Empire's voice lines. Okay, Imp is on the way for Lewis, and he has done an admirable job of sniping siege weapons and trying to keep himself in the game. I do think Barles, he teched a cap ram, and I think that would be the best way of closing this one out, but he really hasn't been able to do so just yet.
Oh, and we talked about Magyars earlier about how they have that uncanny ability to stay in games and not die. Magyar Hussar raid from Lewis. He doesn't have Corvinian army to make them cost no gold, but he is able to raid Barles. And without cannon, it's very tricky for the Romans to push if their trebs can get sniped off.
I will say that Romans feel a lot like the 3K civs now, where it's like they're so strong early on that they're picked constantly for tournaments, but they're so bad in the late game that it just feels really, really weird as a civ.
Yeah, Barles trying to do another castle as the Hussars keep raiding.
I mean, Lewis is just crushing it right now. He is sniping so many units.
Salve.
He is 42 to 11 military. And the longswords that were doing so well were upgraded to legionaries and now feel kind of useless against the Magyar Hussars.
I actually think the legionaries were unfortunately a throw move because, yeah, not against Magyars. Lewis simply able to raid way too effectively, and this is where the issue of the map being very open comes in.
Yeah, and even if Barles had gone for the stone walls like you suggested, there's so much that the shallows do to keep your map open. I don't know if he actually could have stopped the Hussar raids.
And that's one of the reasons why you just don't pick a slower civ like Romans. Slow militarily, not in terms of like slow to get off the gun.
Well, yeah,
I feel like Barles
it's
expanding to the side though.
Yeah, because it feels like he picked Romans because he wanted a fast quote-unquote civ for the men-at-arms. But that initial militia was just so disappointing based on the shape of the map.
Yeah, just going the wrong way and then immediately getting surrounded and killed by scouts. It's just not a great combo. But,
oh, Droman alert!
Lewis would not be in this game if he didn't do such a good job of sniping siege.
Do the Dromans count as siege? No, they don't. Oh, they should. Hussars will still destroy them.
By the way, there are so many new armor classes in the game. I think turtle ships now have like 8 armor classes. I think that's the most in AoE 2 right now.
Do samurai still have an attack bonus against them?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so Lewis trying to get back on the water. And Droman can't even one-shot a Vil. But we'll see the docks going up, so Barles will be aware of that. Barles still with the score lead. I just can't help but feel that the Magyars will be able to pull this off against the Romans.
Yeah, the population is not very impressive for Lewis, but what he can do is keep his army alive. And he's done, again, yeoman's work as far as that goes. That said, you still have all of these cavalry running around, and yeah, I know. But it's also a saying. And the Cav Archers, how many times have we seen the Cav Archers run in from this exact angle and do a ton of damage?
We're 41 minutes into the game, and I think they've been there pretty much from the Castle Age.
Yeah, it sure feels like it, doesn't it? I mean, still, Lewis's Vil count is very unimpressive, and that does mean he can't really further upgrade his Cav Archers. And that is a bit of an issue, because they are missing a ton of upgrades.
They're also dying to Scorpions.
Dying and killing, both. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So Cav armor for Barles. Magyars? I mean, the Romans actually a pretty good late game Cav civ if they can get to commit to Tenses and train their Nightline faster. And Barles still has a good bit of gold for doing that. I don't know if he has enough food, though.
And that's been the real issue, right? And that's the effect of these Cav Archers raiding the farming heartland of Barles. But if the Cav Archers sit under the TC, then, well, that's going to happen. And that's not ideal for Lewis. And it's unfortunate that the series doesn't actually matter because it's been interesting so far.
Yeah, and on the western side, we have a couple of trebs from Lewis besieging Barles' castle. And Lewis has done a great job of walling them in with houses until the Cavaliers come forward and the Vils need to repair or wall behind. And he can't get the quick walls up.
Oh, patrol stacking is fun and interactive.
Up, he tries to get the treb. He does. But the castle goes down. The castle goes down.
Yep.
He needed to just attack the treb instead of patrolling it. We would have kept the castle up.
Once again, patrol stacking has failed us. And a cannon galleon is now on the way here for Lewis, though. He's looking to continue his map control here. Barles still missing that committed tenses upgrade, which, on top of the super fast train speed, also gives you a charge attack, which is also helpful.
Yeah, now with cannon galleons on the pond, Lewis will be able to take out that first castle from Barles. Also able to hit the starting TC.
It is kind of interesting to see how this map plays out in the late game, because you don't fish boom like crazy on it, because there aren't that many deep fish. But the oysters are still very important to secure in the late game. And, of course, all the map control as well. A couple monks here from Lewis, going to be excellent at defending. And there's HCA coming in for Lewis.
Yeah, there you go. Heavy cav archer. He does not have recurve bow either, so still chances for him to keep upgrading the cav archers. Barles pushing back with more cavaliers now, and Lewis doesn't have many vills, so maybe Barles still has a chance to swing this back. He wants another castle on the left.
The lack of Magyar Hussars, I think, really opens up the opportunity for rams.
Ooh. Also, look at
that's
what...
a great way to force fights.
Look at what Lewis is missing at the blacksmith. He doesn't have bracer.
Yeah. Like I said, he's missing so many upgrades right now. I don't know if Lewis thinks he has bracer or he's been waiting for the resources for it. It looks like he just forgot it, which is definitely not good.
Yeah, you don't do heavy cav archer before bracer.
Yeah, that's not usually how that works. Oh, that's right, it was denied by a treb. I had forgotten about that.
Okay, he probably thinks he has it then if he clicked it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the type of thing that's kind of hard to check. Especially if you're Magyars and you get recurve bow. And then you're just like, oh, but you don't notice the range.
It doesn't have recurve bow, though, either, and Cavalier have to be very careful. There are a couple of Scorpions in the Siege Workshop, but they are not going to pop out, and those Galleons, of course, are going to do a ton of damage as well. They actually got one more base attack with the water rework, so they're, in terms of damage, even better against land units.
Yeah, Barles getting a nice Cavalier raid, too. This is where you'd want to see maybe demos in the old patch, but not going to see it anymore. On the Carracks, they look so much like war galleys.
Very difficult to tell them apart, to be honest.
Barles with the stone and the push on the left, 2 castles, going for more trebs.
I mean, Lewis has his own trebuchets here. No siege engineers for either player, but 4 trebuchets in total. And honestly, like, again, great multitasking from both players. I really do wish this set mattered, because you can tell both of these guys are really going for it.
And heavy cav archers for Lewis, pushing into that same spot once more on that hill where Barles has chopped all the wood. And raiding farms again, but at the same time Lewis having his own farms raided.
And another trebuchet is sniped, and gold income is a very real issue for Lewis. He does have a lot of oysters, but fishing ships on oysters are still very vulnerable to just dying to these random cavalry units. And that castle is looking to go down because Barles has a lot more stone that he's been able to mine.
He has more stone than he's been able to mine? How does he have it then if he didn't mine it?
I said more stone that he is able to mine.
Oh, that. Okay. I heard than. Well, also,
yeah.
Barles, he's running out of vills. He had 150, now he's down to 120. He just had his Eastern Gold Mine massacred. But he's also pushing with 4 trebs, not trickling the trebs in the north. And up to 3
Barles has
trebs in the
70%
west.
of his eco idle T-West. That's not great.
So yeah, 70
and all
vills.
those trebs to the west. Oh my goodness, all those trebs are so dunzos.
Will they be in time to save the castle? 1 treb down before it gets a shot off. And the castle stays up on 300 HP. Barles, he's pushing on the left, and Barles has this. He's clearing castles in the north, in the west, and the cav are now encircling Lewis. All that Lewis has are cav archers on that one hill. Barles finally decided, you've raided this hill so much, I'll let the vills die so that you stop raiding it.
It's their fault at this point that they're going back to that area. It's really not the smartest move.
And only one castle
But
left
honestly,
from
this
Lewis.
is a real clinic on how to play a Civ that isn't good versus Cav Archers versus Cav Archers. Like, just constricting the map control, never fighting the Cav Archer blob head-on. It's all really, really good.
And also getting to the point where the Cav Archers, they don't have recurve bow and they don't have bracer. So give them 2 more attack and 2 more range against the Cavaliers, and maybe we take different fights this whole time. But not the case for Lewis, who even with the water control can't stop all these raids.
Yeah, I mean, really crazy performance from both players here, but Barles able to just make this one work. And I mean, 90k to 70k resources to US, that is so huge, and GG is called, and we are all tied up in this very important play all 5 that is now a best of 5.
Yes, in this very, very crucial set that doesn't matter. It's the most important set that has never mattered. We'll have Barles tying it up.
8k more gold, 14k more food, double the stone.
Double the stone. I always want to have double the stone.
Indeed, indeed.
So, once again, we have Viper did win both of his sets. So he is guaranteed to qualify. This one is just for fun. Maybe for a backup, second backup in case no one else goes, but we've had 2 good games so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm glad I was guilt-tripped into casting this because this has been a game that's been worth, or a series that's been worth casting.
Yes, Jafar, they did know the results of the other sets when they played. They both did play the other sets, apparently, so they each individually knew they lost to the Viper.
Does it matter? It's like, does art matter? The value is that which you give it.
Does Age of Empires matter?
Exactly.
Alright, so the next map will be Crownwood. And give me a moment to stay hydrated.
Yep. Yeah, so the way it worked out is that despite it being a play all 5, you need to win your set. So set wins come before game wins. I guess they did the play all 5 to avoid some tiebreaker issues, although I don't see how that really solves a ton of problems.
I don't know, but now that it's 1-1, then it definitely would not matter because they would have needed a sweep to have more game wins than Viper. So now, no matter what, they're down in set wins and down in head-to-head and can at most tie Viper in wins. So even in the play all 5, they would not have a chance of surpassing him.
Indeed, indeed. And I am ready when you are.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. Game number 3 on Crownwood. We'll have Lewis to the west as the Blue Saracens and Barles to the east as the Red Jurchens. Immediately, Barles does a stable, and immediately, Lewis does an archery range.
Keeping the 4 villagers on gold. Barles, meanwhile, is keeping 2 vills on gold. And Jurchens are a pretty interesting pick because you do have some herdables you can take that will last longer with the food, but you don't have boars on most maps. And so you're actually saving far fewer resources with the not decaying animals than you would on regular 3-bill start.
Yeah, you do have hares, however. It is kind of interesting if your hares are far from the TC and they don't decay. Makes the long-distance gathering of them without a mill a bit more tempting.
Oh, that's exactly what Barles is doing. 3 villagers there on the hare. Oh, you don't need to add the 4th one, though. That's just overkill.
Neither of them could win 2 sets in this set because they've both lost another set, so they will only win 1 set. Oh, and as a lore AoE, thank you for the 5 gifties to Ornlu's Wolf Pack. With glory and majesty for all.
Indeed, I'm such a beneficial overlord. Oh my goodness, it's all so cringe. All streaming community names are cringe.
Do 2 vills get the entire chicken/hare? It's 35 carry capacity. 35 and 35 would be 70, so there's 5 left over. Or no, would be yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's how it works. So scouts for Barles getting in on the back of Lewis's base. Lewis doing a tower on his gold. Trying to wall to the edge of the map, walling the entire corner. as the scouts lose a fight to a villager, but then pick a vill on the berries for Barles, and he'll get a 2-0 eco KD as he runs around Lewis's base.
Tried to block there with the market, but was unsuccessful, so Barles a couple vills ahead right now. And great usage, of course, of those Jurchen Scout Cavalry. Faster attack speed is really, really strong here in the early game.
And Lewis also pulling back from that forward wood line, the same thing we saw Barles doing in that other game. Barles doing a market as well. Don't think that market leads to an uptiming for Barles, though. It's going to be much slower than the Saracens no matter what. But honestly, good against the Saracens to force the tower so they can't sell as much stone.
Yeah, that always feels like a huge win, especially against Saracens, because if they can't sell the stone to get a faster uptime, that's like half the advantage of that bonus gone immediately. It's not like Jurchens have a huge eco themselves, even if we're talking about a little bit of food saved here and there, but it's going to be tough because Jurchens are fundamentally a cav civ against one of the very best camel civs.
And Vill's on the front. What is this micro from Barles? He loses a scout. And he can't pick the final Vill. So I think he misclicked a Vill there at one point and wasn't able to get the kill he wanted.
That's some Orlu micro, where it's literally worse than if you just let the units attack randomly. It's actually worse than patrolling.
I remember I casted an arena game where you went for a Monk and Mangonel push, and your opponent got so mad, and you typed "Lucky Micro" in the chat.
Oh yes, I remember Lucky Micro. That was a classic chat line right there. I'm not entirely sure still what Lucky Micro means.
So Castle Age for Lewis. He's the one to go up first, kind of expected still as the Saracens. He did sell some wood and buy some food, and sell some wood and buy some more food. As Barles will be close to clicking up 800 food, just about for him. He only bought 100 food, so less market usage from our Jurchens player in the east.
Yeah, so now the interesting question becomes, what do you do in the mid-game as Jurchens? Step Lancers don't feel great due to the camel potential. Fire Lancers don't feel great because your opponent has already shown an investment into archers. So what are you going to do? Just defend with skirms with no eco bonus?
What about Grenadiers?
Against no infantry?
I mean, they can still destroy archers if they get the right type of shot, right? Get close, destroy the archers?
Archers generally trade very well against Grenadiers.
Oh, maybe you just go skirms. Maybe you just make the best unit in the game.
That's true. I mean, I don't know why I would ever advocate doing anything else. That's on me.
Ooh, the skirms pick the scout. There they go. And we're seeing just how good the skirms can be if they're going to run straight into archers.
And now, archers here trying to cross the map, but with the good scout position, well, he will lose maybe both of them. We'll at least see exactly where his opponent is and knows the timing, so maybe he can try and take a good fight here, but good reaction there from Lewis, waiting until his upgrades come in.
Yeah, and Lewis not forcing that Vill forward. And Barles, upon seeing all those archers, will react by doing padded archer armor and trying to give a bit more power to the skirms, as he's immediately going to have to do elite skirm and bodkin and hope they come in time to take a fight. But I don't think they'll be able to deny that forward workshop.
Are you suggesting that Barles needs to pad his archer defense stats?
I think he needs some padded archer armor.
Exactly. Well, those important skirm upgrades are still coming in. Good micro, of course, from both players, but the siege workshop here is going to make this very difficult to try and defend. But there's the university, T-West, because here we go again.
Ballistics time. Or siege engineers time, if he wants to do some rocket carts.
I think you're missing the player that you're casting, T-West. I think it's guard tower time.
Ah, guard tower time against the Mangonel push. You're right. Everyone does it these days, though. I think everyone does that.
Well, Barles especially still likes to go towers, I feel, more than any other player that I know of, at least. Bosaw coming in, though, from Lewis. Still only on the 1 TC for now, though.
Yeah, 1 TC, and it's just workshop aggression here.
And there's 6 vills on stone. Okay, taking a few off right there. So far, the university has not been used yet. Remember, you get the discount on the wood cost as well as the fast research time as Jurchen. So it's a very, very nice combo. But instead, he will just be opening with ballistics. So I guess the more standard unit upgrade there. No building upgrades. Oh, never mind. There's the tower.
Yeah, there's the tower. There's the tower. But, I mean, you do kind of need guard tower really soon if mangonels come out, because the watchtower does not hold up to mangonels at all.
Not in the slightest. A couple CA are on the way here for Barls, but unfortunately, ballistics does not research any faster, nor is it discounted as Jurchens. That would probably be overpowered. Guard tower is coming in, and you just see how fast that researches T-West.
Oh my gosh. there was no time at all.
And there we go. The very important guard tower upgrade is in.
Hey, what is that bonus? It's siege and fortifications cheaper and research faster. So that was fast.
It's 100% faster. Oh, I think Barles was trying to wall there, but I mean the knights are very low HP anyway.
He's got skirms. He doesn't need walls.
That's true. You know the most important wall of all? The skirmisher shield.
So, Lewis swapping tactics now. He's gotten the forward map control, and he's going to add 2 more TCs at the front of his base on the gold and on the stone, and rely on the wood being walled in the back.
Yeah, so going to help defend those otherwise undefended resources. We have another archery range coming in here from Barles. So he is going to be trying to go cav archers here. The thing with Jurchen cav archers is that although they attack very fast, as they literally have the Mongol bonus for cav archers, you don't have thumb ring. So you do lack accuracy, which does matter quite a bit for a unit that has 50 base accuracy, or 50%.
And Lewis still not venturing forth towards that northern wood line of his, staying behind his walls and his TCs, and that should help keep him safe from the skirms, especially with that watchtower he already has on the gold.
Yeah, now 4th TC for Lewis. I think this is a really smart move. I think it goes back to the basic idea of boom beats turtle. And you can see your opponent is turtling like crazy, getting that guard tower defense. You know he's got ballistics, so just add in a bunch of TCs. There's still a great map presence here from Lewis, and he's still ahead by 700 resources and will likely get further ahead.
Yeah, and with the extra TCs, he can pull ahead in vills. And when he sees that Barles is going guard tower and only has 2 TCs when he was running around, he knows he can take a TC lead. His scouting shows him exactly what Barles is doing, so he can read the eco situation and make that decision.
Yeah, it's one of the many advantages of having map control and map presence right there. Barles is going to add in his own 3rd TC, get in his eco upgrades, but Lewis is still 1 step ahead of him. And this counterattack really needs to make something happen for Barles, otherwise he will just be outboomed by Lewis.
And tower going up for Lewis's wood line. Does need that to keep it safe. I'm maybe worried about the palisade for Lewis at the bottom. Didn't reinforce that with houses. That could give Barles an opening. But that's about it. That's a good tower on the wood line.
Yeah, really helps protect the front of your base. It makes that, although the palisade wall is lower in HP, of course, than you'd like, there still isn't that much area that you can get around, right? Because you have the TC and the tower both sort of covering a lot of surface area, although no ballistics could be a bit of an issue.
Barles has a hole in a house by the top of his base, but the guard tower behind that just enough that Lewis doesn't want to walk in. That tower would cover enough of an area that Lewis would lose some crossbows.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he isn't just pressuring from the high ground. 2 mangonels, a vill there to repair. That guard tower could be destroyed really quickly. That said, Lewis has to worry about all of these cav archers in his base that will eventually be cleaned up by knights, as it is going to be husbandry versus no husbandry. Loses a couple vills in the process. Not really the end of the world, though.
Yeah, they did go through that wall, but not the most damage. The ram here at the front, though, for Lewis, that's done a lot of damage. Now going for the university, but Barles for a castle, and Barles still up by 6 vills. That raid slowing down the boom for Lewis. And now that they're both at around 80 or so vills, the 3 versus 4 TC kind of washes away a bit, I feel, because you have enough vills from Barles to keep everything running. And now it's more a decision of what's the imp timing versus the extra TC.
Well, are we going to see some Pagodas of Iron, a unit that is very good, but still not one we see very often because usually Jurchens just go for all-ins, or Cav Archers. So that could be an option here, especially as there are no camels or Mamelukes on the field.
Lewis diving the guard tower, though. He'll get to the back of Barles' base, force Barles off that wood line. And, okay, Barles could maybe struggle for wood. He's got two very tiny wood lines, and the castle doesn't really give him any wood now.
It's definitely uncomfortable. Barles just spending a ton of resources on something. I guess more villagers, but they are going to be getting picked off here by Lewis, so he's going to do a lot to catch right back up in the villagers killed. And those crossbowmen will die eventually, but still a good amount of damage done, and I gotta say, that Jurchen castle looks super nice.
It definitely does. Much better than the Three Kingdoms castles, I think. This looks like a legit AoE 2 castle.
For sure, because Jurchens are a legit AoE 2 civ that makes sense. Handcart coming in, though, for Lewis, and Imp for Barles.
Yeah. Now all those crossbows for Lewis will be cleaned up. As you say, both players up to Imp. Where's Lewis's Imp?
Lewis isn't up for Imp. I said handcart for Lewis, not Imp.
Ah, I thought you said Imp. No, he's not up to Imp because he had the extra TC. All right, now you're seeing the difference. Lewis will pull ahead in Vils, and Barles will be Imp first. So if Lewis can hold, he'll be able to afford more things than Imp. But then he won't have the timing advantage. But honestly, the way the map is set up, there's not going to be an immediate early Imp Treb war, so maybe the better decision to stay castle and boom a bit more for Lewis.
And now Lewis is making the almighty Mameluke. And that is something that Jurchens don't like dealing with.
Not at all.
I don't think there's anything that's good other than Thunderclap Bomb rocket carts. Because those are still basically good siege onagers.
Well, Ornlu, maybe that's what we'll have to see from our Rage Forest player in Barles.
I legitimately think that is necessary. I don't think you're going to win this game as Barles with Cav Archers.
It's how do you deal with the Mamluks, right? That's a question many civs ask and few have really proper answers to. But the Jurchens do have an answer with Siege. I think on this map in particular, though, one, it's very open, and two, there isn't much gold that's, and 1v1s that's hard enough. This map in particular, I don't think it's an option.
It's really tough because you want to go for the Cav Archer power unit. He's also making a couple of Iron Pagodas, just I think have something here. But do you have the eco advantage to swamp your opponent with Cav Archers before they get to enough Mamelukes? I mean, I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't really see it right now.
Wait, does that one Iron Pagoda stop the Mangonels? If it doesn't, that castle might be stopped.
Well, I mean, the Iron Pagoda is doing its job right now.
Got one. But the Mangonel trying to stop the Vils. It does get the other one. Okay, well, one Cav unit changes things against the Mangonels. But is this a doubt castle from Barles? 99% it goes up. Lewis, could lose some Vils here.
I mean, it's going to lose some, but the camels that the castle has to focus mean that the Vils will get the castle up from Lewis just fine, and he actually only loses one Vil in all that.
So there we have Imp just finished for Lewis. The Trebs will pop out first for Barles, but we'll have two castles for Lewis, and even a third down in the south, which could send Trebs to the north. It's pretty expensive to make 3 Trebs at once. Second castle for Barles, a bit behind this, and Barles is putting everything into this early Imp castle push, trying to take the early Jurchen's timing advantage. And you know what he could do now? A cheap Siege Engineers.
Yeah, it's 500 food still, but only 150 wood, and also research is super fast, and it's just going to give you some extra firepower for your trebuchets. And if this is the style you want to go for, where the huge early Imperial Age push to kill your opponent before they get to all of their Camely units, I mean, this is certainly possible to work out. The Vil count isn't great for Barles, and it's going to be tough for him to afford a whole lot, but Lewis is in an uncomfortable spot here for sure.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing that 3 versus 4 TC difference. With the 3 TCs, you're hoping that you have just enough eco to pull off the early push. With the 4 TCs, you're getting a bit more eco. But, 15 Vils is giving about 5k res collected. And Barles not repairing his castle, though.
Yeah, the conscription's going to get denied. This is also where Fortified Bastion would come into play.
It would.
Get that castle HP regeneration. It's actually really sick to have.
And Cav Archers can't pick
it's not
off
more
Trebs.
healing than a trebuchet shot, but it really slows down the castle destruction speed. But I just don't think this is enough here from Barles.
Yeah, the funny regen tech, Fortified Bastions, he does not have that yet.
No Fortified Bastion for you. Handcart just now coming in from Barles. It's been in for quite some time for Lewis, and of course that's going to be a huge difference maker when it comes to farming efficiency. And right now you're looking at substandard Cav Archers versus the best camels, or second or third best camels. I guess behind Gujaras and Hindustanis.
You think Saracen should get Imp Camel and Frontier Guards too?
Yes, because if Saracen camels don't counter every unit in the game, you're not cameling, right?
And give him Zealotry back too.
Oh yeah, 200 HP camels.
Alright, so camels against heavy Cav Archers. Kind of a tricky matchup where the camels need to take the fight properly. Otherwise, they just kind of die over time. But once they take the fight, the Cav Archers melt.
And the fact that camels are faster than Cav Archers is absolutely critical here, because you can force the engagement once you choose to take it. Of course, you can try and delay it as long as possible here as Barles, but yeah, this just doesn't feel like it's going to be going very far, and I can't say I'm the biggest fan of this whole approach to try and deal with Saracens.
Yeah, and I think that this overall is a tough matchup for Crownwood, where you're so far apart despite the maps being open that it goes late, and goes late pretty often.
Oh, Fire Lancers definitely aren't the answer here.
I mean, they'd be good against the camels, right? But not against the rest of the Saracens.
But I feel like it's going to be so easy to just mix in like anything to deal with the Fire Lancers.
Maybe they could have been an earlier answer. Maybe
No.
like during that initial Treb push, you could have added in some Fire Lancers to deal with camels, and you don't have to pull the Trebs back.
Would the Fire Lancers have just done better than Cav Archers? I mean, they're both wood and gold units. Could you have gone for one over the other?
It's tricky. If you go for either one, the Saracens should have options to counter it. But maybe the Saracens with camels is the scariest thing Saracens can do. And you're maybe more tempted to go Fire Lancers first, and then could have something transitioned as a counter.
Yeah, that's possible. And no, not Grenadiers. Grenadiers are not actually all that great, especially until Thunderclap Bombs comes in an Imperial Age. Oh, that's going to be a nice snipe, though.
Alright, but now the Cav Archers have to run. Here come the Fire Lancers. Barles is still getting pushed back into his corner, but 125 Vil, so he still has an okay eco, if not the res collected. And in this fight, the Camels pushing into the Fire Lancers, but the Camels have so much HP, they're doing okay against the Fire Lancers. This should be a very high DPS composition against the Camels with Heavy Cav Archer plus Fire Lancer. And
Looks like it's
thinning the numbers.
And one has to question, I think, the skirmishers here. Because the skirmishers... I mean, you don't have a ton of armor on the Fire Lancers, but Cav Archers... anything else, it would have been a bit better. But now the Mameluke switch is coming in. I mean, we are getting into the very late stages of the game.
Yeah, now that the skirms were an answer to the Cav Archers, Mameluke should be an even better answer. Elite Mameluke on the forward castle from Lewis. 10 seconds away. It's only one Treb and he has some repairs. He should get that finished. He has a pretty quick tech. There he goes. He has some castles in the back. He's also pushing with Bombardkin into Treb. And the Elite Mamelukes should do better against the Fire Lancers. I guess the Fire Lancers have an attack bonus against them, but generally they should be weak to melee units.
Well, it's mostly the ranged aspect of the Mamelukes that Fire Lancers can't really close the gap. Not that it matters too much. 7.7k army value. We even have Bimaristan coming in for some extra healing, which is actually quite nice.
Or lost the castle where it was in.
Rip. You still have 3 castles, though, as Lewis. You can go Mamelukes, no problem.
Yeah, he's good for Mamluks now. And yeah, I mean, the ranged attack for Fire Lancer helps, but it doesn't dominate the Mamluks.
I mean, it's 9 damage. It's not anything that's too earth-shattering. Oh, if at first you don't succeed, Bimaristan again.
Yeah, there he goes, in a back castle this time.
Camels counter Fire Lancers? Not necessarily. It's just that Lewis has such a stronger army here in the first place.
He has a lot of Mamluks, 19. That number's growing. And at 200 pop, Barles doesn't want to resign when he's at almost 200 pop and still has a good eco. But I think the army composition is about to take a very hard turn to Lewis's favor.
Yeah, the fact that Crownwood is a map that isn't super gold heavy here, and you've been spending a ton of gold as Barles, is just really unfortunate because you really do need rocket carts with thunderclap bombs to have much of a chance. You do at least have a cheaper heavy rocket cart upgrade.
That
It's
you
actually
do,
pretty
but
affordable.
here is Barles' army collapsing, everything dying, and he's down to the 160s of population. Here's the GG.
There we go. Lewis is up 2-1 in this totally inconsequential series that is actually still delivering very good games.
Yeah, that it is. We're here for Age of Empires, right? And that's what we're getting. 185 to 179 KD for Lewis, but the eco, the fourth TC paid off versus the faster imp was far enough apart. Barles didn't get much damage done early on. Why is it inconsequential? Because the Viper has already qualified from winning the 2 sets, and at this point he would even have the game's 1 advantage over the remaining players.
Yeah. Due to the way the math works out, either Barles or Lewis had to sweep here, and that didn't happen. So Viper, with those clutch 3-2 wins, able to make that work. And now we could be on our last game of the day, T West.
We could be. It is on Rampart. We haven't seen this yet. So give me a moment. Let me just update everything here.
T West, are you looking fresh today? Because I'm wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants.
I am wearing a cardigan because it was cold.
Wow, so fancy.
Yeah. What would have been
We
the
know who
tiebreaker?
the
We
real
have no idea.
professional caster is, not the trashy caster.
Yeah, the Skirm's the best unit, right? Trash is the treasure we all need in Age of Empires.
Oh yes, very true.
So we don't know if there would have been a tiebreaker if they had all been 3-2 in a circle. But sets 1 was the first tiebreaker, so even if someone had swept this, it wouldn't have mattered. But presumably this will be in case there's any other emergency replacements. Whoever wins might be next. But anyway, I'm ready to go, Ornlu, if you're ready to go.
Yep, I'll count us down. So 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are, possibly the last game of the day. Been very close back and forth games, but Lewis has come out on top twice, and he'll be the blue Spanish to the south of the map. On Rampart and to the northeast in the red as the Bengalis, it will be Barles.
Ooh, so FC Conquistadors versus Rathas, perhaps? Maybe some skirmishers as an opening. But now Barles is going straight for the market. Lewis is going for the range and presumably a couple of skirms. Maybe archers.
We'll have to see if this is going to work out for Barles, because although you are pretty easy to defend yourself, or it is easy to defend yourself, you're still so close to your opponent that this is going to be very tricky to try and make work. And I know Spanish archers are not the most famous, but in feudal age, they do just fine.
Yeah, no one expects the Spanish archers, right?
Actually, you really should expect it on any map in Empire Wars, because archers are really good.
Oh, the spear killing the wild chickens for Lewis the Lamer. Look at that.
Wow. No, you know what? He's just making rotisserie chicken. He's just giving them the spit already.
All right, well, there is Castle Age for Barles right away. And he's on stone. He's even towering the stone, so we are going to see some Rathas. We are going to see the Phosphoro build of Empire Wars, where the Bengalis take Rampart as the map and go FC Rathas.
We see a very similar thing with Spanish. The issue with doing this with Spanish is that conquistadors cost food, and now they actually cost more food than they used to at 70 food a pop. So it's much more difficult. Good micro there from Barles. We'll still get the tower down.
Yeah, but this is actually a map where conquistadors got buffed because the elite upgrade's easier to get to and stronger.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, Elite Conquistador was already very expensive relative to the modern Elite upgrades for all unique units, so they basically all had their costs reduced. And it's just going from 18 attack to 19 attack, which doesn't really feel that impactful.
Still, it does take the fact that Conks were probably the strongest unique unit and just makes them all that much stronger, the same way that giving crossbow to the Spanish would make their archers stronger.
Well, Conks at least were nerfed in that they had their food cost and gold cost swapped, so they're more food intensive.
So, Castle
But
Age
apparently
now
Elite
2 minutes.
Conquistador was one of the least researched Elite upgrades, so I think that's why they went for it.
So 2 minutes behind in Castle Age timing for Lewis, who is also 4 vills on stone. And Conquistador Ratha is a matchup that the Rathas have significantly more HP. And if they get to ballistics, then they have maybe a micro advantage.
That is true. However, there's one notable disadvantage for the Ratha, and that's that they're big. They are thick with 2 Cs, and that means that it's a lot harder to bunch them up and micro them against Conquistadors, who can just stack much more easily.
That is very true. Conquistadors are very smooth to micro, aside from the fact they're very inaccurate.
Yeah, but the actual shoot and scoot, I guess micro, like the basic bread and butter of the micro, is very easy to do.
2 Cs, more like 2 oceans.
Exactly. That's how thick they are. 2 oceans worth of thickness.
99% monastery. Barles doesn't finish it. Lewis forward with archers trying to delay the castle. And Lewis will have a very smooth castle wherever he wants it. And I think he wants it forward, Ornu. I think he wants it forward.
Oh.
He's
And
got
this
13
is just
bills.
the advantage of doing a much more normal build, right? This is why you don't go pure fast castle.
That's very forward.
Yeah, that
Maybe
felt
a
a
bit
little
too
much,
forward.
though.
He thinks better of it. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, you know, you made the right decision when it actually mattered. Great micro, though, from Barles to not lose a single villager, though.
And now the Ratha probably needs to go melee mode. Oh, he went melee mode, but he's on stand ground and he's not attacking. There he goes. Will the archers get the kill here? Oh, that's horrible from Barles if they do. 12
he's
HP.
Yeah, the Rathos, remember, got nerfed, so they only have 1 native Pierce armor right now. Oh, but it's the double donk! Oh, man, we have the thick unit on the one side and the donkadonks on the other side.
Okay, Conk and Donk. We'll need to see some Inquisition at some point so that the missionaries have more range. Remember, missionaries can pick up relics now. On this map, each player has 3 relics around the top of their rampart. Barles starting to pick them up himself, being his first right now.
And the Rathos will trundle across the map. Now, notably, Barles is still collecting stone. Some versions of this build, you just go off of stone completely so that you can spend your resources on everything else. Barles, though, is at least going to be considering castle number 2 somewhere.
And he's continuing to take some food, so he hasn't been idling the TC all that much. He and Lewis both around 1 minute.
That's a converted Ratha. That's probably 2 converted Rathas. Oh, no, he screwed up his micro! Oh, he could have gotten both there.
Okay, and a Conk on the other side does not get converted. Conks will get a Vill on a tower.
That's actually huge, just not getting the conversion versus getting the conversion. Every unit matters so much right now, and Lewis simply has a much greater ability to make more.
Well, the Rothos, as you said, are cheaper, only wood and gold. But husbandry now for Lewis, making the conks faster. And in these early fights, despite the HP difference, 16 attack for the conks is insane. And Lewis's bloodlines, too.
And no bodkin yet means that the conks also outrange the Rothos, who need so many more upgrades as well.
Ballistics. Ballistics in.
Oh, look at the units out of position here. The Rothos were trying to go to the side to snipe the missionary, but that just opens up all the vills on the other side. One conk is going to go down. That is still 5 villagers killed. Very nice pick off there for Lewis. Well, don't... There you go.
Yeah, don't stay under the tower. Don't lose more conks. One conk down, but now Rotho's running almost into the castle. Now, Lewis will not be going bodkin and ballistics for the conks, so it'd be easier for the Rothos to avoid the castle fire.
You mean avoid the wrath of the castle fire?
Avoid the wrath of the anti-Rotha castle fire.
Indeed. Well, the farms are critical here, because as we keep on harping about, the cogs cost food. So Lewis getting that set up is still very, very important. My concern for him, though, is that I'm not entirely sure what he's going to do against all those missionaries. It feels like it's going to be very tough to stop.
What are their speed? They're 1.3 for the Rothos, 1.21 for the missionaries. I think Barles still could do husbandry, as he has ballistics now. Did that scout block the Rothos?
Yeah. Just look at that. This unit has, like, one of the most buffed units in the history of Age of Empires. Which, I mean, to be fair, they were awful, but... Like, what are you gonna do? They just keep on chasing you.
They're all on one Rotha, though. They need to swap their targets a bit.
That they do. Second TC, though, actually, from Lewis, so he's going to try and continue to expand his eco, and, I mean, he still has a huge economy advantage.
And that'll put him onto gold. He's losing some conks to tower fire, but now missionaries being able to heal conquistadors is great value for the missionaries.
But... Oh, Insta! Oh. What is that?
That is an Insta.
You got Insta-Quisition, and that's a huge help. And now we have conquistadors and missionaries on the way, and I just feel like Barles is really going to struggle in terms of economy.
Wow, this is incredible. How does Lewis have the eco for this? Conks, missionaries, all the stable upgrades, Inquisition, and a second TC. Is it just the Empire Warriors plus lots of chicken to hunt for this map, maybe?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Barles went pure fast castle, and Lewis didn't. Lewis just made some archers, and he just got a huge eco lead early on, and wasn't even that much slower to castle age anyway, and also got 6 villager kills. So right now, Lewis is just absolutely miles ahead in terms of economy, and he's not in a position where he's going to take any damage whatsoever.
And there's redemption for Lewis.
Oh, wow. Converting the towers and converting all these buildings now. Oh, this is so tough here for Barles.
Yeah, he's losing more vills. Lewis is up 60 to 43 vills, and he's doing one more castle. Now, if he gets that castle up, he's very safe. And I don't think Barles has seen it. He didn't see it, so it's not like he can dive it. And there won't be a doubt castle.
Yeah, that castle is super safe. Bodkin just now coming in. I mean, it's so slow relative to what he needed.
And now he's super safe. 2 TCs, 2 castles. Missionaries that can heal. He also has 4 relics. He managed to take a forward one.
Yeah, this just feels like there's a reason that you don't see fast castles, and this is that exact reason, that your eco is hurt so much, and your opponent's always going to have a good eco, so I don't think there's a world where it's actually correct to not just go for some archers to apply pressure.
Yeah, it's not like the archers slowed Lewis down too much. It was a slower, fast castle, but with a tiny bit of damage that made it so he could get the missionaries too. As he's converting the blacksmith, the university, the barracks, the house, and a lumber camp. Why convert the lumber camp?
Hey man, it's about sending a message.
It's about sending a message. Lewis saying, I did everything I could. I was 1 game away from winning against MBL, 1 game away from winning against Viper, and I beat Barles. Well, I still don't get to go to Red Bull.
Nope. I mean, he could go, but not as a player, unfortunately. Although he has done an exceptional job this set, as it really doesn't seem like Barles is getting anywhere.
So there's Devotion and Wheelbarrow both on the way for Lewis. The Missionaries need some conversions. The Monks not getting conversions thanks to the Conquistadors. Ratha's changing sides. And Barles will ultimately win that fight for now until Reinforcing Conquistadors come over. But
and the Missionaries are just so much better here than Monks
look
are.
At them go.
And the Conks are so much better at sniping Monks as well. And there's the GG called.
And Missionaries didn't even get their armor there. They benefit from the armor too, so the Missionaries can be even stronger.
13 conversions. He made 13 Missionaries and got 13 conversions with them. That is redonkulous.
That's value against Rothers that are so expensive and so strong to have converted too.
Yeah. Really, really impressive there for Lewis. Unfortunately, he will just miss the cut as Viper did get the set win anyway. But should anything happen, Lewis is the next man up.
We assume. We don't know. Presumably
actually, we don't even know if that's true.
We don't know if that's true. We're just assuming that.
That's true. That's true.
Well, thank you, Ornlu, for co-casting today. Thank you, Dave, for guilting Ornlu into staying on to cast.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
All right,
but thank you again, T West, for asking me to co-cast, because yeah, this was a really fun day. Hope you all enjoyed it. And now our Red Bull lineup is set. As Viper is replacing Vinchester.
All right. So just a brief reminder to everyone of the day. Vinchester wasn't able to get a visa, so we had a replacement qualifier among the players who were who lost in the final round of the qualifiers. That's Viper, Barles, and Lewis. Vivi didn't play. I don't know, maybe he wasn't available and he probably couldn't get a visa either way on such short notice. And it will be the Viper who won 3-2 against Barles and against Lewis, who qualifies. So congrats to Viper, and we will have a land that features Viper again. He's not going to be missing.
Yep, so the final lineup, guys, is ACCM Hart, Hera, Leary qualified through the ladder. MBL Sebastian Yo qualified the normal way. And Viper is the replacement for Vinchester.
Yep.
Oh, and then Phoenix GG subscribing to T West as well.
Defeat my champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army.
Alrighty, well, I actually need to go start making dinner. So,
I do too.
I need to head out, man.
So I'll see you later. Let the tournament begin. The best campaign quotation before Red Bull. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for the sub. Thank you, everyone who subbed to Ornlu today, too. And I'll head off. We'll separate the chats, and I'll talk to you later.
Yep. All right. See you, man.
All right. Ornlu didn't realize he didn't mute himself. All right. Close the stream. So thank you all. So why no 5th game? Because it wouldn't matter. Viper has qualified anyway. The entire set didn't matter, but they just played a best of because I guess they didn't feel like finishing it. So thank you all very much for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. We'll end the stream here. And no, I have no idea if they... I genuinely did not know the settings and at all. I think they definitely could have done a better job of posting this. What the settings were. But thank you all very much for watching. I don't know if there's anything to cast tomorrow. If there is, I'll try to cast it, but I will see you.